Hey there, and welcome to Weeb Novel Audiobook, your hub for epic fanfics, original stories, and thrilling adventures brought to life. Make sure to subscribe for regular updates and swing by my Patreon for early access and exclusive mature content. Now, sit back and enjoy the journey.
Copyright Web Novel Chapter 1, Chapter 1, Heading to the Center of the World Orario. City of Dreams. City of Hope. City full of monsters, gods, and don't forget opportunities to die tragically in various dramatic poses. And that's where I'm headed. The sky above looks like it's made of liquid silver, shining beautifully but not giving any shade from the heat that's been burning the back of my neck since morning. The dirt road I'm walking on feels longer than usual, even though the scenery's still monotonous: grass, rocks, and occasionally a wild lizard that stares at me with an expression that says seriously, "You don't have a horse." My name? I guess. I'm not too sure which name I should use. In the old world, I had a name, obviously. But now I call myself Kane more often. Simple, easy to remember, and kinda cool. At least I think so. Besides, who's gonna make a big deal about it? Gods? Oh. Yeah. This is DanMachi. Maybe they will. It's been 7 years since I woke up in this world. Back then I was only 10 years old, and I woke up in a small village near the southern border. My memories came like rain that starts as a drizzle, then suddenly becomes a storm. This world, the familiars, the dungeon, Orario, it all just popped into my head. I knew this wasn't just some weird dream. This was reality. That world. It took time, honestly. The first week was just spent crying, missing the internet, and punching trees while screaming "Why me?" like an anime character who failed an audition. But after that, something inside me changed. Maybe because living in this world means one thing: survive. And surviving, it turns out, means you gotta be strong. I started training my body every day. Morning, afternoon, night. Swinging wooden swords until my palms bled, running around hills until I passed out, lifting big rocks like a Neanderthal having a breakdown. I even tried punching a cow once. The result? I apologized to that cow for 2 straight weeks while bringing it the best grass as an apology. But all that shaped me. My body's more than enough for an ordinary young man now. My muscles aren't flashy, but they're tight. My skin's a bit sunburned, my brown hair's messy but still looks cool. I mean, maybe. At least the village kids said so before they asked for snack money. My eyes are brown too, look ordinary, but I think there's a glint of "I know something you don't know" in there. Whether that's a plus or minus depends on who's judging. And today I'm walking toward the center of the world, Orario. When the city gates come into view from a distance, I stop for a moment. Not because I'm tired, even though these legs are starting to protest in language that's not appropriate to say out loud. But because that view, it's incredible. Orario towers like a dream built with stone and magic. Its city walls are high, solid, decorated with symbols I don't even know the meaning of. But above it all, floating, challenging the sky, challenging logic, is Babel. That giant tower stands in the center of the city, so tall its peak touches the clouds. And I know, beneath it, lies the craziest place in this entire world, the dungeon. I take a deep breath while dusting off my pants. Well, Kane, I mutter to myself. If you die later, make sure your corpse's pose is cool. At least one hand pointing to the sky. My steps get faster as I approach the gate. A few guards stand with spears and facial expressions that universally mean I am paid to stand here, not to be friendly. But they let me in after some standard checks. I went through all the checks with the sweetest smile I could make. "Oh, good kid face, huh?" says one of the guards with a suspicious tone. People usually say that, I reply while keep smiling. Usually before I borrow something without permission. He stares at me even more suspiciously. Borrow what? Your time, sir. Like right now. He doesn't laugh, but I see the corner of his mouth move slightly. Small progress. Once inside, I'm greeted by the hustle and bustle of city life that's so different from the small village where I lived. The smell of warm bread mixed with the aroma of sweat, metal, and something that could be horse dung, but I choose not to investigate further. The sound of merchants shouting, kids running, adventurers in shiny armor passing by while laughing. It all blends into one symphony that weirdly feels alive. I walk toward the building I'm aiming for, the guild. The place where adventurers start everything. The place where dreams are born and, well, also where dreams die. Depends on how you fill out the forms. The guild building looks elegant in a way that tries not to look snobbish. Gray stone, big windows, and a wooden plaque that says guild, like it's reminding us all that yeah, you're in the right place, kid. I go inside, and I'm immediately greeted by the cool air from within. Some kind of magic air conditioning? I dunno. But I immediately want to hug the floor as a thank you. Behind the front desk, stands a young woman with light brown hair tied neatly. Her eyes are emerald green, shining softly but sharp. Like a patient teacher who could explode if your homework's been empty for 2 weeks. I know who she is. Inatool. In the DanMachi world, she's a kind guild advisor, half-elf race, and a little too worried for someone who's never entered the dungeon. But she's also the most reliable person to not let you die stupidly. I approach while taking a breath, calming myself and hoping I don't look like someone who just walked for days under the blazing Sunday. Good morning, I greet, trying to sound calm and not like a fanboy who just met his idol. She nods politely with a warm professional smile. Welcome to the guild. Is there anything I can help you with? Yes. I want to register as an adventurer. I just arrived in Orario. She checks me out briefly from top to bottom, probably judging whether I'm serious or just a tourist in the wrong place. I'm sure my facial expression looks like a cat pretending to be cool but actually scared half to death. Name, she asks while starting to write with efficient movements. Kane, I answer. Don't have a familia yet. All right, Kane. She smiles. Since you don't have a god backing you yet, you need to apply to one of the familias. We have a list you can take and consider. She takes a long sheet of paper from inside a drawer, then hands it to me. My eyes quickly scan the list: Loki familia, Hephaestus, Hestia, Myac, Ganesha, and many more. Like looking at a restaurant menu with too many choices. If I may ask, I say quietly, usually, do they accept just anyone? Or is there some kind of job interview involving a dance test? Ina looks at me with a slightly confused expression at my last question. Not all familias are open to accepting new adventurers. Some are very selective. But, there are also those who actively seek new members. It all depends on each god's decision. And, no, there's usually no dance test. I nod, trying to hide the fact that I already know all this. But part of me feels weird, even though I know the direction of the story, I still don't know where I'll be accepted. This world could change, and I can only hope it doesn't change in a worse direction. You can come back tomorrow and tell us which familia you visited, she continues. If you haven't been accepted, we can help find alternatives. All right, I answer, then stand up. Thank you, Ina-san. She looks at me for a moment with a slightly surprised expression. You know my name. Oops. Ah. I saw it from the name tag on your chest earlier, I quickly answer while pointing to the small name tag on her uniform. She looks down briefly at her own name tag, then smiles slightly. Ah, right. Sometimes I forget I'm wearing this myself. It's like it's become part of the uniform. I smile in relief. Thank you so much, Ina-san. Be careful out there, Kane. The adventurer world isn't like fairy tales, she says with a slightly worried tone. I smile while walking out. Then I'll be the one writing the fairy tale. With light steps, which are more from nervousness than being cool. I step out of the guild. In my hand, the letter containing the familia list feels like a ticket to the future, or a death pit. But at least, I'm here. In Orario. In the place where everything starts, and hopefully doesn't end too quickly. Chapter 2, Chapter 2 Chapter 2, The Path Nobody Sees. I never thought signing up for a familia would be as painful as job hunting. I mean, I know this world's harsh, full of monsters and politics between gods. But with all the training and hard work I've been doing for years, I thought at least one god would give me a look and go, well, this one's interesting enough to use as a pawn. Turns out, nope. The first morning after meeting Ina, I started my little journey around Orario with a list of familias in hand. The streets were busy with merchants, adventurers, and a group of kids who seemed to be debating whether the rock they found was treasure or just a rock. Spoiler, probably just a regular rock, but their enthusiasm deserves a thumbs up. I had a plan. Simple but logical. Step 1, prioritize big, established familias. Step 2, sell myself as young guy full of potential, dedicated, and doesn't ask too many questions. Step 3, get accepted, sleep on soft bed, get nice clothes, then die, go on adventures with epic bravery. Step 1 went smoothly. Step 2, well, let's see. My first target, Hephaestus Familia. I stood in front of their magnificent workshop, with stone buildings that radiated authority like some exclusive jewelry store that doesn't want you touching anything. The sound of hammers, sparks flying, and the smell of hot metal greeted me like an industrial orchestra that was super serious about their work. When I walked in, I was greeted by a receptionist who looked like she could break my neck with just her eyebrows. I want to sign up, I said, giving her my standard "I'm not a beggar, I'm a potential investment" smile. She scanned my body like she was evaluating raw material that might be defective. You got forging experience? I've held a hammer? Once. To hit a bent nail. Get out. Hearing that dismissal, I was a bit shocked. Wasn't straightening nails with a hammer still hammering? I was super professional at straightening nails. But I still got rejected. That's how it goes. Short, sweet, and heart-crushing. Second target, Ganesha Familia. Because who wouldn't want to be led by a god with an ego the size of a festival and a voice that could be heard in the next country? But apparently, they're super selective. Full quota, they said. Plus, they prefer people who can be useful for monster management and public safety. I told them I could watch the neighbors' chickens for 3 months without losing a single one, but they didn't seem to think that was relevant to handling minotaurs. Sorry, we're not currently accepting new members without specialization, they said in a very professional tone. How about specialization in not giving up on life? They didn't laugh. Again. I'm starting to worry about my sense of humor, or maybe it's just bad timing. I tried Takemikazuchi, Myaike, Demeter, and even Hermes Familia. Some were too small. Some weren't interested. Some didn't even open the door. At Hermes Familia, the door opened a crack, someone peeked like they were checking if I was a debt collector, then closed it again while whispering, "Not my type." I'm still not sure if they meant adventurer selection, or partner selection. Considering this is Hermes, could be both. The day kept going, and every rejection felt like a punch to the chest wrapped in a polite smile. Even though I could smile and joke in my head, the frustration was still piling up like dirty laundry. It's not because I think I'm amazing. The opposite, actually it's because I know how ordinary I am. I don't have cheats. No system. No mysterious skills. I even doubt myself. I'm just a guy trying his hardest because, well, there's no other choice. If you're not great, at least be stubborn, I once told myself. But even stubbornness starts to crack when you're hit with rejection after rejection with impressive efficiency. As evening approached, I sat on a wooden bench near the big fountain, with my body aching and my head slightly dizzy from too much walking and too little eating. The familiar list from Inna was covered in little scribbles. X marks next to the names I'd already tried. The more X's there were, the heavier my breathing got. Why do all protagonists have gods who come to them? I muttered while staring at the sky that was starting to change colors. Why do I have to be the realistic one? I tried to calm my thoughts. Realistic doesn't mean pessimistic. I have goals. I know how this world works. And I know, if I join a small familia like Hestia's, without cheats and without guaranteed power, I might not last long. Not because I'm underestimating them, but, because I know who I am. I can't take the risk of dying because of ego. Not because I'm a coward. But because I'm human. Maybe it's because this is my second life that I value life so much. The sky was turning red when my steps randomly brought me to the outskirts of town. For some reason, these feet kept walking even though my brain wanted to give up. Like something was pulling me, or maybe I just didn't want to go home empty-handed with an embarrassing failure story. And that's where I'm standing now. In front of a building that, if we're talking architecturally, could be called a church. But if we're being honest, this place looks like a retirement home going through an existential crisis. The roof's tilted to the left. The paint's peeling like sunburned skin. The cross at the top is even leaning like it's drunk. But somehow, this place feels warm. Not because of the atmosphere, but because of something I can't explain. Maybe it's because this is the home of the goddess of hearth and family. So it feels warm. I know this place. The old church. Hestia's home. My hand reflexively crumpled the familia list paper. I know the story. At least, the story from my original world. Hestia Familia, which only had one member, Bel Cranel. A god with no followers, sleeping in a run-down church, eating whatever, but full of spirit. The classic story about a young guy and a goddess struggling together from zero. But here's where things get confusing. I don't know if Bel's already in Orario now. No signs of his existence. No news about some newbie who almost died in the dungeon and rose to become a hero. Most likely, he hasn't come yet. Or, maybe he'll never come. This isn't a fictional world. This is the real world. Maybe. I'm the one who has to choose that role now. I stared at that church for a long time. The evening wind blew through my hair gently. The sun was setting slowly, and the building's shadow fell on the ground like an open hand offering protection. Do I really want this? I asked myself. No answer, of course. But my body didn't move away. Maybe because, after all those rejections, this is the only place that didn't kick me out before I even tried. Or maybe, because in this run-down place, my destiny is actually waiting. And that's where I'm standing. Me, a young guy with a familia list in hand, standing in front of a church that's about to collapse, with a smile that's getting tired. Me, wondering if I have a choice, or if the choice has already chosen me. Chapter 3, Chapter 3 Chapter 3, The Goddess at the end of the road. I stood in front of that church for a few minutes. The evening breeze brushed against my face, carrying the scent of dirt, dust, and something that somehow reminded me of chicken-flavored instant noodles. My stomach joined in with a protest, but I ignored it. Focus. Focus, Kane. This might be the turning point of your life. Or, the start of your free fall. The old church looked even more pathetic up close. Its walls were cracked, the door was kinda hanging there, and the windows, well, let's just call them artistically destroyed. But even though all of that screamed poverty and ruin, somehow this place didn't feel scary. Actually, it felt warm. Weird, right? My hand reached for the door. I didn't open it right away. I knocked. Once. Twice. Silence. Hello. I called out, a bit loud. Anyone there? Nothing. I knocked again. Excuse me. I'm looking for Goddess Hestia. Still no answer. I swallowed hard. In this world, you don't just casually drop by the gods' places. You can't just barge into their homes like some traveling potion salesman. I knew that down there in that basement Goddess Hestia lived. But even though I was curious, I didn't have the guts to just go down there on my own. I'm not some barbarian. Or a thief. Or an NPC that gets triggered by events. So I waited. And called out again. Goddess Hestia. Then. Tap tap tap. Light footsteps echoed from inside. From the small wooden door leading to the basement, soft rustling sounds, and then the door opened. And what appeared was. I froze. A young girl, or more precisely, a short figure who could easily be mistaken for a child if you didn't look closer, emerged from behind the door. Her long black hair was tied with those signature blue hair ties, her sapphire blue eyes sparkled like a lake hiding secrets, and, well, how do I put this politely? Watermelons. I mean, really big ones. Completely out of proportion with her tiny body. I know the anime world is full of miracles, but seeing it in person was like watching the laws of physics get thrown out the window. But the most striking thing about her wasn't her appearance. It was her aura. From the way she walked, her smile, how she moved with her hands on her hips, everything radiated one thing: confidence. But also, loneliness. Who are you? She asked cheerfully, though a bit wary. Are you lost? Or did you get the wrong church? I raised my hand, half nervous. No. I came here, looking for Goddess Hestia. I'm Hestia, she exclaimed while patting her chest. Big mistake, because her watermelons bounced like church bells at a festival. I reflexively looked away, feeling a bit awkward. Oh, my name's Kane, I said nervously. I just arrived in Orario. I'm looking for a familia, and, yeah, I found this place. Hestia stared at me for a few seconds. Her eyes narrowed, as if analyzing. Then she smiled. You look honest. Though kinda naive. Thanks. She walked out of the basement, then sat on a rickety wooden chair near the wall. So, Kane, she said while crossing her little legs. You wanna join my familia? I hesitated for a moment. Can I ask first, are there other members? Her expression changed instantly. From cheerful to somewhat gloomy, like a flame that suddenly dimmed. Not yet, she said quietly. I'm still alone. I looked at her face. Her gaze dropped, the smile that had bloomed earlier now fading. Even her hands that were active before now lay still in her lap. As if she'd heard that question 1,000 times. They say I'm too poor. Don't have a base. Don't have reputation. Don't have appeal. You have. I almost said watermelons, but I saved my social life and held back. Presence, I said. You're a goddess. That's enough. She laughed softly, bitterly. Presence isn't enough in this city. Adventurers want power, facilities, and money. I only have good intentions and enthusiasm. But intentions can't fill stomachs, can they? I stayed quiet. It felt like watching someone who's trying hard, but the world keeps rejecting them. And it felt familiar. So, she asked softly. Still wanna be an adventurer from a poor familia like mine? I looked at her. Then nodded. How she currently had no choice, only the Hestia Familia could accept her. If it's just you, I don't mind. Besides, after being rejected by almost all the gods, I think it's time I tried something that doesn't make sense. Her eyes widened. Are you serious? I nodded again. Yeah. Suddenly, she jumped from her chair. Yes. She shrieked, jumping around like a kid who just got candy, even managed to crash into a small table that immediately collapsed without resistance. She ran toward me, hugging me, or more accurately, crashing into me with those watermelons. I almost choked on my own breath. Thank you, Kane. Thank you. You don't know how long I've been waiting for this. I am also happy. I answered, half suffocated. She let me go, then grabbed my hand. Come on. Come on. Let's start the Falna ceremony. Eh? Now. Of course. You're my first adventurer. I've prepared everything. She brought me to her basement. A small, warm room, a bit stuffy but clean. In the middle were a bed and table. The scent of old wood greeted me. I slowly took off my shirt and lay face down on the bed as instructed. I heard Hestia clear her throat softly. Okay. I'm starting now. Her hand touched my back. It felt warm. Like there was a gentle flow of energy seeping into my skin. Then something started forming there. A system. An identity. I was part of this world now. Done, she said cheerfully. I sat up, and she handed me my status on a piece of paper. Status panel level, 1 Familia, Hestia Familia ability strength, I0 endurance, I0 dexterity, I0 agility, I0 magic, I0 development abilities non-skill survivor's instinct type, passive skill effect, provides a small boost to danger detection abilities and reactions to threatening situations. Effect increases with life or death experiences. Description, a skill that appears simple for survival, but holds great potential when honed through extreme experiences. I stared at the paper. Survivor's instinct, huh? I didn't know whether to be proud or feel mocked by this world's system. But honestly, this skill felt very me. Very human. Not spectacular, but important. If I use it well, this could be a lifesaver. Good, right? Asked Hestia proudly, as if she'd created the skill herself. I nodded. Yeah. This is really useful. We sat for a while on the bed. Hestia looked at me with sparkling eyes, and for a moment, I could see genuine hope in her gaze. Not just because she got a member, but because she could share her life with someone. Finally. Thank you, Kane, she said softly. I smiled. And thank you for accepting me. I suddenly remembered I had to register at the guild after getting a familia. Now. I have to go to the guild. Report my registration. She nodded quickly. Yes. Don't forget to bring your status. And, be careful on the way. I put my shirt back on, then stood up. I looked at Hestia for a moment before stepping outside. Outside, the sky was already dark. The city lights were starting to turn on. And I, for the first time since coming to this world, felt like I had a home. Even though I also had a pen in the village, I mean, a house. But somehow, it felt different. Pushing away the disturbing thoughts, I walked toward the guild. Chapter 4, Chapter 4, Chapter 4, Official Adventurer, who's broke AF, Orario City, Adventurers Guild. I'm sitting in this plush chair inside the guild, right across from a woman who's basically carved out a permanent spot in the most organized part of a lot of adventurers' lives. The couch in this consultation room is actually pretty comfy, way more comfortable than my bed back in the village, which was basically a thin mattress on the floor of a crappy house. I kinda wanna hug the cushions and be like, I'll come back to you. Ina Tool sitting across the table, holding documents and a pen, staring at me like she's calculating the odds of me dying in the next 3 days. Or 2. Depends on how unlucky I am today. Kane, right, she says, raising an eyebrow. You came here this morning, didn't you? I nod. Yeah. Just got to Orario and came straight to the guild. She squints, kinda confused. I thought you'd come back with a disappointed face after seeing the familia list and getting rejected by everyone. But, turns out you actually succeeded. I give a little smirk, trying to sound casual. Well, after getting rejected by basically every big name. I met one who didn't reject me. Ina's expression shifts a bit. Don't tell me. Hestia-sama. I nod slowly. She lives in that old church near the west side of town, right? Ina mutters, more to herself. I know her. New goddess who came down not too long ago. Pretty, unique. But, kind-hearted. I stay quiet, not gonna argue with that. Unique is definitely a very polite way to describe Hestia. I know a lot of newbie adventurers who avoid her, Ina continues, her voice gentle but clear. But it's not because she's bad. It's just because she doesn't have any facilities. I smile crookedly. Well then, we're perfect for each other. 'Cause I don't have anything either. Her smile grows a little. Maybe there's some sympathy there. Or maybe a bit of respect? All right, she says, straightening up. Let's start the registration as an official adventurer. She opens this big folder on her desk and pulls out some forms. Full name. Kane. Just Kane. Age. 17. Status. I hand over the paper from Hestia showing my first Falna status. She glances at it, nods, and starts writing quickly. Handing over the status paper proves I've joined a familia, and obviously Goddess Hestia was careful, so she erased the skill section on the paper. Obviously Goddess Hestia doesn't want people knowing about her skills. After all, skills are an adventurer's secret. Congratulations on becoming an official adventurer, Kane, she says in a formal tone. From now on, you'll be registered in the guild system and receive missions and payments according to the quests you take. Thanks, I say, half nervous, half proud. And like switching on seminar speaker mode, Ina immediately takes over the conversation. I know you're a beginner, she says, so let me explain the most important thing first. The dungeon isn't a playground. I nod quickly. Lots of beginners think they can just walk in, kill monsters, and walk out with pockets full of Valis. But the reality is, monsters in the dungeon are seriously dangerous. If you let your guard down even for 1 second, you could lose your life. I swallow hard, but keep listening carefully. They pop out of walls, from the floor, even from the ceiling. And they won't wait for you to finish swinging your sword. They attack. Constantly. You have to be alert at all times. Ina keeps explaining, the floor system in the dungeon, dangers of monster nests, importance of getting out before night if you're not strong enough, difference between drop items and magic stones, and of course, don't get cocky just because you can beat a goblin. I'm taking notes of everything in my head. Seriously. This might be the lesson of my life. Usually in anime, newbie adventurers go into dungeons and die because they're careless. I don't wanna be a victim of episode 1. Kane, she says seriously, I'm glad you're listening. Most beginners just nod and then leave with stupid grins. I smile a little. I think. I know I'm not amazing. That's why I have to learn more seriously. Ina stares at me for a moment, then smiles. This time it's genuine. You'll last a long time if you stay like this. I hold my breath. Words like that from someone like her, kinda touches my heart. After the intensive session full of information and veiled death threats, I raise my hand. Can I ask something? Sure. Does the guild provide beginner equipment? Ina looks at me, then at my shabby clothes and the old wooden sword on my back. You don't have anything, do you? I nod slowly. I'm from a village. There, the economic system is still barter. We trade rice for fish, wood for eggs, stuff like that. And here, we use valise. Yup. And I don't have any valise. My stomach rumbles right on cue like a sad drum. And you haven't eaten. I laugh a little. Last time I ate, yesterday afternoon. And that was just stale bread. My provisions ran out on the road. Ina sighs. Of course the guild has a beginner equipment program. But, it's not free aid. It's a loan. It'll be deducted from your earnings later. I nod quickly. No problem. I've been ready to live poor for a long time. As long as I'm not naked and starving. She gets up from her chair and goes into the back room. Soon after, she comes back carrying a set of equipment, simple leather armor, a thin steel sword, and a small bag with a potion bottle. This is basic gear. Won't make you strong, but at least you won't die immediately. I accept it carefully like it's treasure. Thank you so much, Ina-san. I'll pay it back, with valise. She smiles, a bit amused. You're more polite than other newbie adventurers. I stand up and bow politely. I'll come back after completing my first mission. As I turn to leave, she adds, and Kane, be careful in the dungeon. I look back and smile. I'll treat the dungeon like my mother-in-law. Cautious and polite, but ready to run if things get threatening. She laughs a little. You're really funny. I leave the guild with light steps. Not because I'm super excited, but because my stomach's too hungry to walk heavily. Along the way, magic lamps are starting to light up. Food vendors are setting up their stalls, grilled meat, stuffed bread, hot soup whose aroma stabs straight into my soul. I swallow hard. My stomach sounds like a crying kitten. My eyes are glued to a piece of grilled meat slowly rotating over a fire. Oil dripping, the aroma like a devil's whisper. No. I turn away. Walk away. Hug my bag of new equipment like a baby. I have to endure. I'm seriously broke, I whisper. No answer. Even my stomach's too weak to growl. My steps are shaky. But I keep walking. Toward the old church. The thin bed awaits me. And maybe, a bowl of warm soup from the tiny goddess who's now my family. Maybe. If she didn't eat it all first. I can only pray that goddess Hestia prepared food for her. Wait, that doesn't make sense. I mean, I can only pray that goddess Hestia prepared food for us. Chapter 5, Chapter 5 Chapter 5, The Eyes of a Consultant POV. And I watched Kane's back as he walked away from the guild, carrying the beginner gear I'd just lent him. There was something different about this new adventurer, a kind of honesty that's rare among the glory seekers who usually come to my desk. Most rookie adventurers show up with sparkling eyes, heads full of fantasies about wealth and fame. They think the dungeon's like some gold mine just waiting to be dug up. But Kane, he didn't even try to hide how helpless he was. Actually admitted it with this kind of sad laugh. Poor and honest, I muttered while organizing his paperwork. That's a rare combo. I went back to my desk, but my mind was still stuck on our conversation earlier. The way he listened carefully to every word of my warnings, how he didn't interrupt with arrogant questions about when can I go to the lower floors or how long until I'm strong like high-level adventurers. Most beginners treat safety advice like it's boring stuff. They want to know quick strategies, shortcuts, or secret techniques. But Kane actually asked about the beginner equipment program. Practical. Realistic. Ina-chan. I looked up. Miss Ho was jogging over to me with this big smile. I saw you with that new adventurer earlier. The brown-haired guy in shabby clothes. Who's he? Kane, I answered briefly. Just joined Hestia Familia. Miss Ha's eyes went wide. Hestia Familia? The goddess who lives in that old church. I nodded. Why? Is there a problem? No, no. Miss Ha put both hands up. It's super rare for anyone to wanna join her familia. I mean, Hestia-sama's really nice, but she doesn't have any facilities, I continued. I know. Miss Ha sat down in the chair next to my desk. You know, a few months ago there was this adventurer who tried joining her. But after he saw the condition of the church, he just left. I rolled my eyes. Of course. People want instant results without the struggle. But that adventurer earlier. Kane, right? He seemed different. I stopped writing and looked at Miss Ha. What do you mean? He didn't look greedy. Even his appearance was super simple. And earlier when he left the guild, he stopped in front of this food vendor. I thought he was gonna buy something, but he just kept walking with this sad expression. This weird feeling bubbled up in my chest. Pity. Or sympathy. He said he hasn't eaten since yesterday afternoon, I said quietly. Miss Ha went silent for a moment. Wow, that's really rough. I looked out the guild window. The sun was starting to set, and the magic lamps were beginning to light up along the street. Food vendors were already starting to prep their evening dishes. The smell of toasted bread and warm soup drifted faintly through the air. Ina-chan. Miss Ha was looking at me with this curious expression. You thinking about something? No, I answered quickly. But that lie felt awkward on my tongue. Miss Ha smiled. You're worried about that new adventurer, aren't you? Of course I'm worried, I said, trying to sound professional. That's part of my job as an advisor. Making sure adventurers don't die from stupid mistakes. But this is different, Miss Ha teased. Usually you only worry once they've entered the dungeon. This is just day one and you're already that's enough, Miss Ha. She laughed softly, but didn't continue her teasing. We went back to work in silence, each finishing up administrative documents. But my mind kept wandering. I remembered Kane's face when he accepted the beginner equipment. Not an arrogant expression or overconfidence. But grateful. Like that shabby leather armor and thin steel sword were the greatest gifts in his life. When was the last time I saw an adventurer act like that? Most of them come with high expectations. They want high-quality armor, mithril weapons, or at least gear that's not embarrassing. But Kane, he accepted whatever he could get. Ina-chan, Miss Ha tapped my shoulder. You're spacing out again. I shook my head quickly. Sorry. Just thinking about tomorrow's work schedule. Really? Miss Ha grinned. Or thinking about that new adventurer. I stared at her with a flat expression. Miss Ha, you know I don't relax. She raised her hands. I'm just kidding. But, seriously, Ina-chan. I rarely see you this worried about a new adventurer. I let out a long sigh. Maybe because, he reminds me of myself. What do you mean? When I first started working at the guild. I didn't know anything either. Scared, nervous, but trying hard not to look stupid. The difference is, I had decent housing and food on the table. Miss Ha went quiet. Her expression turned more serious. You're really worried he won't make it, huh? The statistics aren't good, I said while opening my notes. Rookie adventurers without strong familia support have a 40% death rate in their first month. Especially those who start without capital, without connections, and without experienced mentors. But he's got Hestia-sama. Hestia-sama's a new goddess. She's kind-hearted, but doesn't have experience guiding adventurers. And more importantly, Doesn't have the resources to help if there's an emergency. Miss He nodded slowly. So, you gonna do something? I looked at her. What can I do? My job's just giving advice and processing paperwork. Nothing more. But you care. Of course I care. I care about all the adventurers registered with the guild. This is different and you know it. I went quiet. Miss He was right, but I didn't want to admit it. There was something about Kane that made me connected. Maybe because of his honesty. Maybe because he wasn't trying to be someone he wasn't. Or maybe because I saw shadows of my past self in him. All right, I said finally. Maybe I'll keep a closer eye on him. Make sure he doesn't make any fatal mistakes. Miss He smiled. That's what I like about you, Ina-chan. You never give up on people who really need help. I rolled my eyes, but couldn't hide a small smile. Don't be so dramatic, Miss He. How about tomorrow you check on his condition? Maybe give him some extra tips. I'll see. I went back to my documents. If he comes in for a report after his first exploration. And if he doesn't come. I stopped writing. That question made my chest feel tight. If Kane didn't come, it could mean two things. He gave up and went back to his village, or he'll come, I said confidently. He's not the type to give up easily. Miss He nodded. I hope you're right. We continued working until the guild closed. While getting ready to leave, I glanced toward the window. Night had already fallen, and the streets were starting to empty. Food vendors were already beginning to pack up their wares. I wondered if Kane had eaten dinner. Whether Hestia-sama had enough food for both of them. Whether he was already asleep, or still awake from worrying about tomorrow. Ina-chan, Miss He called to me. Let's go home. Yeah, just a sec. I grabbed my coat and got ready to leave. But before leaving my desk, I looked at Kane's file one more time. His ID photo was right there, a young face with honest eyes and a simple smile. Good luck, I whispered. Tomorrow, I'll be waiting for him to come with his first exploration report. And I'll make sure he doesn't make mistakes that could end his life. Chapter 6, Chapter 6 Chapter 6, The home called church. The night sky over Orario was getting completely dark when I walked back along the stone path to the place that I don't know when exactly, but I'd started thinking of as home. The old church was still the same as this morning, cracked here and there, some of the roof tiles definitely gonna collapse during the next heavy rain, and the sound of wind sneaking through the window gaps was already like the background music from some cheap horror movie. But I don't know why. I was smiling. My steps felt light, even though my stomach was like an empty train rolling over rusty rails without any oil. Maybe because this was the first time I had a place to come back to, where someone was waiting for me. I pushed open the church door that wasn't locked. Honestly, who'd even want to steal from a place like this, and stepped inside. The main room was dim, only lit by a few candles that were almost burned out in the corner by the altar. Goddess Hestia. I called out softly, my voice a bit hoarse from the night air. No answer. Maybe she's downstairs. I slowly went down to the basement room where she lived, and halfway there, the smell of something stopped me in my tracks. Food. Not the smell of stale bread or watery soup. This was roasted chicken, boiled potatoes, sautéed mushrooms. There was even something sweet. Was that apple pie? My walking turned into half running. As soon as I got to that narrow but warm basement room, my eyes went wide. In the middle of the room, on top of a small wooden table that looked like it'd been scrubbed clean, there was a little feast laid out. Not a noble's feast, obviously, but for a broke goddess and one follower, this was like a royal banquet. What? I mumbled, my mouth almost hanging open. Oh. Kane-kun, that cheerful voice greeted me from the other side of the room. Hestia appeared with a big smile. wearing a small cream-colored apron that I had no idea where she got. Her black hair was tied up like usual, and her expression was bright, almost glowing like a magic lamp that just got new batteries. "You're home," she said while doing a little run toward me, then stopped right in front of me with her hands on her hips, proud like a cat showing off a mouse it caught. "Tay-dat." I was still staring at the table. All this. For you." I quickly turned to her. "For me?" "Yup," she said while raising her hands and spinning once. "It's a welcome party. 'Cause Kane-kun's officially a member of my familia now. Hee, pretty cool, right? I cooked everything myself. Even though I cut my finger 3 times, and I almost burned down the kitchen, but I did it." I was stunned. During my walk back, I'd been imagining there'd be food, but this much? I didn't even have a single penny. I stepped closer, looking at those simple but heavenly smelling dishes. "But, where'd you get all this? I mean, the ingredients." Hestia's face dropped a little, but she was still smiling. "Well, my savings, the last of it, it's gone." "Goddess." "It's okay," she said quickly, then pointed at the food again. "I can't help Kane-kun with a lot of things, don't have a nice headquarters, don't have training facilities, don't have a weapon collection, don't even have a private bathroom. But, at least I can cook. And, welcome you warmly." I went quiet. My heart felt like it was being squeezed. Not because I was sad, but, warm. Maybe no one had ever sacrificed their last savings before, just to make me feel accepted. "Thank you," I finally said, quietly. Hestia smiled, this time more gently. "Don't cry, okay? You'll just get even hungrier." We sat down and started eating. And, oh my god, it was the best food I'd eaten since coming to this world. Made me wanna cry. Even the chicken that was a little burnt on the edges tasted like it was made by some royal chef. The boiled potatoes were soft, seasoned just right. The apple pie, even though the crust was kinda hard on the west side, was sweet and fragrant. "I, seriously haven't eaten anything this good," I said with my mouth full. Hestia smiled smugly. "Well duh. This was cooked with a goddess's love, you know." I nodded quickly. "I can totally feel the love. Don't say stuff like that out of nowhere, I might actually fall for you." Hestia held her cheeks while swaying back and forth. I choked. Hestia laughed, almost falling off her chair. We spent the night chatting about light stuff, about my first day, about the guild, about the armor I got. Hestia laughed when I told her I was so broke I hadn't eaten since morning. "I know how that feels," she said. "I once lived off grass soup for 3 days. That sounds sadder than I imagined. But I boiled the grass with holy water. So it tasted, sad, but holy." Our laughter mixed together, and for the first time, I felt, not alone. Since coming to this world. Time passed quickly. The food was finished, dishes were washed, by me, because Hestia said, "I'm a goddess and I cooked food for you, you expect me to do dishes too," and finally we went to sleep. Her on the bed in the room. Me on the purple-colored sofa, just one step away. The room was too small for social distancing. But I was too full to care. And too peaceful, to be scared about tomorrow. Really early in the morning, I woke up. Still dark. Maybe 5 o'clock. My eyes opened slowly, then went wide when I realized there was something warm and soft pressed against my body. My nose caught a sweet scent, fresh, like flowers and soap, and a little, apple. I looked down slowly and almost had a heart attack. Hestia was sleeping on top of me. More specifically, her small body was perched on my stomach, with her head resting on my chest. Her arms were hugging tight, and her breathing was steady, peaceful. Her face looked serene. tiny, and beautiful. I froze. What kind of situation is this? Panicked thoughts were spinning. I'd never been close to a girl before. Even in my previous life I'd never dated, kissed, or been close to a girl. Let alone sleeping together. I slowly, very slowly, shifted my body to the side, like a pirate trying to steal treasure from a dragon's lair without waking it up. After a 10-minute struggle full of sweat and prayers, I managed to get up. Thinking about my single self from my previous life, somehow I felt embarrassed. Hestia kept sleeping, unaware that she'd triggered a mild heart attack. I took a deep breath. Then replaced that breath with, push UPS. 1 hour of morning exercise. Jogging around the church, push UPS, sit UPS, and some stretching. Back in the village, my body had been trained since I was little. My biological alarm was strong. Morning was the best time to greet the world. After bathing at the well out back, which was cold like a curse from an ice god, I put on the leather armor the guild gave me, tied my sword to my waist, and checked my equipment. Hestia was still sleeping when I went back inside. Her breathing was calm, the blanket kinda thrown to the side, her hair a little messy but still charming. She was even snoring softly. I smiled a little. Thank you, goddess. I'll try my hardest. With quiet steps so I wouldn't wake her up, I walked out of the church. Orario's morning air greeted me. Cold, fresh, and full of possibilities. My first day in the dungeon was about to begin. And I was, a little nervous with a little anticipation. After all, this was the first time I'd be entering a dungeon that I used to only see through my phone. Chapter 7, Chapter 7 Chapter 7, First Steps in the Dungeon. Orario in the morning is like this miracle that you can't really put into words. The clock showed a little past 6 when I left the old church. My body felt light after working out and taking a shower, even though that well water was seriously stabbing cold like hugging snow directly. But now, as I'm walking down these stone streets, the cold air feels like breathing itself. How do I put it? Way better than the world from my previous life. My steps are slow, not cause I'm lazy, but because I wanna enjoy the morning air. The streets are starting to come alive, even though the sun isn't fully up yet. Merchants are opening their stalls, some showing off bread, smoked meat, cheap potions, and weird stuff like broken rings and monster bones that supposedly have special properties. Some of them are already yelling their heads off trying to sell their goods, competing with the aroma of morning cooking that's torturing my stomach. In the middle of all that chaos, I'm starting to realize one thing: Orario isn't just a human city. A big-chested Amazon with this confident smile walks past me while chatting cheerfully with some short dwarf carrying an axe on his shoulder. A werewolf guy with sharp ears is negotiating potion prices with a shopkeeper who, I'm pretty sure, is a gnome. And then my eyes meet an elf. My steps just stop. Her face is so smooth and calm, like the surface of a lake on a windless night. Pale white skin, emerald green eyes, long blonde hair falling like a waterfall from heaven. She's wearing simple but elegant clothes, and the way she walks, it's like the world adjusts its tempo just for her. The elves here are way prettier than women from my previous life. I swallow hard. She's so beautiful, but for some reason, Goddess Hestia's image keeps popping up in my head. Her laugh, the way she talks. For some reason I can't compare them. That thought just came out of nowhere. And like getting slapped by reality, I shake my head quickly, brushing away pointless fantasies. Focus, Kane. Focus. You're going to the dungeon, not hunting for a life partner. With one long breath, I start walking again. The trip from the church to the dungeon takes a few minutes of fast walking. But honestly, when you're walking in a city like this, time just evaporates. Tall buildings, magic lamps hanging on iron poles, colorful name boards. Orario feels like a place that could swallow you alive if you don't know where you're going. But I feel weird, why didn't I get lost? You know Orario is super complicated, full of twists and turns. But somehow I didn't get lost even though I haven't been in Orario for long. Am I talented at being an adventurer? Thinking about that just makes me more confused. I brush that thought away. This isn't the time to question weird stuff. And finally, I get there. The Tower of Babel - dungeon entrance. It's shaped like a huge stone dome. High ceiling, towering pillars, and in the middle, a big hole about 10 meters in diameter, gaping like the mouth of the world itself. The walls around it are painted with this soothing light blue color, depicting a beautiful sky totally contrasting with the reality that this hole leads to underground hell. I stare into it. Dark. Deep. Can't hear anything except the whisper of wind slowly descending. But there's something in there, something calling, like the world's heartbeat pulsing slowly. My footsteps carry me to one of 4 doors at the base of the tower, then down through a spiral staircase that circles around a big hole in the ground. Then I go down. Floor 1. The walls are light blue. Not scary, actually pretty calming. The floor is flat and damp. Natural magic light from the ceiling gives off dim lighting, enough to see a few meters ahead. And I'm not alone. Even though it's still morning, there are already lots of newbie adventurers like me. Some look like they're fighting goblins, small green-skinned monsters with faces like rotten tomatoes. Some are nervous, some are so excited they're going berserk. One adventurer falls down, his sword flies away, and he almost gets clawed before his friend comes to save him. I watch that scene. Okay. This is real. This isn't training anymore. I walk deeper, keeping my distance from other adventurers. Not because I'm arrogant, but I want to test myself. I've been training for years. Now it's time to see the results. Doesn't take long to find one. Goblin. Alone. About 4 feet tall, sharp teeth like a saw, glowing red eyes. It stares at me and screams a hoarse voice that's not more threatening than the neighbor's chicken with a sore throat. I draw my sword. Let's see if all that training paid off. I move forward slowly, then when the goblin jumps, I duck and spin my body. My sword swings from bottom to top crick. The goblin gets split from shoulder to waist. Its body explodes into ash particles and a magic stone falls to the ground. I smile a little. But only for a second. Because coldness creeps up my spine. Without thinking, I jump to the side and sharp claws whiz past where I was standing before, leaving marks on the stone wall. A kobold. Taller than a goblin. Skinny. Grayish blue skin. Big fangs. And a stare like a starving wolf. My reflexes just now. There's something in my chest that's throbbing, not my heart, but more like a voice whispering in my mind, back off. Now. I realize. My skill is active. Survivor's instinct, and I'm grateful. If I hadn't listened to that instinct, I wouldn't have enough time to regret it. The kobold attacks fast, its claws swinging like a scythe. But my body's already moving. I parry once, twice, then thrust straight toward its chest. Another magic stone falls. I stand up, catching my breath. Okay, this isn't a game. Honestly, I don't feel scared when fighting monsters, just a little nervous. Maybe because I trust my sword skills. Picking up the magic stone, I continue looking for monsters to kill. A few hours pass. I don't know exactly what time it is now. The dungeon doesn't have a sun. But my body already feels tired. I fought several goblins. 1 or 2 kobolds. Last one 2 kobolds at once. Even though my body's strong from working out, I'm still in the regular human category. Body armor and sword feel heavy for me now as just a regular human. That fight made me realize. Years of training really helped me. My sword technique is pretty good. But real monsters move wildly. They don't follow rules. They attack from unexpected places, scream, jump, sneak from dark corners. I can survive because of experience, and because my skill gives warnings almost like sharp intuition. And now, I'm hungry. Really hungry. My stomach's rumbling, and my knees feel a little shaky. I haven't eaten since last night's party. And all that energy from the roasted chicken, burned out a long time ago. I pick up the last magic stone from the kobold that's now lying as ash, then take a long breath. Enough for today. I start walking toward the exit, going through several corridors while staying alert. In the distance, I see two other newbies maybe my age struggling against one goblin. They look panicked, but not reckless. They remind me of myself this morning. We exchange glances. They nod slightly, and I nod back. Fellow newbies. We're all fighting to live. Finally, light from the entrance starts showing in the distance. Wind from the surface feels like it's seeping through my pores, welcoming me like a hug from the world full of light. For some reason, after getting out of the dungeon, relief washes over me. That's because being inside the dungeon made me feel uncomfortable. Probably because it's my first time entering the dungeon, so my body needs time to adapt. Chapter 8, Chapter 8, Chapter 8, Valis, my stomach, and a consultant. The second I stepped out of the dungeon, light hit me like a truck, bright, blinding, and almost cruel. I reflexively threw my hand up to shield my face from the sunlight that was basically attacking my retinas like some vengeful fireball. After spending hours in the damp darkness of the dungeon, the sun felt like high-level magic trying to turn my skin into barbecue. Ugh. Orario, too bright, I mumbled. I stood there for a moment in front of the Tower of Babel entrance, where the dungeon lurked underneath. The building shot up like a giant nail piercing the blue sky, fancy and massive, a total contrast to the stone corridors below that were packed with goblins, kobolds, and the smell of sweat. My stomach rumbled like a hungry little monster throwing a tantrum. Oh, right. I hadn't eaten. First, exchange magic stones. Second, eat. Third, if I had time, maybe invite the goddess to eat too. Fourth, survive. The priority list of a broke adventurer. That was basically my life plan for the rest of the day. Pretty simple, but honestly, it felt like high-level military strategy. I started walking away from the tower. The streets were already busy even though it wasn't quite noon yet. Newbie and veteran adventurers were everywhere, some running, others strolling casually while chatting loudly. I'm telling you, don't go to the second floor before buying potions first. But the kobolds are tiny. Like dogs. Those are dogs that can slit your throat, idiot. Ha 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 ha. I didn't look back, just walked past them. Their conversation was just background noise. What mattered now, Valis? With Valis, I could eat. With eating, I could live. And with living, I could, well, keep living. Finally, I reached the guild building, tall, clean, with an official symbol above the entrance and activity inside like a stock market during an economic crisis. My target was clear, the exchange. The place where all this hard work turned into Valis. Where magic stones became money. The core of newbie adventurer existence. I made my way through the guild corridors and almost reached the exchange counter when Kane Kun. My steps stopped. I turned around. A woman with pointed ears I recognized was walking toward me. Her brown hair, and her hands were clutching a stack of documents. Her guild uniform looked a bit wrinkled, probably from working since morning. But her face was still calm, professional, and, well, reassuring. Ina-san. I called out. She walked quickly and stopped in front of me. I didn't expect to run into you here. Shouldn't you be in the dungeon right now? I smiled a little, then held up the small bag of magic stones. I already went down earlier. Now I'm gonna exchange these, then maybe find food before. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr Clear. Dramatic. A moment of silence. Ina froze. Several adventurers nearby immediately turned, looking for the source of the sound that just thundered like a small dragon complaining about being hungry. Yo, did you hear that just now? Where'd that come from? A monster? I thought that was a minotaur earlier. Wait, isn't that the brown-haired kid? I looked down slightly, pretending to focus on the floor tiles. Stay calm. Don't panic. Don't turn red. You're not some unstable kid. Just smile. Smile like usual. Ugh. I just want peace on the surface, I mumbled quietly, trying to sound wise even though I was clearly embarrassed. Ina covered her mouth with one hand, holding back a smile. Kane-kun, you haven't eaten since this morning, have you? Just, since morning, I said, trying to sound tough. When the reality was, yeah, embarrassing. She finally laughed softly, then said in a gentle tone, well then. I happen to want a lunch break too. How about we eat together? I looked up quickly. Huh. Her face stayed calm, her eyes friendly. I know a good place not far from here. And you need to eat? So, let's go. I thought fast. Free. Maybe. Food. Definitely. Company. Why not? I won't say no, I said with a small smile. But I need to exchange my magic stones first. Oh, of course. I also need to put these documents away upstairs. I'll come down later and we can walk together, okay? I nodded. Sounds good, Ina-san. She smiled back, then walked away. And I continued to the exchange counter. The exchange was always busy. Adventurers lined up, from newbies with fresh wounds to veterans with big backpacks full of sacks of magic stones. I waited in line for a bit, then handed over my small bag. The clerk behind the glass, a woman with glasses and an expression like eternally overcast skies, took it and started counting the stones with some kind of automatic magical scale. 1,700 valis, she said flatly, like that amount wasn't even worth mentioning. I nodded and took the money. The silver coins and some copper felt like pure gold in my hands. I'd never felt this rich. Finally, valis. My ticket to staying alive one more day. I stored my valis in the inner pocket of my shirt, then moved aside near a pillar and waited. A few minutes later, Ina appeared from the stairs. She was document-free now, and her face looked more relaxed. Done? She asked. I nodded. She laughed a little. Then let's go. We started walking out together. Our steps were casual. Behind us, some male adventurers started whispering. Hey, look at that. Ina-san, with who's that? Looks like some new kid. How'd he manage that, bro? I asked Ina-san for consultations twice, she just gave me pamphlets. How's that kid getting invited to eat? Damn, I'm spiritually jealous. I could hear all of that. And I pretended not to hear it. But somehow, I was smiling a little. Those stares pierced like needles, angry, confused, envious. I kept walking. But it was hard to hold back the smile. Somehow, I felt cool. Like a guy showing off his girlfriend in public, even though this wasn't a girlfriend. And I still hadn't eaten. I glanced at Ina. Honestly, as a half-elf, she really was beautiful. Just sitting at the same table as her would be enough to make a whole city jealous. But eating with Ina made me think of Hestia. That tiny goddess was too good to me. If I didn't repay her as well as I could, I wouldn't be human. At least, invite her to eat too. That's a start. Chapter 9, Chapter 9 Chapter 10, POV Hestia Kane Kun. My hands feeling around the bed, or more like, this cramped sofa. Nothing. Let me try the right side. Empty. Left. Still nothing. All I found was this thin blanket that somehow slid down to the floor God knows when, and the morning air coming through that broken windows starting to sting my skin like it's being tickled by fine feathers, so annoying. HMMH. Kane Kun, don't go far, My mouth's mumbling random stuff while my hair's all messy like seaweed that's gone on strike. Some strands even got in my mouth. Getting a taste of your own hair first thing in the morning is not pleasant. With one lazy movement, I opened my eyes. The light from the window was blinding. I winced while rubbing my eyes and puffing out my cheeks. Something's weird. Shouldn't Kale Kun be here? But now, it's empty. Silent. Quiet. Kane Kun. I sat up, my hair hanging down on both sides of my face. I called again, nobody answered. No, yeah, Hestia, or I'm here, or good morning, Hestia. Silence. My half-closed eyes immediately shot wide open. I got up from the sofa, yawned once new, and scratched my head. With zombie-like steps I walked toward the bed, planning to go back to sleep. Maybe, he's out buying something. Or he's training, right? But then, my eyes caught the wall clock hanging crooked like my luck. The numbers showed 11:15. I froze. My body went stiff like a statue. My brain blanked out for 3 seconds. Then, my scream bounced around the empty church. The birds that usually perched on the roof immediately fled in panic because they got startled by the loud noise. I overslept? Usually I wake up at 10. I woke up past 11? 1 hour? 1 whole hour, Hestia. No. This is bad. This is worse than when I had nothing to do for 2 days. In panic I tied up my hair, it's like my daily ritual. But since my hands were shaking from panic, my tie slipped and hit my ear instead. I bit one ribbon, then quickly tied my black hair up like a ponytail. Even though it's a bit messy, whatever. As long as it looks decent. Cold sweat ran down my temples. My brain started imagining terrible things. Kane Kun, maybe he ran away. He probably realized that I'm just a lazy, poor goddess living in a run-down church with a leaky roof when it rains. He knows I don't have anything. I can't give him armor. There's no trainer either. Heck. I even borrow money from my friend just to eat. My eyes widened. No. Kane Kun, he wouldn't leave me, right? My hand immediately moved to open the church's front door and whoosh, I ran as fast as the wind. I ran around district after district. Like looking for a pet cat that escaped, I looked left, right, up at the rooftops, down under merchants' stalls. Kane Kun. Kale Kun. I searched around the Tower of Babel, the market, even took a peek toward the alley where adventurers usually buy cheap potions. But, nothing. Kale Kun wasn't anywhere. My steps started getting weak. My breathing was ragged. My heart was beating fast. Not because I was tired, but because I was scared. Tears started welling up in my eyes. I stood at the side of the road. People walked by. Nobody cared about the little goddess who looked like a kid who just lost her allowance money. Am I being left behind again? I held the blue ribbon on my chest. My heart felt heavy. I just got a family. But now, am I being abandoned again? I'm alone. Alone, and always alone. And Kale Kun, he was the first person to accept my falna after so long. The first person to sit with me. Eat with me. Sleep under the same roof as me. Don't go, please, don't leave me too. Right when my steps started moving away in gloom, I heard a familiar voice. I'll pay for it myself later, Ina-san. I promise. I have my own money now. I quickly turned around. My eyes widened. That voice. Kane-kun. My voice came out loud, really loud. People immediately looked over. And I didn't care. Because over there, Kale-kun was standing. With a woman. Brown hair. Pointed ears. Guild uniform. Ina. I remember her. An adventurer consultant at the guild. Someone who tends to be too serious sometimes. But I didn't care about that woman right now. All I could see was Kane-kun. I immediately ran. Dust flew behind me. My steps were fast as possible. Kane-kyuyun. Kale turned around. His eyes went wide when he saw me. Hestia go didn't finish. I immediately jumped. But yaa. My body crashed into his. And we both boom. Fell to the ground. He got knocked backward, sweeping the air. I crashed into him like a living bowling ball. I didn't care about people's stares. Didn't care about the laughter or snide comments. I just wanted to hug him. Because he didn't leave. Because he's still here. Kane-kun. Kane-kun. I hugged his neck tight, pressing my face to his chest. Tears had already spilled and I rubbed my head against his chest like a kitten that just found its mother again. Don't leave me, don't leave me. I woke up and you weren't there, and I thought you left, and I was scared. Kale went silent. His body was stiff. Maybe, because my whole body's clinging to him. But I don't care. Kane-kun's mean. Didn't leave a note. Didn't wake me up. You think I wouldn't worry, huh? Whispered voices could be heard from around us. Is that goddess Hestia? Look, she's hugging her adventurer in public. That's the new kid who was with Ina-san earlier, right? Lucky bastard. I wanna be in his position. Why's she hugging that kid? Dating. Secret marriage. The guild should make rules against PDA in public areas. I could only hug Kane-kun tighter. Because now. I know. He didn't leave. I'm relieved. Even though my tears haven't stopped, my heart's already at peace. Thank God Kane-kun didn't abandon me. Chapter 10, Chapter 10 Chapter 10, Two goddesses and one bowl of rice. Right when Hestia was still rolling her face around on my chest like some overly active clingy cat, whispers around us started getting clearer. Wait, is that seriously goddess Hestia? Why's she hugging that kid? Dating. Secret marriage. The guild should make rules against PDA in public areas. I could hear all of it. And honestly, I was still pretty stunned too. Hestia. Goddess Hestia. The goddess from heaven with eternal cuteness, was clinging to my body like, well, a human body pillow. But finally, whether it was because she heard those whispers or her consciousness came back from Tearland, Hestia started letting go of her hug with awkward movements. You. She pulled back with red cheeks and started wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes. Her hair was still a bit messy, and her blue ribbon had slipped down to her shoulder. But still, somehow, she looked stunning. I slowly sat up too, then stood up, patting my pants to brush off the dust. Just when I was about to say something. Why didn't you wake me up this morning, huh? Hestia had already attacked first with a tone that was half angry, half demanding, and 100% adorable. I raised both hands, trying to defend myself from this little storm. I saw the goddess sleeping peacefully, so I couldn't bear to wake you up. She glared at me for a moment. Okay, that wasn't enough. Then, for some reason, my mouth moved on its own. Besides, Goddess Hestia looked really beautiful when she was sleeping. The voices around me immediately went silent, including myself. Why did I say that? Hestia immediately turned her face away quickly, but I could see her face turned red instantly. Don't you think I'm gonna be happy just cause you said that, she said while looking down, still not looking at me. I could hear her whispering softly. Really, did I look pretty when I was sleeping? Then, suddenly her expression changed. Her eyes sharpened toward the left. Toward Ina. Hestia pointed at her with a sharp index finger like she was exorcising a demon. And you? Pointy ears. What's the deal with you walking around with Kane-kun? Ina stayed calm, but I could see her eyebrow raise slightly. Good afternoon, Goddess Hestia, Ina said with a professional smile. I know you. You work at the guild, right? Why are you with Kane-kun, huh? Shouldn't you be working? Yeah, working. That's because. I quickly stepped forward and raised my hand like a school kid caught skipping class. Goddess. Don't get the wrong idea. Ina-san invited me to lunch. Hestia seemed to freeze. Her eyes blinked slowly. Then, her face immediately drooped. So, you ask someone else for food. Her voice dropped drastically. She sounded like a little kid who just got scolded for dropping a plate. Because I didn't wake up, and you were hungry, so you asked another girl for food. Oh. Hestia's face turned sad again. Seeing that, Ina quickly stepped forward. Goddess Hestia, please don't misunderstand, she said gently. Kane-kun just came back from the dungeon. He worked really hard. And he didn't ask for food. I was the one who invited him. And he has money now. Hestia quickly turned to me. You went into the dungeon? Are you hurt? Where? Let me see your hands. Your legs. Are you bleeding? She came closer quickly and started examining my body like I was an ER patient. My hands were gently twisted, my cheeks touched, my shoulders pressed. Even my shirt got pulled up a little. I am not hurt. Goddess. I'm totally fine. Seriously. After making sure I was intact and no body parts were missing, Hestia breathed a sigh of relief. Alright, but next time if you wanna go into the dungeon you gotta tell me first. I nodded. Yeah, I get it. However, her expression immediately changed again. This time, a full pouty sulking face. You were planning to eat, with a pretty girl, and didn't invite me. I originally planned to bring food home for you after we finished eating. Hestia's face got even more wrinkled. You're so mean. Shit. I had to fix the situation. With a slightly desperate tone, I immediately said, then. Goddess Hestia, wanna join us for lunch now? Hestia's face immediately brightened like clear skies after a storm. Of course. You dummy. Why not from the beginning? We finally walked together through the streets to the restaurant Ina suggested. A small but cozy eatery, with wooden benches and the tempting aroma of hot soup. During the walk, Ina walked beside me and whispered softly, it seems. Goddess Hestia really cares about you, Kane-kun. I smiled a little. She's just like that. She's a really good goddess. Ina nodded. I can see that. She might be a little emotional, but clearly, her heart is pure. Once we arrived, we sat at a corner table by the window. Me in the middle, Hestia on the right, and Ina on the left. Simple menu. Rice, meat soup, and warm bread. Hestia stared at her food, then looked at me. Kane-kun, you're paying with your money, right? I nodded. She looked at her food like she was looking at a sacred artifact. I will remember this lunch forever. I laughed a little. If you like it, we can eat here again later. We started eating. Light conversation flowed. I told stories about kobolds and goblins, about the magic stone that stuck to my finger, and about the goblin that almost made me fall because it was slippery. Hestia laughed loudly while hitting the table. Ha 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 ha. Kane-kun almost lost because of the floor? That's so ridiculous. Ina laughed softly. The dungeon always has surprises like that. After a few bites, I put down my spoon and said, after this, I'll probably go back to the dungeon. There's still plenty of time before evening. Hestia's face immediately went pale. Again? You just got home. Don't overdo it, you'll break. Don't worry. I just want more experience. Besides, I'll be careful. Hestia puffed out her cheeks. Promise, okay. Promise. After eating, we parted ways in front of the restaurant. Ina returned to the guild, with a smile and gentle wave. Take care, Kane-kun. And Goddess Hestia. Thank you, Ina-san. I waved. And now, just me and Hestia. She glared at me for a moment. Then crossed her arms. Humph. You ate with another woman. You didn't wake me up. And you didn't invite me. You know that's cruel, right? I'm still mad. I smiled tiredly. Sorry, goddess, but honestly, if I had woken you up earlier, I'm not sure you would have been that cute when sleeping. She went silent. Then, her face quickly turned red. Stupid. You sweet idiot. Wait, what was that? No. I mean she said while covering her face. I turned around while smiling, waving my hand. Well then, I'm going now, goddess. Take care of the church. As I walked away, I could hear a soft voice behind me. Don't come home late, okay, Kane-kun. I just raised my hand while continuing to walk. And behind me, Goddess Hestia stood with blushing cheeks, watching my back slowly disappear from her sight. Chapter 11, Chapter 11, Chapter 11, Two Restless Hearts, Part 1. POV. Ina. The clock on the guild wall showed 2 in the afternoon when I got back from that unusual lunch. I sat at my desk, trying to focus on the pile of documents I had to finish before work ended. Adventurer reports, registration forms, and some warning letters for familiars that broke the rules. But my mind kept wandering. Back to Kane-kun. And Goddess Hestia. I propped my chin up with my right hand, my pen spinning between my fingers. My eyes stared blankly toward the big window across the room. Goddess Hestia was so expressive, I thought, remembering how she hugged Kane-kun right in the middle of the street earlier. The way she cried, the way she hugged him, the way she scolded Kane-kun, it was all so genuine. No pretense. No formalities. Just pure emotions flowing without any filter. I was jealous. Not jealous of their relationship, but jealous of that freedom. The freedom to show your feelings without thinking about consequences or what other people might think. As guild staff, I always have to maintain my composure. Professional. Calm. Controlled. Even when a reckless adventurer shows up with serious injuries from ignoring my advice, I can't show excessive worry. But earlier I asked Kane-kun to have lunch. That's not something I usually do. Usually, I just give consultations, documents, and safety advice. Then they leave, and I continue working. But there's something about Kane-kun that's different. Maybe it's because he's so young, but his eyes don't show arrogance like most rookie adventurers. No roughness. No blind ambition to get strong fast. He's like the little brother I never had. I put down my pen and let out a long sigh. Why am I even thinking about this? Footsteps approached. I turned and saw Miss Ha walking toward me with a mischievous smile. Ina-chan, I heard you had lunch with a handsome adventurer today. I almost choked on my own saliva. Where'd you hear that? The whole guild already knows, Miss Ha said with a grin. They're saying you were with this brown-haired kid who's, pretty cute. And Goddess Hestia even hugged him in public. My face immediately got hot. That's not, we were just. Just what? Miss Ha nudged my arm. You like him, don't you? No. I answered quickly. Too quickly. Miss Ha laughed. Ina-chan, you're so easy to read. Look, your face is all red. I covered my face with both hands. Miss Ha, don't be so loud. But seriously, Ina-chan. You rarely ever invite adventurers to eat? There's gotta be a reason. I stayed quiet for a moment, still covering my face. I don't know, he's different. He's not like other adventurers who just want to get rich or famous quick. He's innocent. Genuine. Oh, Ina-chan fell for the innocent type. It's not like that. I protested, but my voice sounded unsure even to myself. Miss Ha sat on the edge of my desk. But you know, he's already got Goddess Hestia. And their relationship seems really close. I nodded slowly. I know. That's why, this is just, it's fine. Miss Ha looked at me with sympathetic eyes. Ina-chan, you can like whoever you want. But don't get hurt, okay? After Miss Ha left, I went back to staring at the pile of documents. But this time, I really tried to focus. I shouldn't be thinking too much about stuff like this. But when I opened my drawer to get a backup pen, my eyes caught something lying in the corner of the drawer. A small book. Dungeon Safety Guide for Rookie Adventurers. And suddenly, I had an idea. Tomorrow, when Kane-kun comes in for his progress report, I'll give him this book. Not because I like him, but because as a guild consultant, I have to make sure he stays safe. Yeah. That's my reason. I'm not lying to myself. Not at all. But, why are my cheeks warm like this? I laughed a little, then sighed. Kane-kun. I hope, you stay safe in the dungeon. POV Hestia. I walked home to the church with weird steps. Sometimes fast, sometimes slow, sometimes stopping completely to let out long sighs. My mind was still full of what happened earlier. Having lunch with Kane-kun and, that pointy ears. Ina. I puffed out my cheeks. She's pretty. Mature. Has a stable job. And, she can invite Kane-kun to eat without worrying about money. Meanwhile, me. I kicked a small pebble on the road. The pebble bounced and hit someone's house wall. There was a hey, from inside, but I'd already kept walking. I can't even buy Kane-kun a decent lunch, I mumbled quietly. When I got to the church, I immediately threw myself on the couch. Lying down position, staring at the ceiling full of cracks. This morning, I woke up late. Kane-kun was already gone. And I panicked. I thought he left me. Like the others. But turns out, he just went to the dungeon. Working. Looking for money. And I got suspicious that he ran away. Stupid Hestia. I slapped my own cheek lightly. But why did I panic like that? I'm a goddess. I've lived for thousands of years. I've seen many humans come and go. I shouldn't panic easily just because one person isn't home. But Kane-kun is different. He's the first one to accept my falna. He's the first one willing to live in this crappy church. He's the first one to eat with me without complaining about simple food. And he said I was pretty when sleeping. My face immediately turned red remembering that. Idiot. Why'd he say that in front of pointy ears? I rolled around on the couch, covering my face with a pillow. But, honestly, I was happy he said that. No one's ever called me pretty. Other familiars always looked down on me. They said I was a useless goddess. A goddess with no familiar members. A poor goddess. But Kane-kun, he never said that. Even when he saw this church for the first time, he didn't complain. He didn't say, "Goddess, what is this place? Why is it like a warehouse?" or "Goddess, I wanna find another familia." He accepted everything. Accepted me. Chapter 12, Chapter 12, Chapter 12, Two Restless Hearts, Part 2. POV Hestia, continued. I'm sitting on the couch, hugging a pillow. But I have to be stronger. As a goddess, I should be able to protect Kane-kun. I should be able to support him. Not become a burden instead. I need to find a way to help our familia. I get up from the couch and walk to the corner of the church. There's a small box I've hidden behind a loose brick. I pull out the box and open it. Inside, there are a few valice coins. Not much. Maybe enough for 3 days of food. But this is my secret savings. Money I've saved bit by bit from borrowing from friends, or picking up coins that fell on the street. Maybe I could buy Kane-kun something. I think for a moment. Armor. Too expensive. Weapons. He already has a sword. Potions. Maybe. Or I could cook for him. I could buy simple ingredients, then cook a delicious dinner for Kane-kun. So he won't need to eat out anymore. So he won't need to eat with other girls anymore. I nod firmly. That's a good idea. I put the money in a small pouch, then get ready to go out again. With burning enthusiasm, I leave the church. But, after a few steps, I stop again. Wait. What if I cook and fail? What if my cooking sucks and Kane-kun gets a stomachache? What if he ends up liking restaurant food better? I bite my lower lip. But I have to try. Didn't he like my cooking during the celebration night? Yeah, the food I cook should be delicious. Definitely delicious. This is for Kane-kun. For our familia. I don't want him thinking I'm a useless goddess. With new determination, I walk quickly toward the market. Today, I'm gonna prove that I can be a useful goddess for Kane-kun. Even though, honestly, I don't know where to start. Evening's approaching, and I'm still at the market. I've been standing in front of the vegetable vendor for 2 hours, trying to decide what to buy. Green onions, carrots, potatoes. I'm reading the vegetable names quietly. The seller, a plump lady with a patient smile, has asked several times what I need. "Miss, what do you want to buy? You've been standing here for a while." I want to cook for someone important. But I don't know what to buy. The lady laughs warmly. "Oh, for your boyfriend? How cute. What do you want to cook?" Boyfriend, my face immediately turns red. And no. He's a member of my familia. Familia? Oh, you're a goddess? No wonder you're so pretty. The lady nods knowingly. If it's for a familia member, then he must be an adventurer. Adventurers need nutritious food. Buy meat, rice, and these vegetables. She starts taking several vegetables and wrapping them up. This is enough to make simple soup. It's easy. Really? It's not difficult. No. Just chop everything up, put it in a pot, add water, and wait for it to cook. Easy. I nod enthusiastically. All right. I'll buy everything. After paying, almost all my savings are gone. I go to the meat shop. Same process. I'm confused. The seller takes pity on me, and I end up with meat at a price that's, well, pretty wallet draining. When I get back to the church, the sun's already starting to set. I put all the groceries on the small table, then look at them proudly. I did it. I bought all the ingredients. Now, just gotta cook. I walk to our small kitchen. Actually, this isn't really a kitchen. It's just a corner of the church with a small stove and some basic cooking utensils. I grab a pot, then wash the carrots and potatoes. Chop them up, the vegetable seller said. I start cutting the carrots. First cut, kinda big. Second cut, kinda small. Third cut, destroyed. Maybe the knife isn't sharp enough. I try again. More carefully this time. After a few minutes, I manage to cut all the vegetables. The shapes are uneven. But, at least they're cut. Next, the meat. I stare at the beef on the table. Its shape is weird. There's still fat here and there. The seller said the meat needs to be cut into small pieces. I start cutting. Chop. 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 First piece, too big. Chop. Chop. Second piece, too small. Chop. 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 Third piece, the knife gets stuck in the bone. Why is this so hard? I pull the knife hard. The knife comes loose suddenly, and splash. The meat flies into the air, then falls to the floor. I stare at the meat lying on the dusty floor. 5 seconds later. I pick up the meat, wash it clean, and continue cutting. It's fine. Still edible. After a few minutes of struggling, finally all the ingredients are ready. I turn on the stove, put the pot filled with water on it, and wait for it to boil. While waiting, I sit on the floor, looking at my handiwork. Vegetables cut unevenly. Meat cut messily. But, at least they're cut. I can definitely do this. I'm a goddess. There's no way I'd fail at making simple soup. When the water starts boiling, I put all the ingredients into the pot. Wait for it to cook, the vegetable seller said. I cover the pot and sit waiting. 5 minutes later, I open the pot lid to check. The water is murky. The meat and vegetables are floating. Seems normal. I cover it again and wait. 10 minutes later, I try tasting it. The taste is bland. No taste at all. Oh. I forgot salt. I add salt. Quite a lot. I taste it again. Now it's salty. Too salty. What do? I add water. Taste again. Now it's bland again. I add a little salt. Taste. Still bland. Add more salt. Taste. Salty again. After several attempts, I give up. I turn off the stove and stare at the pot in despair. Why is making simple soup so hard? I sit on the floor, hugging my knees. Maybe I really am a useless goddess. I can't cook. I can't help Kane-kun. I can't do anything. Meanwhile that pointy-eared girl, she can take Kane-kun to eat at nice restaurants. Tears start falling. I want to be a useful goddess for Kane-kun. Right then, I hear footsteps from outside. Goddess, I'm home. Kane-kun. I quickly stand up and wipe my eyes. Welcome home, Kane-kun. I hurriedly cover the pot and pretend to be busy cleaning up. Kane-kun enters with a tired smile. His clothes are a bit dirty, but he looks fine. Goddess, are you cooking? He asks while sniffing the air. It smells so good. Good. Really? I look toward the pot. There is an aroma, but I'm not sure if it's good or. I tried making soup for our dinner, I say quietly. Kane-kun's eyes immediately light up. Really? Goddess cooked for me. He looks so happy. Happier than when I gave him his falna for the first time. I wanted to cook something delicious for you. But I'm not sure if it tastes good. Kane-kun walks closer and gently pats my head. Whatever goddess cooks will definitely be delicious. Because it's made with love. I look at him. His brown eyes are sincere and warm. Really? Of course. I can't wait to try it. For the first time today, I smile. Maybe I can't cook perfectly. But Kane-kun will eat it. Because I made it. And that is enough for me. And I feel like a useful goddess. At least for Kane-kun. Then, let's have dinner, Kane-kun. Chapter 13, Chapter 13, Chapter 13, Height, Self-Esteem. After parting ways with Inasan and Goddess Hestia, I'm back standing in front of Babel Tower again. Back to staring at the dungeon entrance that's gaping like some giant mouth ready to swallow me whole. My stomach's full. My energy's maxed out. And, for the first time since I came to Orario, I'm feeling kinda pumped. No, not just regular pumped. I'm super pumped. My right foot steps forward first, some weird little habit I picked up from who knows where. Maybe it's just habit, maybe it's cause I'm the type of person who likes routine. Like people who have to sleep on the left side of the bed, or who always knock 3 times before entering a room. Before heading down the spiral stairs into the dungeon's depths, I glance back for a sec. The tower stretches up high, with bright sunlight bouncing off its sides. Then I shake my head. Why am I looking back? That's stupid. I dunno, somehow I suddenly started thinking about all the stuff that's happened since I got to Orario. Starting with meeting Ina and Goddess Hestia. I've only known Ina-san for 1 day. And Hestia-sama, yeah, 1 day too. Not even more than that. So why does my chest feel kinda weird? Is it cause Ina-san's too nice? She pays attention to me like I actually matter. But come on. I know it's not cause I'm special. Maybe it's cause I'm short. My height right now is 160 centimeters. I know cause I got measured back in the village when I was 16. It's been a year since then, and I don't think I haven't grown much. Damn. Ina-san's 164 centimeters if I'm not wrong. Even Bel Cranel was taller than me when he arrived in Orario. And me. Kane, the main protagonist of my own life, has to look up every time I talk to her. Maybe she feels sorry for me? Sees me as some little kid? Like a pitiful little brother lost in the big city? I sigh. What can I do about it? The bitter reality is, I really did lack daily protein. In my village, food wasn't about nutrition. What mattered was getting full. Protein. Luxury. My favorite food back then was corn porridge and salted fish. If there was a side of boiled egg, that was already a feast. Village people don't eat wheat bread, they eat rice. My growth period just passed by like that, swallowed up by salt and cheap carbs. So maybe, this is the result. Growth period passed by just like that without any height bonus. Really, depressing. I can only hope that after living in Orario my height will increase somehow, there's still hope to grow taller. I almost laugh at myself, but what comes out sounds more like an annoyed groan. And that's when a goblin appears from behind the wall. I look at that ugly goblin. The creature stares at me with its round, dark eyes while raising a long bone like a club. Wrong timing, buddy. I step forward with a flat expression. Sorry, goblin. I'm feeling sensitive today. One swing. Straight. Fast. Right at the neck. The green creature collapses and immediately turns to ash. A small magic stone drops and glitters. I pick it up. And, look for the next prey. I don't know how many goblins and kobolds I've faced. Time flies fast when your emotions are focused on one thing, venting frustration legally. Every time I see those monsters, the image of my short height immediately pops up. Inasan having to bend down a little when talking to me. Goddess Hestia who turns out to be only a few centimeters shorter than me. TCH. My sword moves faster than usual. More brutal. The kobold in front of me doesn't even get to raise its claws before its head separates from its body. Slash. 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 3 goblins trying to surround me? Done in seconds. I might look like a normal adventurer from the outside, but today, I'm a goblin slaughtering machine in the angry eyes of the goblins. Full from lunch, so energy's overflowing, I mutter while wiping sweat from my forehead. Plus, frustration. Deadly combination. Another group of kobolds appears from around the corridor corner. 5 of them. Usually I'd back up a bit, plan some strategy. But not today. Come on. I run toward them. Clang. A kobold's claw clashes with my sword. I push with full force, making the kobold stagger. Thrust. A direct stab pierces through its chest. 4 left. The second kobold jumps from the side. I spin around, my sword following my body movement like a deadly dance. Slice. 3 left. 2 kobolds attack together. I dodge left, letting them crash into each other, then attack from behind. Slash. Slash. 1 left. The last kobold seems to be getting scared. It backs away while letting out weak roars. Don't be scared, sweetheart, I say while advancing slowly. Stab. Finished. I stand in the middle of monster ashes, collecting magic stones with automatic movements. My hands move, but my mind wanders. Does Inasan really care about me? Or am I just some pitiful newbie adventurer who invites sympathy? Does Goddess Hestia, is she embarrassed to have a familia member as short as this? If it's Goddess Hestia, I feel like she's not like that, yeah not like that. However she is, she's a good goddess. Arg. Stop thinking stupid stuff. I yell into the empty corridor. My voice echoes, then disappears, swallowed by the darkness. Chapter 14, Chapter 14, Chapter 14, the smell of soup. Before I know it, several hours have passed. The sky above Orario must have already started turning orange. I walk out of the dungeon with my body slightly sweaty, clothes dirty, and a bag full of magic stones. To be exact, after exchanging them at the guild, my bag now contains 4,967 valis. I stare at that bag with a mix of pride and relief. As if wanting to say this is the money I earned on my first day after entering the dungeon. Results from morning plus afternoon hunting, I mutter while recounting. Finally. I don't have to worry about food for the next few days. An amount that's enough to make me look at the sky and say, finally. I'm not poor anymore. Well, not rich. But I won't die of starvation. For now. With a bag full of money, my steps feel light. The frustration about height's still there, but it's covered by the joy of having money. I walk toward home, at the church, where Hestia's waiting. All along the way, I imagine how Goddess Hestia's face will look when I show her this money. Maybe she'll jump for joy. Or maybe she'll cry again like this morning. Who knows? What matters is, we won't go hungry tonight. That old church looks the same as usual, old, run down, and deserted. But somehow, when I see it from a distance, my chest feels warm. Home. That word just pops up in my mind. Weird. The village where I was born never made me feel like this. Maybe 'cause there I always felt trapped. Here, even though the building's almost falling apart, I feel free. I open that old wooden door and enter quietly. The setting sun's light sneaks through window cracks, reflecting pale yellow light onto the stone floor. Goddess, I'm home. No immediate answer. But, there's an aroma. I stop walking and sniff. My nose, which usually breathes the dirty air of the dungeon, now catches something different. What? Goddess, are you cooking? I ask while sniffing again. Smells great. Does it really smell great? I'm not even sure myself. The aroma's weird. Like soup that's slightly burnt, slightly too salty, and somehow slightly sweet. There's a mix of onions that aren't fully cooked, meat that's maybe been cooked a bit too long, and spices that seem to be mixed without calculation. But somehow, the aroma makes me feel warm. I glance toward the kitchen, which is really just a small room with an old stove and ugly pots. And there stands Goddess Hestia. Her long hair's tied up quickly with a drooping ribbon, a shabby apron covers her clothes, and her face looks sweaty. There's a small stain on her cheek, whether it's flour or ash from the stove. But her eyes shine when they see me. She looks messy. But there's something about the way she stands there, with a wooden spoon in hand and an expression that's proud mixed with nervous. She's beautiful. I tried cooking soup for our dinner, she says with a slightly trembling voice. I go quiet. Then, smile wide. Really? Goddess cooked for me. Her eyes widen, then her face turns red. Yes. I mean, yes. I thought, you must be hungry. And I woke up late. So I wanted to at least do something. She straightens her shoulders proudly. I'm a goddess, you know. I can cook too. She crosses her arms, with her nose raised proudly. But I can see her hands shaking slightly. I smile even wider. Today was pretty annoying. Height problems, doubts about Inasan, frustration that I took out on poor monsters. But seeing her standing like that, with that overconfident attitude and slightly messy hair, everything feels light. Goddess. I walk closer and without thinking pat her head gently. Thank you. Her face looks surprised and starts slowly turning red and getting redder. Humph. Of course. I'm a useful goddess. I laugh a little. I'll take a bath first, okay. So I can sit nicely and wait for Goddess's famous soup. Famous, she frowns in confusion. It will be famous, I answer while walking toward the small bathroom. Behind me, I can hear her muttering, famous, hee hee. Goddess Hestia's famous soup, after bathing, I put on clean clothes. A simple shirt and cloth pants sold at a cheap price. Feels fresh after sweating in the dungeon all day. I look at my face's reflection in the cracked mirror near the door. Handsome face. Brown hair that's still wet and messy. Brown eyes that always look too honest. That's what mom back in the village used to say. Height, well, that's an old story that's still annoying. But now, I smile at that reflection. I have a place to come home to. I have someone waiting for me at home. I have a bag containing 4,967 valis that's enough to make us survive for a few days. And most importantly, I have a goddess who's willing to go through the trouble of cooking for me. Even though my height's still 160 centimeters, even though I still have to look up when talking to Inasan, today wasn't too bad. I walk to the main room and sit on the long sofa full of patches. I lean my back against the cushion that's hard and already deflated in some parts. From here, I can see Hestia busy in the kitchen. She stirs the pot with a super serious expression, her eyebrows furrowed in concentration. Her tongue sticks out slightly at the corner of her lips, a habit I find really adorable. Sometimes she stops stirring, then tastes with a small spoon. her expression keeps changing. Sometimes nodding satisfied, sometimes frowning confused, sometimes immediately adding something to the pot. Goddess of War, in the kitchen. I watch her small back, her hand movements that are hesitant but full of spirit, and her blue hair that moves every time she nods or bends down. I lean my head against the sofa, feeling pleasant tiredness spread through my whole body. The soup's aroma gets stronger. Still weird, still not perfect, but there's warmth in it. Warmth that I can't buy with money or get at any restaurant. This is the aroma of home. I feel peaceful. For the first time in my life in Orario, I feel truly relaxed. No worries about tomorrow's money, no fear of starvation, no questions about whether I'll survive or not. I have a home. I have a small family. And soon, I'll have dinner made by the goddess's own hands. The bag containing 4,967 vallis lies beside me. Proof of my hard work today. But somehow, what makes my chest warm isn't that money. What makes my chest warm is the sound of pots clanking in the kitchen, Hestia's small mutterings when she's confused, and the soup's aroma that slowly fills the entire church. I close my eyes for a moment, listening to those small sounds. And I wait. Wait patiently, with a peaceful heart, together with the aroma of food made by a goddess who's trying hard to make me happy. Height of 160 centimeters. That's not too important. I'm sure in the future my height will definitely increase, I have a feeling I won't be short anymore. Chapter 15, Chapter 15 Chapter 15, Soup and dishwater time crawled by while I waited on the old sofa that lost its cushiness like 5 years ago. The afternoon sunlight slowly dimmed, sneaking in through the church's grimy windows. Looks like the moon's gonna be shining soon. I stared at the ceiling, watching the spider web in the corner and wondering if I should clean it tomorrow morning. Speaking of spiders, it reminded me of some bad memories about the last time I swept spider webs. That's cause when I was cleaning the spider web, it suddenly jumped at me and bit me. Made me lie in bed for a whole week, made me wonder if I'd go back to Earth or end up in some new world. Luckily I didn't go to another world again. Just thinking about spiders gives me the creeps. Clearly I'm traumatized. The creatures in this world are super dangerous, even spiders are poisonous and almost killed me. If that spider turned me into Spider-Man, that wouldn't be a problem compared to the spider dragging me to a new world. While I was daydreaming, the sound of little footsteps echoed from the kitchen direction. Kane-kun. I brought the food. I straightened up and looked over. Goddess Hestia with a bright expression and hands trembling slightly from the weight appeared from the kitchen carrying a huge pot. A pot, not a bowl. Not a serving dish. A pot. Hot steam rose from it, filling the room with the aroma of something. I couldn't name the smell exactly. A mix of boiled meat, potatoes, and, what was that? Soup, she said proudly, her eyes sparkling like a kid who just finished a difficult puzzle. Only one menu tonight, but it's special. She stood in front of the pot with a proud expression like a professional chef waiting for a 5-star review. Her watermelon-sized chest puffed out, her wide smile showing rows of white teeth, and her hands on her hips in a pose that seemed to say, "Come on, praise my masterpiece." I looked at the pot for a moment then smiled. "Looks amazing, goddess." Though honestly, I wasn't sure yet. But, hey. I'm a country kid. I grew up on food that even chickens would reject. If the chickens in his village heard his thoughts they'd probably get mad and say, "Hey, we're not picky." I used to eat boiled cassava and salt for a whole week straight. So goddess's soup. Whatever it tastes like, I'll eat it happily. And most importantly, this was made specially for me. By my own goddess. And hey, if I die from food poisoning, at least I'll die loved. Not everyone can say that. Goddess Hestia almost jumped with joy hearing my response. Right? I knew it'd be delicious, she exclaimed, then did a little spin with the pot still in her hands. Come sit. I'll get bowls and spoons. She dashed back to the small kitchen with enthusiasm that made the wooden floor creak. The sound of metal and dishes clinking went on for quite a while, interrupted by oops, and where is it, until she finally appeared again with 2 bowls and 2 slightly dented spoons. Sorry it took a while, she said while arranging the eating utensils. The spoon wandered behind the stove. With excessive care, she poured the pot's contents into my bowl. Steam rose slowly as the pale brown liquid flowed, covering chunks of meat and vegetables that, the pieces weren't consistently sized. There was 1 potato as big as a rubber ball, 1 carrot shaped like a broken boomerang, and several pieces of meat that looked like they were cut with eyes closed. The aroma was, weird but tempting. Kind of like boiled meat smell that wasn't sure of its identity, a mix between home cooking and, the scent of hope. But somehow, when she placed that bowl in front of me with eyes sparkling with hope, my chest felt warm. I don't know why an aroma like potato could feel touching. But that's how it was. Let's eat, Kane-kun, she said, sitting across from me, watching me hopefully. Her eyes followed my every movement, like an artist waiting for reactions to their artwork. With full enthusiasm, Hestia took the bowl and spoon for me. She even ladled the soup into my bowl with such careful movements, as if afraid to spill even a drop. Seeing Hestia's expression so enthusiastic and caring, somehow I felt, weird. Happy. Warm. Because someone cared about me like this? During my life in the village, no one ever treated me like this. No one ever cooked specially for me. No one ever waited for my reaction with sparkling eyes. Impatiently, and under Hestia's hopeful gaze, I took the spoon, blew on it briefly, then scooped up the soup made by this adorable goddess. The first spoonful entered my mouth. I froze. How do I explain this? Sometimes it was bland. Like dishwater from pots. Sometimes salty. Like seawater that forgot it wasn't sauce. Sometimes, weird. Like a combination of both in one spoon. Hard to explain what it tasted like. But, still. I chewed and swallowed. Because, once again, this was made by my own goddess. A goddess making me food was clearly an honor for me, an ordinary human. And if I'm alive tomorrow morning without coughing up blood, that's a bonus. And for a country kid like me, this was still tastier than the food I brought during my journey to Orario. At least this was warm and had meat in it. And most importantly, this was protein. My thoughts were full of protein, protein, protein. With hands slightly trembling from nerves, I scooped again. This time a piece of unevenly sized potato. Bland. But the texture was adequate. My face probably couldn't hide everything. Sometimes frowning. Sometimes squinting. Sometimes holding my breath. Sometimes looking satisfied. But I ate. With full enthusiasm. And Hestia watched me like a child seeing their first fireworks. She was glowing. Seeing me eat heartily, despite the weird changing expressions, she seemed more and more confident. Looks delicious, right? She asked hopefully. I nodded while chewing a piece of meat that was kinda tough. Delicious, goddess. Really, warming. Why did I say that? Shouldn't I have said the food made by the goddess was very delicious? But whatever, I don't care. And it wasn't a lie. This soup was indeed warming, in every sense. I don't know if godly instincts can detect lies like Auranos, but I know I don't need to lie. Because I'm truly grateful. Hestia grinned widely and started pouring soup into her own bowl. Then I wanna try my masterpiece too, she exclaimed proudly. She scooped a piece of meat that was also unevenly sized, blew on it gently, and put it in her mouth with an enthusiastic expression. And the next second, The soup sprayed from her mouth. Chapter 16, Chapter 16, Chapter 16, dreaming of being the protagonist. I was shocked, almost dropping my spoon. Goddess! What happened? She coughed softly, her face red, lips trembling, and her eyes started getting teary. I. She stammered, hurriedly. I thought it would taste more delicious. She looked at her bowl with a sad face and obvious guilt. Why does it taste like dishwater? The atmosphere went quiet. Only the sound of wind coming through the window cracks. Hestia looked down. Her shoulders trembled slightly. She was suppressing her sadness, but tears were already pooling in the corners of her eyes. Was she crying? Her eyes hadn't dropped tears yet, but I could see puddles in the corners. Why? Why was she sad? Could she be happy to the point of tears? But her expression didn't show that. Did my words touch her that much? Do I have a talent for making others feel moved? Somehow I felt a little happy. Oh God, finally I have a natural talent. Before this I had a talent for remembering roads quickly, perfect for becoming a thief. Cough, cough, what am I thinking? That's clearly a talent for becoming an adventurer. Okay. Adventurer talent plus talent for moving others with words. Is it finally time to shine as a protagonist? With the power of words I could stop the Fourth Ninja World War. What am I thinking? Feeling my thoughts getting more out of control, I quickly cleared my mind again and looked at Goddess Hestia. I frowned, with an expression still confused about why Goddess Hestia seemed about to cry. Was it because she failed to make delicious food for me? Was it because she felt useless? I couldn't just sit there seeing that face. The face of a goddess who was always cheerful, now looked like she was blaming herself. So I put down my spoon and looked directly into her eyes. Goddess Hestia. Here it is, time for my talent to work. She raised her face, slowly. This soup is really delicious. She blinked. Kane-kun. I'm serious. This is more delicious than all the food I've ever eaten in the village. Seriously. I'm not joking. Seeing Goddess Hestia's expression, I was more sure I have a talent for moving others. I didn't say more delicious than the food from the previous restaurant I ate at, right? So it's still honest. Very honest. I praised Hestia's food sincerely. Because indeed, compared to the bland food in the village, this soup still felt like a blessing. She looked at me. Silent. Her eyes were red, but a small smile started appearing at the corners of her lips. I know she can tell the difference between lies and truth like the god Auranos. And I know she understands I'm sincere. I don't want her to feel sad. Kane-kun. She whispered softly. She quickly wiped her eyes with her hands under my gaze and laughed awkwardly. I was just too excited. I wanted you to like my cooking. I do like it, I said firmly. And I want to eat the soup every day. Damn, my natural talent is so strong, look at Hestia's face. She laughed again. Her eyes were red, but that smile returned. Goddess Hestia, back to her usual self. Seeing Hestia's moved expression, I felt like laughing inside, but my face stayed normal. Finally, my protagonist template has begun. Orario, get ready to welcome the arrival of a hero in this era. After that we continued eating in comfortable silence. With me happy that in the future my life will be happy and cheerful. I still finished my soup despite various weird expressions, while Hestia only ate a little. Probably because she already knew the taste was unique. Occasionally she glanced at me with a worried face, but every time I smiled at her, she looked relieved. Kane-kun, she said suddenly in the middle of eating. Yes, goddess. I'll learn to cook better food. Promise. I stopped chewing and looked at her. Her small blue eyes were full of determination. Goddess doesn't need to force herself. I'm already happy with this. But she bit her lower lip. I want to be a goddess who's useful to Kane-kun. Not a goddess who's just troublesome. My chest felt tight hearing her words. Goddess Hestia is never troublesome. Goddess is home for me. She was stunned. Home. Yeah. In the village, I didn't have anyone. No one waited for me to come home. No one made dinner for me. No one cared whether I was okay or not. I looked at my soup, then smiled. But now, there's Goddess waiting for me to come home. There's Goddess making food for me. There's Goddess who worries if I get hurt. That is already more than enough. Hestia went silent. Tears started pooling in her eyes again, but this time not from sadness. Kane-kun. She whispered with a trembling voice. So, even soup that tastes weird is no problem. What matters is that it's made with love. And I can taste that. She laughed while wiping her eyes. Why can you say sweet things like that with such an innocent face? I scratched my head. I'm just saying what's true. Seriously. After we finished eating, I got ready to collect the plates and bowls to wash them, but Hestia immediately blocked me. No. Let me wash them, she protested while grabbing the bowl from my hands. But Goddess Kane-kun must be tired all day in the dungeon. Let me clean this up. She smiled widely. Besides, I cooked, so I'm responsible for cleaning up. Seeing her strong determination, I finally gave up. I didn't want to push Hestia too far. All right, thank you, Goddess. You're welcome, Kane-kun. She gathered all the eating utensils enthusiastically, then hurried to the small kitchen. The sound of running water and clashing dishes could be heard from there, interrupted by cheerful little humming. I sat on the sofa, watching Goddess Hestia's small back busy in the kitchen. Somehow, this scene felt peaceful. A goddess cooking for me. A goddess washing dishes for me. A goddess waiting for me to come home. This was home. The home I'd been searching for so long. And I wouldn't trade it for anything. Speaking of protagonists, am I really becoming a protagonist? Since coming to this world I've been far from being a protagonist. You know, everyone dreams of being the protagonist in their own life. And I'm no exception. Protagonist. Am I really a protagonist? At first I doubted it, but felt like I have the talents that protagonists have. Somehow I'm hoping a little, hoping that I'll become a protagonist. I know I'm not the protagonist, but at least let me dream of being one. Chapter 17, Chapter 17, Chapter 17, What is home? POV Hestia. I'm standing in front of the little stove, staring at the pot containing my masterpiece. Soup. Soup that I'm gonna make for Kane-kun. Soup that'll prove I'm a useful goddess. But why am I so nervous? My hands are shaking a little as I lift the pot. It's heavy, but whatever. What matters is Kane-kun's reaction later. I've been waiting for this all day. Since this afternoon I've been going back and forth to the kitchen, smelling the soup, hoping it'll taste perfect. But now, I'm having doubts. What if it doesn't taste good? What if Kane-kun doesn't like it? What if he's disappointed? I shake my head hard. No. I worked really hard today. It's gotta be good. With kinda rushed steps, I walk out of the kitchen carrying the big pot. Kane-kun. I brought the food. I see Kane-kun straighten up and turn toward me. Those brown eyes of his immediately focus on the pot in my hands. Soup. I say proudly, puffing out my chest. Only one menu tonight, but it's special. I stand in front of him in what I hope looks like a professional pose. Hands on hips, chin up a little, big smile showing confidence. Come on, Kane-kun. Praise my masterpiece. Looks amazing, goddess, he says with a smile. I almost jumped for joy. He said amazing. He hasn't even tried it but he already said amazing. Right? I told you it'd be good. I shout, then do a little spin with the pot still in my hands. I feel like I'm dancing. Come sit. I'll get bowls and spoons. I run back to the kitchen with so much energy the wooden floor creaks. But, where are the bowls? And the spoons? Oops. A bowl almost falls from my hands. Where is it? The spoon wandered behind the stove. After a bit of chaos, I finally managed to bring all the eating utensils. Sorry it took a while, I say while arranging the bowl and spoon. The spoon wandered behind the stove. Now for the most important part, pouring soup into Kane-kun's bowl. I do it with excessive care, scared of spilling even a drop. This is a special moment. The first soup I made for my familia member. Steam rises slowly as the pale brown liquid flows into the bowl. Pieces of meat and vegetables get carried along, though their sizes aren't really consistent. But it's fine. What matters is the taste. Proudly, I place the bowl in front of Kane-kun. Let's eat, Kane-kun. I sit across from him, staring at him with sparkling eyes. My heart's pounding hard. This is it, the moment of truth. With full attention, I even ladle soup into his bowl. I wanna make sure he gets the best part. Kane-kun takes the spoon, blows on it a bit, then he puts the first spoonful in his mouth. I hold my breath. His expression freezes. Then he chews. His face keeps changing. Sometimes frowning. Sometimes squinting. Sometimes holding his breath. But he keeps eating. I feel like an artist watching someone look at their painting for the first time. Looks good, right? I ask hopefully. He nods while chewing. It's good, goddess. Really, warming. I almost cry with happiness. He said it's good. Kane-kun likes my cooking. Then I wanna try my masterpiece too. I shout proudly. I pour soup into my own bowl, then scoop up a piece of meat. Enthusiastically, I put it in my mouth and I spit out the soup. Oh God, what is this? It tastes like dishwater. Bland, weird, and not good at all. How's this possible? How did I fail at making simple soup? Suddenly I get a bit panicked. Is Kane-kun starting to doubt my cooking? Anyway, when Kane first joined my family, I bought food from a stall. Which was food that didn't sell, so I bought it cheap. Then reheated it? Doesn't reheating food count as cooking? I'm starting to doubt. I'm a bit anxious in my heart whether Kane realizes that the food I cook has a different taste from what I cooked before, even though I only reheated it. Goddess. What's wrong? Kane-kun looks shocked. I stammer, my face turning red. I thought it would taste more, better. I stare at my bowl with deep guilt. Why does it taste like dishwater? Tears start pooling in my eyes. I feel like a failure. I'm scared Kane-kun will say my food doesn't taste good. I wanna be a useful goddess for Kane-kun. But I can't even make good soup. I look down, trying to hold back my sadness. But those tears are already pooling in the corners of my eyes. Why do I always fail? Why can't I do simple things like cooking? Is it over? Has Kane-kun realized I'm a useless goddess and is gonna leave me? Goddess Hestia. I lift my face and look at Kane-kun. It's over, somehow my heart hurts. This is the first time I've felt so useless as a goddess. Looking at Kane-kun's face I know he's gonna say my food doesn't taste good and start planning to leave me. With a bitter smile in my heart I wait for Kane-kun's criticism. This soup is really delicious. I blink. Kane-kun. I'm a bit shocked, is he lying? But I can feel that he's not lying. Do people have different tastes? I feel like the food I made doesn't taste good. But Kane-kun says it's delicious. I'm a bit confused. Or maybe Kane-kun said that so I wouldn't be sad. Kane-kun is really kind. But the kinder he is, the more guilty I feel. Anyway, a good person like Kane-kun is paired with a useless goddess like me. I'm serious. This is more delicious than all the food I've ever eaten in the village. Seriously. I'm not joking. My eyes widen. He's not lying. I can feel the sincerity in his words. Kane-kun, he doesn't want me to be sad. Kane-kun. I whisper softly. I quickly wipe my eyes with my hand. I can't cry. I have to be strong. It'd be embarrassing if Kane-kun saw my face while crying. Anyway, I heard someone becomes ugly when they cry. I was just too excited. I wanted you to like my cooking. I do like it, he says firmly. And I wanna eat the soup every day. I laugh. My eyes are still red, but my heart feels warm. I know he's praising me so I won't be sad. Kane-kun, he's so kind. We continue eating. I only eat a little because, well, I know how it tastes. But I keep glancing at Kane-kun who keeps finishing his soup. He's really eating it. No complaints. No disgusted face. Makes me more determined to become a useful goddess. Kane-kun, I say suddenly. Yes, goddess. I'm gonna learn to cook better food. Promise. I look at him with determined eyes. I'm gonna learn. I'm gonna become a useful goddess. Goddess doesn't need to force herself. I'm already happy with this. But I bite my lower lip. I wanna be a useful goddess for Kane-kun. Not a goddess who's just a burden. Then Kane-kun says something that makes my heart stop beating. Goddess Hestia is never a burden. Goddess is home for me. Home. What's that? I don't understand what he means by home. Isn't home a place where we sleep and take shelter? I feel my brain getting a bit hot. I feel embarrassed that as a goddess I don't understand what Kane-kun said. Seems like I gotta find out later what Kane means. Seems like I gotta find my friend. It's been a week since I saw her. I'm too embarrassed to meet goddess Hephaestus because I owe her money. Home. Yeah. In the village, I didn't have anyone. No one waiting for me to come home. No one making dinner. No one caring whether I was okay or not. He looks at his soup, then smiles. But now, there's goddess waiting for me to come home. There's goddess making food for me. There's goddess worrying if I get hurt. That's more than enough. I don't understand what he's saying, but I feel touched, making me more curious what he means by home. The word home touches me. Tears start pooling in my eyes again. But this time it's not because I'm sad. Kane-kun. I whisper with a trembling voice. I am his home? Does he mean the place we live? So, even soup that tastes weird doesn't matter. What matters is that it's made with love. And I can feel it. I laugh while wiping my eyes. My chest feels warm and full. How can you say sweet things like that with such an innocent face? I'm just saying the truth. Geez. After we finish eating, I see Kane-kun getting ready to collect the plates and bowls. Oh no. I can't let him do that. No. Let me wash them. I protest while grabbing the bowl from his hands. But goddess Kane-kun must be tired from the dungeon all day. Let me clean this up. I smile widely. Besides, I cooked, so I'm responsible for cleaning up. I won't let Kane-kun, who's already tired from working hard for our familia, still have to wash dishes. Alright, thank you, goddess. You're welcome, Kane-kun. I gather all the eating utensils enthusiastically, then hurry to the small kitchen. While washing dishes, I hum a little tune happily. Today, even though my soup didn't taste good, I feel happy. Kane-kun said I'm his home. I am home for someone. Even though I don't know what he means. But something that makes my heart feel warm must be something good. That's more than enough to make me the happiest goddess in the world. Chapter 18, Chapter 18, Chapter 18, Status paper. Right now I'm lying flat on my back on this bed. Which honestly might as well be called heaven. I mean seriously, it smells so good. This is probably goddess Hestia's scent. Her fragrance, it's seriously tempting. Soft, sweet, and for some reason totally addictive. Makes me wanna breathe in more, but I quickly calm myself down cause goddess Hestia's right here. It'd be bad if she saw me sniffing the bed where she sleeps, like some guy who's never breathed oxygen before. Wouldn't my dignity be completely ruined? What if she thinks I'm some kind of pervert? With embarrassment burning my cheeks, I bury my head in goddess Hestia's pillow, trying to wipe away all the inappropriate thoughts dancing around in my head. Right when I'm feeling embarrassed and a bit nervous, goddess Hestia's voice rings out. Kane-kun, stay still, okay, there's something soft. The weight's just right. But her sitting position. Oh my god, she's sitting right on top of my butt. Of course, it's goddess Hestia. This is the only position that lets me see your back clearly. Don't move around too much, Kane-kun, I sigh in defeat, hiding my face in the thin pillow that smells like old cotton and a bit of cheap soap. Looks like I gotta buy better soap later. My back feels warm. The goddess's tiny fingers slowly rub my skin in circular motions. Movements that make me sleepy. My tense muscles start to relax, and I almost drift off if it wasn't for watch out, this might hurt a little. Huh. Prick. I turn to the side. At the edge of my vision, I see Hestia pull out a small needle and prick her own index finger. A drop of bright red blood appears at her fingertip, then the drop falls, landing right in the middle of my back. I shiver. For a moment, the world seems to stop. The drop of God's blood absorbs into my body, creating a warm wave that spreads slowly. Like something inside me is being opened. Activated. Why does it feel different from when I first received Falna? Does mood affect the sensation? The process is starting, Hestia says softly. Don't worry. I'll take care of the rest. Hearing goddess Hestia's words, my face gets a bit weird. What does she mean by I'll take care of the rest? Shouldn't I be the one saying something like that? Wrong. So wrong. What am I even thinking? I scold myself for thinking about something I shouldn't be thinking about. With a guilty expression, I just nod slightly, too busy trying to understand the weird sensation in my body. Warm, tingly, and a bit wincing. Goddess, I mumble, trying to lighten the mood, this feels like being massaged by invisible hands. Of course. That's the effect of my God's blood entering your body, she says with a small laugh. The status update process is like that. Only gods can do it. I nod, then fall silent. But the atmosphere becomes calm. Comfortable. Even a bit weird. While her hands keep working on my back, she suddenly asks, Kane-kun, you're from a village, right? Where is it? Far from Orario. Really far, I answer, my voice soft because of my relaxed position. A small village behind the mountains. If I had to describe it, it's like a lake with mountains all around it. Wow, sounds really isolated. It is. That village is like a small world separated from everything. Few people, lots of wild animals. Wild animals. I laugh weakly. Once a snake got into someone's house and bit their chicken to death. There was also this wild boar that came in and turned the kitchen into a mud pond. Really dangerous. Hestia's voice sounds a bit shocked. Nah, as long as we're careful it's not dangerous. Her hands stop for a moment. Seems like Goddess Hestia is listening to my story seriously. But then the goddess's hands move again, this time slowly, like she wants to give me comfort. Speaking of the village, I start remembering how miserable it was living there. I woke up earlier than roosters, went to bed faster than dogs. Trained like a crazy person. Not cause I wanted to get strong, but cause I wanted to live to see tomorrow morning. Anyway, danger was everywhere, especially if I got sick. No medicine in the village. If you got sick, you had to use traditional medicine that was questionable at best. What if it was poison? Or even just wild grass? I once saw the village doctor. Instead of calling him a doctor, it'd be better to call him a fraud. He didn't treat the villagers as humans, he treated them as his playground. Using villagers as experiments. That's also why I was so obsessed with leaving the village. What a life full of struggle, I think bitterly. Right then, I feel something light up on my back. Like burning ink, my Falna mark glows. My breath catches for a moment. All done, she says cheerfully. She pats my back like grilled meat that's finished cooking. Wait here, I'll get the paper. I hear the sound of paper being torn. A few minutes later, Hestia gently pats my back. You can get dressed now, Kane-kun. I quickly put my shirt back on and sit up. Hestia hands me the paper with a sweet smile. I take it. Status panel name, Kane level, 1 Familia, Hestia Familia ability strength, I0 rightward arrow 5 endurance, I0 rightward arrow 8 dexterity, I0 rightward arrow 10 agility, I0 rightward arrow 6 magic, I0 development abilities none skills survivor's instinct. I take a long breath. Just as expected. Not much. But, still, improvement. My dex is 10, huh? I mumble, turning to Hestia. Dex is skill with weapons, Hestia answers, brushing her hair. Looks like you're talented with weapons. Talented? I hope so. But sadly, I'm far from talented. I smile a little, shifting my thoughts. But, my strength's only 5. Oh my, Kane-kun. Hestia smacks her forehead. I laugh softly. Feels slow, I mumble with a bitter expression. Even so, there's no disappointment. Instead, I feel motivated. It's like starting over, but this time, with a clear direction. I drop my body onto the bed. The sound of creaking greets my back. Hestia also lies down beside me. I hold the status paper with both hands, lifting it toward the ceiling. Time goes by so fast, I mumble. It's been 7 years since I woke up in this body. Time really flew by. I still remember when I first woke up in this world. Crying at night cause I missed food and the internet. I hadn't even finished reading that stallion novel. Now I don't cry anymore and I've accepted reality and become an adventurer. Silence for a moment. Then Hestia, who was quiet before, suddenly asks, so, Kane-kun, what's your goal? I turn toward her. Goal? Yeah. If you wanna be a great adventurer, you gotta have a goal. Something you can chase after. Our faces are facing each other, I can see Goddess Hestia's face up close. I bite my lip. Goal, huh? I sink back into my thoughts. Back then, my goal was simple, survive. That's it. In a village full of wild beasts, deadly diseases, and winters that were never kind. I just wanted to stay alive. Wouldn't everyone be like that? If they suddenly found themselves in a strange world. Their first goal would be to survive, then slowly make plans bit by bit. I was the same. Survive first, then make plans. Then, when I was old enough, I left the village. My goal changed, join a familia, make money, eat good food, and not go to sleep hungry. But now, I already have a place to come home to. Don't need to worry about starving to death from having no money. Already have someone waiting for me. I turn to Hestia. My goal now. I mumble. First, I wanna improve my status, attribute points. Slowly, but surely. Second, I wanna save up money. So you don't have to worry about food or living expenses anymore. Her face turns a bit red but quickly gets replaced with guilt. I don't think too much about Goddess Hestia's expression, still focused on my thoughts. Third, I wanna buy new gear. Combat clothes. Weapons. And, maybe, a small house. This church is damp. Not good for the lungs. Or more precisely, not good long term. Hestia laughs softly. You sound like a young husband who wants to take care of the household. Looking at Goddess Hestia's innocent face beside me, I can barely hold back from smiling. I don't deny it, being a husband who takes care of the household. I think that's not bad. Especially if it's with Goddess Hestia, there's no way I'd refuse. Who could refuse? Especially since Goddess Hestia's personality is totally my type. As for my fourth goal, I say it in my heart, become the protagonist of my own life. Simple. But important, I realize that if I become the protagonist of my life, I'll definitely be lucky in everything. Who in this world doesn't want to be the protagonist? While thinking, I glance at Hestia, she's staring at me intently. Then with a cheerful tone, she says, in that case, now it's my turn. I nod. What's the goddess's goal? She raises one finger dramatically. My goal is, to become a goddess who doesn't have to do anything. Sleep in. Eat good food. Sleep soundly. I laugh. That's an incredibly realistic goal, goddess. But, she exclaims again, her face getting serious. I wanna be able to support you, Kane-kun. I wanna be a useful goddess, even if just a little. My chest feels warm. I stare at the ceiling. Silence. But comfortable. We're both quiet. Sometimes, silence can be the most honest conversation. Until finally, both our eyes start getting heavy. Hestia yawns softly. Kane-kun, can I sleep here for a bit? I'm a bit surprised, as a normal guy, there's no way I'd refuse. I turn and smile. Sure. But honestly my heart's complicated. She slips her tiny body next to me and pulls the thin blanket that's almost see-through. Is this really even a blanket? Though I'm doubtful, I don't think about it too much cause I'm super sleepy. I'm too tired to make jokes. Good night, Kane-kun. Good night, goddess. And just like that, the world slowly fades. With the calm breathing of the small girl beside me, the smell of dust in the air, and a sheet of status paper that feels heavy in my hand, I drift off to sleep. I fall asleep. In my dream, I dream of meeting a white-haired man staring at me calmly. For some reason, he seems familiar. Chapter 19, Chapter 19, Chapter 19, Dawn 4 a.m., Hestia Church. Orario. Here's a fact you guys need to know about waking up at the crack of dawn: the human body wasn't designed for this shit. And my body? It's protesting in the most obvious way possible. The sky outside was still dark when I slowly opened my eyes, wrapped in thin fog that covered Orario like a wrinkled blanket. The dawn air bit at my skin with annoying cold, but at least it was refreshing enough to keep me from falling back asleep. Pain. My whole body felt like it'd been used as a punching bag by a troll. My back was stiff as a board, arms and thighs aching like crazy. Even my fingers felt heavy like swollen sausages. NNNGH. My first sound of the morning. Very elegant. I tried to get up, but something was weird. There was something heavy on my chest. More specifically, two somethings that were, oh no. Something soft, warm, and very very, suffocating. I couldn't breathe. Like being buried in an avalanche, but an avalanche that was very, high quality. Without thinking, my hand reflexively moved to push away the mountains crushing me, and hum. Ngggghh. My head was full of question marks. Why did that sound remind me of a movie from my previous life? A stallion movie I never finished watching. That sound made my heart stop for a second. I felt something squirming slowly on top of me, and when my eyes looked down, Goddess Hestia. She was hugging me tight with her head buried, my head was buried between her two, sacred mountains. Her breath was warm against my hair, her face peaceful like a baby who just finished drinking milk. Kane kun, don't go, keep hugging me. She mumbled in her sleep, while hugging my head tight. And my hand? Still faithfully holding, something very soft and squishy. My face immediately burned up. In my head, there was a voice screaming, so soft. But of course I couldn't actually scream. I'd probably get accused of being shameless, or worse, become a headline, rookie adventurer kicked by goddess for being immoral. Wait. What the hell was I doing? This was like holding treasure without permission. Even though, and this is very important, very reluctantly, my common sense managed to beat my primitive instincts. With super careful movements, I let go of my hand and shifted the goddess's tiny body. She sighed softly but didn't wake up. Instead she curled up even more like a cat. Her blanket slipped and I reflexively turned around at light speed. Don't look, Kane. Don't look. But these eyes have a mind of their own. Just a glance, only a glance. I saw something that made my face red as a boiled crab. Goddess Hestia was sleeping in a very, non-strategic position. Her clothes had written up showing, well, you can imagine. That innocent face sleeping soundly like she didn't have a care in the world. Like a pig stuffed full after eating corn to its heart's content. Closing my eyes I fixed Goddess Hestia's clothes, while fixing Goddess Hestia's clothes I felt tortured. I was a single donkey in my previous life, who'd never even had a girlfriend, now seeing something I shouldn't be seeing. Especially since she's a goddess. Obviously can't be compared to human women. Done fixing Goddess Hestia's clothes I let out a long sigh, trying to calm my heart that was beating like a death metal drummer. Good thing Goddess Hestia didn't wake up. If she found out I'd touched her precious assets, wouldn't it be better for me to just pack up and reluctantly say goodbye to Aurario? I threw those immoral thoughts far away. I tried to redirect my thoughts to positive things like our conversation last night about dreams, goals, and my intention to become more than just a poor rookie adventurer with nothing. No cheat. No special abilities that suddenly appear. No rich sponsor who's gonna fund my life. All I have is determination. Or hard work. Confused about choosing between the two. Finally I decided, both. Without cheats like typical isekai protagonists, I only have determination and hard work. Well, at least that's more realistic than suddenly becoming overpowered from eating 10,000-year-old ginseng. But even though I say that, I'm obviously jealous. They get to enjoy their lives happily in another world. Even though I'm jealous, I'm not that jealous. However, as long as I'm happy, a little challenge doesn't matter. I slowly got up, stretching my stiff body while making crack sounds from protesting joints. Then grabbed some water from the corner of the room. It tasted bland, but refreshing enough. Taking the beginner equipment I owned, the shabby cloth armor given by the guild that looked like cheap cosplay costume, and simple weapons that were also makeshift. I took out my beginner sword from its sheath. No heroic gleam. No mystical aura. Just a regular sword sharp enough to kill goblins. Yesterday, after using it to kill several goblins, the blade was already full of fine scratches that somehow felt beautiful. But what confused me, This is a double-edged sword, but why is only one side actually sharp? Seems like the blacksmith was half-hearted when making it. Or maybe he was heartbroken while chasing an order deadline. After putting the sword back in its sheath, I glanced at the bed. Hestia was still fast asleep in a creative position. Her legs sprawled like a starfish, hair messy like she'd been hit by a mini tornado, lips slightly open. One hand was clutching a pillow like it was the most precious pillow ever. If I didn't have to go to the dungeon, maybe I would have kicked that pillow and taken its place. But too bad, time is money, and my money was already thin as a bald man's hair. Even though I got money yesterday, it still wasn't enough to buy new equipment. Goddess Hestia's innocent face while sleeping, completely defenseless. A goddess who innocently trusted me, a stranger who suddenly showed up asking to join her familia. I can't disappoint her. I put half of the valise I earned yesterday on the small table, then wrote a note, going to dungeon. Don't worry, goddess. Kane, my handwriting's pretty neat, even though I sometimes get confused about what I write. Good thing I studied writing diligently back in the village. Would be embarrassing if I could read but not write, like being able to eat but not chew. After everything was ready, I opened the church door slowly and stepped out. The cold air immediately greeted me, making me shiver. On the way to the dungeon, Orario's sky was still dark like when I lived in the village. A few magic lamps glowed on the streets, dim like old stars tired of shining but still forcing themselves to exist. The streets weren't busy yet. Only the sleep-deprived, the overworked, and the slightly unhinged were out at this hour, an old lady opening a bread shop with shaking hands, maybe from cold, or from age, a merchant pushing a cart full of fresh vegetables, and some adventurers just back from the dungeon with tired faces and clothes covered in blood. They glanced briefly at me, then immediately ignored me. I was too ordinary to attract attention, not cool, not handsome, not mysterious. Didn't have a face that said come and make trouble with me, just a rookie adventurer who looked special. However, there are probably lots of adventurers like me in Orario. During the journey, I noticed many merchants coming and going from Orario. Some just arrived with caravans, some ready to leave with horses pulling their carts. Finally answered the question that was bothering me, why do you rarely see horse caravans during the day? Turns out they work at dawn when the streets are empty. Smart too. Without realizing it, my footsteps brought me to central Orario. The Tower of Babel towered arrogantly in the darkness like a giant stick piercing the sky. Or like a giant's middle finger giving a gesture to the gods above. The dungeon entrance was right below it. I arrived at that courtyard. Only a handful of adventurers, mostly coming out of the dungeon, not going in. They carried bags of magic stones or wounds covered with bandages. Some were even limping with their friends' help. A common sight in Orario. I took a deep breath and slapped my own cheek to get rid of sleepiness. That slap was loud enough that several adventurers looked over with expressions like, "What's wrong with this guy?" "Let's go," I whispered to myself. Time to be poor with style. Ahem, I mean time to get strong with style. Entering the dungeon, my footsteps echoed softly as I went down the stairs to the first floor. Stone walls greeted me with dampness and cold. Light from above disappeared, darkness began to creep in. The temperature changed drastically. Cold air pierced through, the smell of wet earth mixed with blood and the stench of monsters made my nose protest. Seriously, do these monsters just shit everywhere? In the distance I could hear footsteps and weird echoing sounds, like the whispers of ghosts complaining about life. No natural light. Just dim light from small glowing stones embedded in the ceiling like exhausted stars. I gripped my sword tightly. My face started getting serious, or at least trying to look serious. It's hard when your default expression looks like a lost kid at the mall. No, I'm not a lost kid, okay? My eyes slowly adjusted to the darkness. First floor. Light blue walls that looked calm, but behind that calmness monsters could appear anytime, like electricity bills at the end of the month. And today, since I came super early, monsters like goblins and kobolds should still be plentiful. This is why I woke up at dawn before even roosters crowed. The dungeon hasn't been cleared by other adventurers yet. I know without special skills like bells that can speed up growth, I can only rely on goblin quantity. Excelia from one goblin is small, but if there are many it's decent. Like loose change. One means nothing, but if collected you can buy bread. This is my brilliant strategy to reach level 2 quickly, come earlier before other adventurers show up. Maybe my actions could piss off other adventurers. Imagine coming to the dungeon but there are no monsters on floor 1, instant bad mood. But hey, life's a competition. If you're late that's your own fault. Don't blame people who are more diligent. With a serious expression, that hopefully doesn't look like constipation, I spotted my first target. 5. No, 6 goblins. They walked in a group like a motorcycle gang, red eyes glowing in the dark, sharp teeth like saws, slimy green skin that was very unappetizing. Not aware of my presence yet. Good. My hand gripped the sword tighter. My heart started beating fast, whether from excitement or fear, I wasn't sure. When fighting these goblins I was very careful since they were grouped together. 2 arms aren't enough to fight 12 arms. Let's go, I whispered softly. Finish this quick before other adventurers come and realize I already took their share. With one quick step that hopefully looked heroic, I charged into the darkness. The goblins looked at me with mysterious smiles that were slightly creepy. Here we go, I thought while raising my sword. Day 1 will be my first step to dominating floor 1. Chapter 20, Chapter 20, Chapter 20, Strategy and Instinct Part 1. 6 goblins. 3 in front, 2 on the sides, 1 more sneaking up from behind. I thought it was being clever, but clearly not clever enough to beat someone who's lived way too carefully for way too long. My hands were already sweaty from the moment I stepped into their range. Even though I fought goblins yesterday, I'm still nervous as hell. How could I not be? This is 6 goblins, 1 moment of carelessness and I might already be in a completely different realm. A narrow gap that's pretty deep and dark, the perfect place for a massacre, or a trap. Depends on who's luckier today. I squinted my eyes, making sure of each green creature's position while hoping they don't have some backup plan smarter than just attack and hope the human dies. Humid air and the smell of old blood filled my nostrils, pumping adrenaline through my blood vessels. A familiar scent, like a mix between a damp basement and a butcher shop that forgot to clean up. Absolutely charming. First step, fast, precise, brutal. And hopefully not embarrassing. I lunged forward. No need for heroic shouts like some cheap novel protagonist. No need for cool poses that'd end with me tripping over my own feet. My sword sliced from bottom to top, cutting the front goblin's neck in one smooth motion I'd practiced so many times the dogs in my village were sick of watching it. Blood splattered artistically. If this were a movie, it'd definitely get an R rating, but I was already moving before its body started turning to ash. The 2 goblins on the left reacted with the speed of a snail on a diet. Diet snail. What kind of words are those? Even novel writers don't write trivial stuff like that. But luckily I'm faster than that snail. Their movements were as predictable as a cheap action movie plot. One swung a wooden club, looked like a tree branch they somehow brought into the dungeon. Maybe for decoration or they're actually into gardening. But before his hit could land, I'd already spun to the side gracefully like a ballet dancer avoiding harsh criticism. Using the falling goblin's body as a temporary shield was a brilliant idea that came spontaneously. That club hit smacked his own buddy's head with a satisfying thunk sound. Friendly fire in real life turns out to be just as ridiculous as in video games. Thanks for the teamwork, I mumbled politely to the corpse that was already turning to ash. 1 more slash. 2 dead. and I'm starting to feel like a real adventurer. Even though I fought goblins yesterday. But obviously yesterday was pretty rough. After all, when someone fights for the first time, it's hard to stay calm. Now with the experience I got yesterday, I can face these goblins a little more calmly. 3 left. I took a short breath, quickly checking my body's condition. My breathing's still stable, muscles aren't complaining too hard yet, and most importantly, I still have energy. I gotta maintain this rhythm if I want to survive long term without ending up as monster snacks. My main strategy today's as simple as instant noodle recipes: kill fast, save stamina, go home alive and meet the goddess. Vital targets: head and neck. If they don't get a chance to attack, I don't have to go through the trouble of defending or acting like a wounded but still cool hero. I turned and thrust my leg out, a flat kick to the stomach of the goblin trying to sneak up from behind with the stealth skills of an elephant in a raincoat. He flew back elegantly, smashing into the stone wall and staggering like a drunk person. When he was about to get up with admirable spirit, I smashed his skull with my sword hilt. Efficient and not wasting energy on unnecessary movements. Crack. His bone broke with a convincing sound that warmed my heart. A sound that said, "Good job, nothing's gonna bother you anymore." 2 left. These 2 goblins are clearly stupid, I just beat up their friend. But they just watched. Do they have some personal grudge? Looking at the 2 remaining goblins. One of them backed away wisely, but didn't run like a sane person would. Goblins aren't smart, but clever enough to know when to wait and when to attack together. Like a clearance sale strategy, everything's gotta come out at once. They rushed together with surprisingly good coordination. One from the right with claws raised, another from the front with blazing eyes. 2 attack directions, 1 target that looks delicious. I didn't move, pretending to freeze in fear. Or maybe I actually was a little frozen in fear, but that's an unimportant detail. 1 second. 2 seconds. My heart's beating like a drummer having a tantrum. Now. I ducked with a movement I'd trained thousands of times, dodging the first claw swipe that passed right over my head with just enough distance to make my hair sway romantically. Then shifted left, letting the second attack politely miss my ear. Those goblins were now too close to each other, like 2 people who wore the wrong costume to the same party. Good. Exactly what I hoped for. Slash one with a clean horizontal movement. Stab the other with the same momentum. Efficiency is the key to success in the monster killing business. Done. I stood up, sword dripping blood before those bodies crumbled to ash with pretty dramatic visual effects. Magic stones fell one by one like mini diamond rain. I picked them up quickly and methodically, stuffing them into the cloth bag that was starting to feel heavy at my waist like a rich person's wallet. My hands trembled slightly. Not from fear, I already passed the scared enough to piss myself phase back in the village. But because there's this weird feeling flowing through my blood vessels. Joy. I'm alive. They're dead. Simple math with satisfying results. And for the first time since arriving in this world, I feel like I actually belong here. Not some confused stranger anymore, but a predator starting to find his place in the food chain. Chapter 21, Chapter 21, Chapter 21, Strategy and Instinct Part 2. I'm not stupid, and that's the biggest asset I have right now. 2 days in the dungeon, and I already know that looking cool will only kill me in a very uncool way. I don't have cheats like your average Isekai protagonist. Don't have legendary weapons that can talk or shapeshift. Don't have a sponsor goddess handing out free grimoires. All I have are hands that are starting to get calloused, a brain that thankfully still works, and bitter experience that's been piling up since coming to this world. And instincts that are getting sharper. Survivor's instinct. That weird skill that even the records said might be good long-term with the tone of someone who's not sure but doesn't want to disappoint, is starting to show its fangs today. I can feel something. Like subtle pressure in the air. Like my body has an internal radar that warns me before danger comes knocking. A slight movement in the corner of my eye, a weird feeling on my neck like someone's watching, or air that suddenly changes like before it starts raining. My instinct spoke with a voice that couldn't be ignored, back off. Now. I backed away without thinking twice. And a sharp rock the size of a human head fell from the ceiling right where I'd been standing 1 second earlier, hitting the floor with a crash that echoed through the entire corridor. Dungeon trap? Maybe not a specially designed trap, but structure collapsing from age or battle vibrations. Still, that could have cracked my head open like an egg falling off a table. Good thing I'm starting to trust instincts that are sometimes smarter than my brain. Thanks, body, I whispered while patting my chest. We make a good team. I'm not wandering around aimlessly like a tourist lost in a foreign city. Floor 1. I've mapped it out in obsessive detail. This is the effect of my protagonist talent. Remembering paths quickly. I knew I was meant to be a thief, adventurer. Eyes, feet, and memory trained for survival. The best routes to avoid other adventurers. Strategic goblin nests. Profitable kobold paths. I know every turn that leads to fresh blood and magic stones. I feel like floor 1 smells really nice, I also feel like goblins and kobolds are pleasant to look at. Walking carefully. Looking for prey. I feel like there are imaginary red lines dancing in my head every time I choose a direction, like internal GPS optimized for killing. Left to the narrow corridor with 2 kobolds that are usually sleeping. Right to the open room with 3 goblins who like to gather and gossip. I always pick short fights that don't waste excessive energy. Hit and run tactics modified into hit and collect magic stones. Faster. More efficient. And most importantly, more magic stones to trade for Valis. Sometimes I can predict when monsters will emerge from walls even before the first crack appears. The wall cracks slightly with certain patterns, air temperature changes, or there's even a faint sound like creaking. Experience and instinct work together like a harmony duet. I wait in the right position, sword ready. They emerge confidently. And they die with surprising speed. Their eyes show reluctance as if saying, "Come on dude, we haven't even performed yet." I'm getting used to kobold attacks that like to jump like steroid frogs. If you move slightly left when they jump, timing is everything, then stab their chest while they're still airborne, boom. 1 stab, done. Gravity becomes the best ally. Goblins are rougher and unpredictable. They attack like drunk people angry because the beer ran out. But that's exactly what makes their movements so readable. Predictable chaos. Slash. Stab. Dodge with style. Stab again with precision. My waist bag gets heavier with every magic stone I add. But it's not a bothersome burden. It's a future investment. Valis. Good food. Decent protection. A comfortable home and most importantly Excelia. After maybe, I dunno, 2 hours? 3. Time becomes relative when you're busy killing monsters. I sat for a bit behind a big rock, looking for a strategic place for a quick rest. Sweat dripping from my forehead like a leaky faucet. Breathing hard like after running a marathon. My shoulders aching with increasingly loud complaints. My stomach starting to cramp, unpleasant stiffness. I forgot to warm up before starting to fight, causing my stomach muscles to stress out. This kind of thing usually happens when someone runs without warming up. Guh, damn, I groaned while holding my left side. Who said being an adventurer was easy? Fighting too long without rest. Draining stamina too fast. Gotta reduce the rhythm a bit before my body completely breaks down. But, just a little. I'm still strong. Can still continue. There are still magic stones waiting for me. I gulped water from the leather bag greedily. Half left. Gotta be more conservative or I'll get dehydrated in the middle of the dungeon. Then I heard something that made my ears perk up. Small footsteps. Confident. Not hiding. Confident like a homeowner taking a stroll in their own yard. 3, no, 4, no, 6. Hard to count when they're walking in sync. I snuck to hide with movements like a cat peeking at neighbors. And saw them. Goblins again. But this time there's something making my instincts scream warnings. Among them, one stood taller with a different posture. His posture was slightly hunched but in a way that showed alertness, not weakness. His arms and claws were longer and more muscular. His red eyes squinted with unusual intelligence for a goblin. There were scars on his face that told stories of previous battles. And most importantly, he carried a dagger. Rusty iron that looked like it had a long history, but still sharp and well maintained. I swallowed saliva that suddenly felt thick. That's not an ordinary goblin that could be finished with 3 standard moves. Not a hobgoblin, of course. But, some kind of senior goblin who'd lived too long on floor 1 and started adapting to the environment. A veteran who managed to survive and upgrade. Clearly he's a dangerous goblin, being able to live this long shows he's special. We stared at each other in tension-filled silence. He snorted with a sound that sounded like contemptuous laughter. And I gripped my sword tighter until my knuckles turned white. A thin smile appeared on my face without me being able to stop it. Adrenaline had already taken over my nervous system. "Come on," I whispered with a voice that sounded more confident than I felt. "Show me what you've got." I moved forward with movements that hopefully looked heroic. Actually, I wanted to run away. But I changed my mind. What if I could kill this goblin? I'd definitely have lots of benefits. Even though it seems reckless, this is still an opportunity. If I really can't beat this goblin, I'm sure I can escape. With a serious face, I started attacking that senior goblin. And the real hunt began again. Chapter 22, Chapter 22, Chapter 22, The Senior Goblin Boss. The senior goblin didn't move. He just stood there with this attitude like a coach watching his students practice. The 5 little goblins around him moved in formation that was surprising. Not random and chaotic like usual, but with coordinated patterns. "Oh, so you're the boss, huh?" I muttered while observing the big goblin. I felt like this senior goblin was like a CEO letting his employees work while he drinks coffee. The first goblin attacked from the left with claws that had been sharpened. I dodged easily, but the second goblin immediately followed up from the right with timing that was almost perfect. If it wasn't for my skill, I might have already become goblin sauté. "Nice teamwork," I commented while slashing the first goblin's neck. "Too bad your bonuses won't be getting paid." Slash. Stab. Dodge. Movements that had become automatic. But something was weird. These goblins weren't attacking mindlessly like usual. They were learning. Observing my movements. Adapting their strategy. And that big goblin? Still watching with squinted eyes, like he was analyzing every move I made. Damn, I'm kinda scared. I sighed while avoiding a double attack. The 2 remaining goblins moved carefully. They'd already seen how their friends died, and apparently weren't interested in experiencing the same fate quickly. New strategy: 1 distracts, 1 attacks from the blind spot. Clever. But not clever enough. They're still goblins anyway. I used the momentum from my spin to slash both of them in one elegant horizontal movement. Blood splattered, bodies turned to ash, magic stones scattered. Done with the minions. Now it's the boss's turn. The senior goblin stepped forward with movements that were different. No rushing. No blind aggression. He moved like an experienced fighter who already knew what he was doing. Isn't this not according to the script? Shouldn't the goblin be angry and revenge his friends? But this goblin is so smart. and when he raised that dagger, I immediately knew, this isn't some ordinary goblin I can finish with 3 standard moves. His first attack came like lightning. A straight thrust to my chest with speed that made my eyes barely able to follow. I felt my skill warning me, but my body couldn't keep up. Seems like this skill doesn't work when fighting opponents stronger than me. I retreated hastily, feeling the dagger's tip pass through my shirt with distance too close for comfort. Shit, I whispered while checking the small tear in my clothes. He attacked again. This time a combination of thrusts and slashes that flowed like a dance of death. I defended with my sword, but every clash made my arm vibrate. Strong. Too strong for an ordinary goblin. And what's scarier, he's got technique. Trained movements. Perfect timing. Even the way he held his weapon showed terrifying experience. Where'd you learn to fight like this? I asked while dodging a horizontal attack that almost beheaded me. Online courses. But he didn't answer. Of course not. He's a goblin, not a stand-up comedian. I felt like an idiot. Obviously goblins can't talk. I was starting to feel cornered. Every attack I made was easily read. Every movement I made was anticipated. Like playing chess against a grandmaster while I don't even know how to move the knight. Time to change strategies. I backed up a few steps, taking a more serious fighting stance. Left foot forward, sword raised at the perfect angle, eyes narrowed with intense focus. The goblin went silent. His eyes became alert, his posture tensed. He also took a more defensive stance. We stared at each other in silence full of tension. The air between us felt like it would explode any second. This was an epic climax moment, a battle between 2 warriors who respect each other's abilities. I took a deep breath. Gathering all my concentration. Preparing an attack that would decide everything. And then. Ya. I screamed loud enough to wake up the entire dungeon. In my mind, 30 battle scenarios appeared. All of them ended with me losing. So I chose the most sane one, and the most undignified. Then immediately turned around and ran as fast as possible. The goblin went silent with an expression that, if he was human, he might have said, "Dude, I thought our fight was gonna get serious." He didn't chase me. Maybe too shocked by the brilliant strategy I'd just witnessed. Or maybe he had principles about not chasing enemies who flee in embarrassing ways. I ran with admirable speed, leaving that senior goblin with existential questions about fighter honor. "Sorry," I shouted while running. "But I still have a beautiful goddess waiting for me at home." 10 meters. 20 meters. 30 meters. Suddenly my stomach cramped with intensity that made me almost fall. Arg, damn. I groaned while holding my left side that felt like it was being twisted. Note to self, always warm up before fighting. My pace slowed to walking like a duck with a stomachache. Dignity. What's that? Can you eat it? As I walked with a very embarrassing gait, I started hearing voices from ahead. Human voices. Other adventurers. Damn. Floor 1 is so empty. I've been wandering around for 5 minutes, haven't found a single goblin. What's wrong with this dungeon? Are the monsters on strike? I need magic stones, I've got 6 women waiting for me. You're so awesome, dude, can you teach me? I've been alone for half my life. Me too, I'm tired of using my hands. I walked past them with steps that were still abnormal, holding my stomach that was still protesting loudly. Chapter 23, Chapter 23, Chapter 23, Morning Encounters. This world is cruel. But not because of monsters, but because reputation can be ruined in one run. But hey, at least I'm still alive, even if my walking style looks like a cold chicken. Those adventurers looked at me with a mixture of sympathy and frustration. "Hey, buddy," one of them approached me. A big guy with worn leather armor. You pissed off too, huh? I see you're even getting chest pains. Huh? I looked at him confused. I'm clearly having stomach pain, not chest pain. Yeah, you keep holding your chest. Must be so pissed your heart hurts. I get it, bro. I'm about to blow my top too. I glanced at my hand still holding my stomach. From his angle, it probably did look like I was holding my chest. Oh, this. I was about to explain, but he cut me off. My advice, just quit being an adventurer if you have heart disease. It's dangerous, brother. Too much stress can make you drop dead. He patted my shoulder with excessive sympathy before leaving to join his group, who were still busy cursing about the monster shortage. I stood silent for a moment. Did he think I was upset because floor 1 was empty so I had a heart attack? But even though he said that, I don't hate him anyway. He said it with good intentions. Then I laughed a little. Heart disease, I muttered while shaking my head. If he knew I was the one who cleaned out all the goblins, what would his expression be? After a short rest near the adventurers who were gathered and discussing. Occasionally I heard swearing. After resting a bit I continued my journey out. The cramp in my stomach was starting to ease, though it still felt uncomfortable. The sun was still low when I exited the dungeon. Around 6 a.m., judging by the sun's position. I went in at 4, so total about 2 hours inside. Orario was coming alive with morning activity. Merchants opening shops, other adventurers preparing to enter the dungeon, sounds of conversations. Very lively. I walked with normal steps, enjoying the fresh morning air after the suffocating humid dungeon air. Suddenly I saw 2 girls walking past me. One had gray hair in neat braids, dressed like a tavern waitress. The other had green hair in a more elegant style, like, wait. Green eyes. Green hair. Familiar posture. Ryo lion. And the other one, gray hair in braids, gentle blue eyes that were almost gray. Seer Flava. Or, maybe what's actually Freya in disguise. My heart pounded, but not from stomach cramps this time. This is the DanMachi world. A world where gods and goddesses walk among humans. Where gods seek pleasure in the lower world. A world where fate can change with one wrong decision. And I'd just seen 2 very important characters in this story. They walked casually, not realizing someone was watching them from behind with a mixture of awe and paranoia. I didn't follow them. Didn't approach. Didn't do anything except watch their backs as they walked away. Too dangerous. Too risky. I prayed not to attract Goddess Freya's attention. I wiped the sweat from my forehead nervously, after making sure Goddess Freya didn't notice me. I let out a long breath. Focus on the goal, I whispered to myself. Guild. Exchange magic stones and go to the dungeon. I continued my journey to the guild with lighter steps, though my brain was still busy processing what I'd just seen. The guild was getting busy when I arrived. Adventurers of various levels gathered, some just back from the dungeon, some preparing to leave. The sounds of conversation, laughter, and chatter mixed together. I headed to the exchange counter with my bag containing magic stones from my hard work and tactical retreat. Good morning, the receptionist girl greeted with a friendly smile. Want to exchange magic stones? I felt like the person manning the exchange was different from yesterday who I met, seems like they work in shifts. Yes, I poured the contents of my bag onto the counter. All of this. She counted quickly and carefully. Total 8,200 valis. Not bad for a new adventurer. 8,200 valis. Not bad for a morning that started with the effort I put in. I was just about to leave the guild when someone entered through the front door. Short, neat brown hair. Round glasses that gave an intellectual impression. Neat and clean guild official clothes. In a tool. Our eyes met as she walked towards the employee counter. Good morning, Ina-san, I greeted with a polite smile. "Good morning, Kane-kun," she replied with a warm smile. "Kane-kun, did you just come from the dungeon?" I saw the surprised look in Ina's eyes. Her gaze was fixed on my shirt that was torn from the senior goblin's attack. "How was the dungeon today?" "Not bad. Floor 1 was kinda empty, but I still got something." I didn't mention the senior goblin or about floor 1 that I cleaned out. Thank goodness. New adventurers must always be careful. Her tone was like a worried sister. "Are you going to the dungeon again?" "That's the plan." "Wait a moment," she said like that, then left with hurried steps. "Don't leave yet." She almost ran to the employee area, leaving me standing confused near the door. A few minutes later she returned with a book in her hands. A rather thick book with a brown leather cover. "This," she offered the book. "Basic Guide for Beginner Adventurers. Contains information about monsters, fighting strategies, and survival tips." I received the book with a feeling that was warm. I know books like this aren't given to beginner adventurers. "Thank you, Ina-san. Very helpful." "You're welcome. Read it when you have time. Knowledge can save lives." She smiled before looking at the wall clock. "Sorry, I actually wanted to chat with you. But I still have a lot of business. It's still morning, but the guild is already getting busy." "It's okay. Thanks again." She nodded and hurried to the employee counter, leaving me with a new book and a strange feeling. Is this what it feels like to receive a love letter? But sadly, that's not a love letter. I stared at the book in my hands. Maybe there's information about the senior goblin I met earlier. Or at least tips on how to face stronger monsters without having to use the scream loudly then run away strategy. With a thin smile, I left the guild and started walking to find a bread seller. This morning was productive enough. Time to rest, read books, and plan a more dignified strategy before entering the dungeon again. Though, that running away strategy was pretty effective. That's because the senior goblin didn't chase me. If he'd chased me, there's a good chance he would have caught me. Anyway, at that time I couldn't run fast. I have to be more careful. Speaking of which, it's time I bought some potions. Chapter 24, Chapter 24 Chapter 24 New knowledge and advanced challenges. The smell of fresh bread hit my nose like a warm hug from a mom I haven't seen in forever. After 2 hours of breathing in that damp dungeon air mixed with blood and dust, a combo that sadly hasn't been marketed as eau de dungeon perfume yet. This was like inhaling the world's most expensive perfume. Or at least, that's what I told myself to feel better. Walking through the busy streets, I walked up to this simple wooden cart on the street corner. The seller, a middle-aged guy with a worn-out apron, smiled warmly when he saw me approaching. Like an NPC shopkeeper in a game, except this time he was actually real and could sell actual bread. "Good morning. Got anything cheap and filling?" I asked, straight to the point. My stomach was growling after all that fighting. "Oh, new adventurer, huh?" He looked me over, still reeking of dungeon. "This," he pointed to a brown bread that looked kinda perfect, wheat bread with nuts. "Not as pretty as the others, but it's the most filling. And easy on the wallet." Looking at the bread he pointed out, I made a weird face. "Not as pretty as the others? Are you kidding me? This is clearly bread made with care. Is this some artist selling bread as a hobby? Is he trying to humble brag?" For a second I didn't know what to say. I bought 2 wheat breads and a small bottle of water. Total, 50 valis. Pretty cheap for breakfast that'd fill me up till noon. Valis currency that used to be just numbers in anime now felt so precious in my hands. "Thanks." "No problem. Be careful in the dungeon." I looked for a quiet spot to eat while reading the book Ina gave me. After wandering around a bit, I found a small park with a wooden bench facing a simple fountain. The sound of trickling water and morning birds created this peaceful atmosphere, totally different from the chaos of the dungeon. It felt like having a picnic. Would have been even better if Goddess Hestia was here. Seems like if I get some free time, I should invite Goddess Hestia on a picnic together. I sat down comfortably, put the book on my lap, and started munching on the wheat bread. The taste wasn't bad. A bit rough on the tongue, but the nutty flavor was pretty good and really filling. Looks like I'll have to buy bread from him in the future. I felt a little guilty eating without inviting Goddess Hestia. After all, in the Hestia familia it's just me and Goddess Hestia. So we gotta share the good times and bad. I put on a guilty expression but ate without feeling guilty. Which made me feel guilty for eating without guilt. Every bite counts, I whispered while chewing slowly. Now I appreciate every crumb like it's treasure. Ironic how reincarnation can make someone appreciate simple things more. Maybe a hard life teaches people to be grateful for what they have. While chewing bread, I opened in his guidebook. Simple cover, but looked well maintained. On the first page was handwritten in neat letters, for beginner adventurers who want to come home safe. E.T. A small smile appeared on my face. Inasan really cares, huh? Seeing characters I used to only know as animation turned out to give this weird feeling. She's actually a real person with real feelings, not just a character programmed to help the protagonist. I started reading from Chapter 1, Understanding Floor 1 to 3 Monsters. The first part covered goblins and kobolds in detail. Descriptions I more or less already knew, but there were some interesting things I'd missed. Goblins have poor reflexes when attacking from higher positions, I read quietly. They tend to lose balance and leave an opening on the left side of their chest. I stopped chewing. Shit, why didn't I know this yesterday? Reading further, I found info about predictable kobold attack patterns, how to efficiently dodge goblin claws, and tips for conserving stamina while fighting. If I'd had this book from the start, maybe I wouldn't have had to run from that senior goblin in such a undignified way, I muttered while shaking my head. My running scene would have gone viral if someone recorded it. Title, Cowardly Adventurer vs Goblin. On page 15, I found an interesting section, Monster Variations and Anomalies. Monsters that manage to survive long on the upper floors tend to develop intelligence or strength beyond their species norms, I read carefully. They learn from every battle with adventurers and adapt new strategies. My heart pounded. This was exactly like that senior goblin I met earlier. Some monsters show signs of having rudimentary skills or unique abilities that their normal species doesn't possess. Adventurers are advised to be careful and not underestimate monsters that have survived for long periods. I closed the book for a moment and reflected. I started going through my memories with a thoughtful expression. I know that in the original story there was discussion about intelligent monsters in dungeons, but my memory was so fuzzy I couldn't remember clearly. Was it called Genos? No wait, Genos is that bald guy. I started doubting my memory. But for sure, that senior goblin wasn't just a coincidence. He really was a monster that had evolved, survived many adventurers, and become more dangerous. Maybe he had a Monster of the Month membership card, Dungeon Floor 1 edition. So my strategy of running away earlier was actually pretty wise, I muttered with a bitter smile. Not cowardly, but tactical retreat. Sounds cooler, right? Like a general reorganizing his troops, when in reality I was running like hell. I kept reading. On page 23, there was a section about the importance of potions in dungeon exploration. Basic healing potions, minor potion, are highly recommended for level 1 adventurers. Although relatively expensive, this investment can save lives in emergencies. I counted my remaining vallis. After buying bread and water, I still had about 8,150 vallis. 8,150 valis plus 2,483 valis I got yesterday means I have 10,633 valis. From my anime memories, healing potions were indeed pretty expensive for beginner adventurers. If basic healing potions cost around 500, 1000 valis per bottle. Gotta buy some, I decided. No point saving money if I end up dead. I don't have a resurrection cloak protecting me. Better to spend a little money than become a permanent dungeon resident who can't check out. After finishing the bread and absorbing important info from the book, I got up from the bench. But before leaving, I did something I should have done from the start, proper warm-up. I started with light stretching. Arms, legs, back, neck. Then some light jogging in place to warm up my muscles. Very simple movements, but they made a huge difference. That stomach cramp earlier was a valuable lesson, I muttered while stretching my abs. Won't happen again. The dungeon never shows mercy. After feeling my body was ready, I started looking for a potion shop. Not hard to find in Orario. Almost every street corner had a shop selling adventurer gear, including potions. Just like typical fantasy worlds. The shop I chose was the one that looked most affordable. A simple wooden building with a faded sign, basic potions, affordable prices. An honest, straightforward slogan, no fancy premium quality, people's prices nonsense. I went in and was greeted by a weird smell mixing herbs and chemicals. An old man with a white beard stood behind a counter full of small bottles containing colorful liquids. "Good morning," he greeted with a hoarse voice. "What do you need?" "Basic healing potions. For a beginner adventurer." He looked at me with sharp eyes. Rare for new adventurers to buy potions right away. Usually they think they're still safe on floor 1. Experience teaches that nothing's safe in the dungeon, I replied seriously. What bullshit was this guy spouting? If I hadn't met that senior goblin earlier, I might have thought the same as him. I was traumatized enough from almost dying to a senior goblin. Movie experience also taught me that characters who underestimate danger usually end up badly. He smiled thinly. Good. That's the right attitude. He picked up a small bottle containing pink liquid. Minor potion. Can heal minor to moderate wounds. 800 valis per bottle. I calculated quickly. 2 bottles would cost 1,600 valis. Pretty expensive, but looking at the guy in front of me, I felt something was off but didn't know what. "I'll take 2 bottles. Wise choice. He wrapped 2 bottles with soft cloth. Easy to use. Drink directly for serious wounds, or drop on wounds for just scratches. 1 bottle's good for 3 to 4 minor wounds. I handed over 1,600 valis and carefully put the potions in my bag. My wallet got way thinner, but I felt my heart hurt a little. Hopefully I won't need to use them all at once in one fight. If not, I'll definitely be bleeding. Thank you. No problem. Hope you come back safe. Coming out of the shop, I saw the sun was already pretty high. Around 8 a.m. The dungeon must be crowded with other adventurers by now. I walked toward the dungeon entrance with different feelings than this morning. This time I wasn't just bringing a sword and reckless courage. I was bringing knowledge, strategy, and minimal protection. Like a student heading to an exam with complete notes, hidden cheating tactics, and a good luck charm. The dungeon entrance was indeed crowded. Adventurers of various levels gathered, some just leaving, some just returning. A lively atmosphere full of energy. Like a bus terminal that's always busy with various destinations. I stepped into the familiar darkness. But this time, I had specific targets. First, find and defeat that senior goblin. Not out of revenge, but because I knew he was a challenge I had to face to grow. I felt my inner demon would emerge if I couldn't beat that senior goblin. Ahem, forget it, there are no inner demons in this world. Anyway, I had to beat that goblin. Second, start exploring floor 2. With knowledge from in his book, I felt ready for bigger challenges. Hopefully there's no mini-boss more annoying than the senior goblin there. Third, no longer just surviving, but start living smartly. Like playing a game, from just charge in mode to use strategy mode. My steps were steadier than before. I was no longer just a lucky survivor. I was an adventurer starting to understand his world. Little by little. Like a baby learning to walk, but with the risk of being bitten by monsters. A small smile appeared on my face as the dungeon's darkness swallowed me. This time, I whispered to myself, we do this right. And within his guidebook absorbed, healing potions in my bag, a properly warmed up body, plus some knowledge about this world from my previous life, I stepped toward real adventure. That senior goblin was waiting for me. And this time, I wasn't going to run. Maybe. Chapter 25, Chapter 25, Chapter 25, the terrifying genius I thought, with my knowledge about goblin weaknesses and healing potions in my bag, I had enough confidence to beat that senior goblin. Turns out I was totally overestimating myself. Right now I'm on dungeon floor 1. I'm standing in front of a goblin holding a rusty dagger with an angry and slightly desperate expression. It's been 4 days since I first met that senior goblin. 7 days since I arrived in Orario City. No wait, it's been a week since I arrived in Orario. You know how I've been living for these past 4 days? I'm so pissed I almost collapsed from my blood pressure spiking. That senior goblin, who knows where it came from, but since we first met, it's always been targeting me. Every morning I'd come to floor 1, killing goblins casually like floor 1 was my backyard. With my knowledge and experience, it was super easy to beat the monsters on floor 1. I was even getting a bit bored. Felt like floor 1 was too easy and I'd only spend half an hour clearing it. Still had an hour and a half left, so I could go to floor 2. Anyway, I'd come to the dungeon at 4 AM to clear goblins before other adventurers showed up. Since I started coming at dawn and killing goblins, my Excelia gathering became crazy fast. I could get 10 to 15 stat points per attribute. Even though the amount of Excelia I got was small, I could make up for it with quantity. I felt like if this kept up, I'd need about 2 months to reach S-rank stats in one attribute. Made me almost happy. I was so happy I even hugged Goddess Hestia out of joy. This was just floor 1, what if I went to floor 2? Wouldn't it be even faster? The perfect early bird catches the worm strategy, or so I thought. But my plan didn't go smoothly. Every time I was about to go to floor 2, that senior goblin would always show up, blocking my good deeds. I'd even get scared from being startled when this goblin suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Even other adventurers couldn't find it. Does this goblin have some invisibility item? It blocks me. Like a security guard who's super serious about guarding the gate to floor 2. 4 days of meeting this goblin made me realize how weak I am. I can't even beat a goblin. I always run away in an embarrassing state because I lose. My pride as a human is completely destroyed. I'm starting to doubt myself. I know with my stat point increases, my strength is improving. You could say me and the senior goblin are pretty balanced in terms of physical strength. Since our physical strength is balanced, the winner between me and the senior goblin is determined by fighting technique. I stare at that green head in front of me, the anger that's been building up for 4 days finally overflows. Forget all the questions. Forget my doubts. Today, I'm gonna beat you. I laugh inside my head. I feel like finally today I won't have to be angry anymore. But I still have questions. Why is it targeting me? Is it because I'm weak? Or does it have some personal grudge? I don't get it. Maybe this goblin has brain problems. Without thinking twice, I charge forward, pouring everything I have into my first sword swing. During these 4 days, at least my sword skills have improved drastically thanks to my dex attribute increase. Horizontal slashes, vertical, diagonal, I let them all out with confidence. But even though it's dangerous, that goblin stays super chill. Using that rusty dagger that looks like it's decades old, it parries every one of my attacks easily. Not parrying, but deflecting. Seems like that goblin knows its dagger is fragile. Deflecting my attacks, that goblin counterattacks. That goblin's attacks are super fast, strong, and more importantly, perfect. The fight between me and the senior goblin officially starts. While fighting, I'm struggling a bit and can't even make the goblin get serious. Like I'm a little kid using a toy sword. It doesn't even make growling sounds like normal goblins. Just eyes that stare at me with an evaluating expression. Always like this, those eyes. Never serious. That gaze that doesn't take its opponent seriously is an effective way to make your opponent lose confidence. And I admit I'm losing confidence a bit. Especially after being defeated several times. In this fight, I also realized this goblin is a fighting genius. How could it not be? Every time we fight, I feel like this goblin gets more skilled at fighting. Is this a genius that develops every time it fights? If this goblin is a genius, then what am I? Trash. Or untalented? It's even copying the sword style I've been training for years. It wouldn't matter if it was just copying, but when it copies, I feel like it's perfecting it. Yeah, not only is my sword technique being copied, but it's being made better than mine. It's like my sword is expert level, while its is master level. This breaks my heart. I worked so hard my hands bled during training. But this goblin copies it just from a few fights. Is this what NPCs feel like in comics and novels where the protagonist has the talent to copy something after seeing it once? Taking all our hard work from several years? Makes me angry and wonder, are geniuses this scary? I trained for years, but it copies in just a few days. Who's the one working hard here? This isn't fair. I yell while launching a desperate attack. My attack gets parried easily. Right then, that rusty dagger in the goblin's hand finally breaks, making me happy. The opportunity has come. Finally. Now we're even, but I'm shocked. That goblin immediately throws the broken dagger at me, making me raise my sword to block it. Good reflexes, I think. But that goblin moves fast, gets right in front of me and attacks me brutally using its elbow. Not using its sharp claws. Seems like it doesn't even intend to kill me. It even attacks my hands, making my sword slip away. And kicks that sword away with a movement that's artistic. Are this goblin's martial arts skills also scary? Did it copy them from adventurers who fight using their bodies? I get beaten up like a punching bag. Losing my sword, I'm helpless. I realize I don't have any self-defense skills. I realize I'm too dependent on my sword. In other words, losing my sword, I'm helpless. I fight back with amateur punches, but that goblin dodges easily. I get beaten up, but I don't feel the pain. I know I'll feel the pain after the fight ends. My breathing is ragged, the salty taste of blood fills my mouth. I lose. Again. Thinking like that, I quickly retreat. I also know that during several fights with the senior goblin, it seems like it doesn't want to kill me. Is it playing cat and mouse? How ironic, I'm now living under someone else's mercy. Because the other party doesn't want to kill me. For some reason I feel my chest tighten. Is it pain from being hit or pain because I feel my confidence is destroyed? I clench my fists tightly, even my hands are shaking a bit. I'm so angry, where my life and death is determined by someone else. I feel angry, not angry at that senior goblin, but at myself. Why am I weak? My clenched fists shake even more. Like they can feel the emotions inside me. Even though I'm angry, I can't do anything. Is this my fault? Obviously I'm not at fault. I've been working hard. But I know even though I'm powerless now doesn't mean I'll be powerless in the future. However, as long as I'm given time to grow, I can beat this goblin. Thinking like that, I slowly unclench my fists. I slowly stare at it. That goblin just stands there. It doesn't chase. It doesn't growl. It just stares at me. Not with a predator's gaze, but a empty gaze. It's precisely because it doesn't act like a normal monster that makes it truly terrifying. In this absurd situation, maybe only equally absurd actions could work. In total desperation, a crazy idea crosses my mind. Hey, I call out with a shaky voice. Can we talk? That goblin stares at me with sharp red eyes. Doesn't move. I mean, you're a genius, right? You must have a brain for communication, right? Still no response. Okay, okay. How about this? I raise my hands like I'm surrendering. I'll back away slowly, you also back away slowly. We can respect each other's personal space. I feel embarrassed. How many times have I lost to this goblin? I'm even really good at stringing words together so I can retreat safely. That goblin tilts its head. Like a confused dog. Or do you wanna be my friend? I can teach you other sword techniques. Though it seems like you're already better than me. No response. But I swear I see a bit of annoyed expression on its face. Alright, how about we split territories? You guard floor 1, I go to floor 2. Win-win solution. That goblin suddenly moves. I almost jump in fear, but it just sits. Sits while staring at me with eyes that seem to be evaluating what I'm saying with a confused expression. Oh, you're sitting. That's good. Nonverbal communication. I appreciate that. I back away slowly, still nervously rambling. So, we're in agreement, right? You rest here, I'll leave peacefully. Nobody needs to die today. Obviously if a fight happens, I'm the one who'll die. I'm clearly fooling that goblin. That goblin doesn't chase. It just sits there, watching me retreat with a very human expression. Like someone watching a comedy show that's not funny. I know that goblin doesn't think like that. Obviously only I feel like I'm a comedy clown. I know that goblin probably doesn't understand what I'm saying, still staring at me confused. Alright, see you later, friend, enemy, weird acquaintance, I wave awkwardly. As I slowly retreat toward the exit of floor 1, I look back again. That goblin is still sitting there, but now it looks reluctant and annoyed. Is it reluctant for its punching bag to leave, I mean its sparring partner? This goblin is really weird, I mutter while slowly retreating. And somehow, that makes it even more terrifying. Chapter 26, Chapter 26 Chapter 26, Morning competition and crazy ideas. After splitting up with that goblin, I used the potion in my bag to get rid of the blue bruises on my face. If I didn't treat it, it'd swell up tomorrow. If my face got all swollen, I probably wouldn't even recognize myself in the mirror. Besides, I didn't want Goddess Hestia to worry, she's been acting kinda weird these past few days. I keep catching her staring at me with this guilty look, and I don't know what's up with Goddess Hestia. Though usually at dinner I eat Goddess Hestia's cooking that tastes weird but delicious. Even though I wanna help Goddess Hestia, I don't know what I'm supposed to help with. Since I don't know what's making Goddess Hestia feel guilty, I just ignore trying to help Goddess Hestia. I even thought for a while that maybe Goddess Hestia feels guilty cause she doesn't cook much. Whatever, I eat way too much anyway, since I wanna grow taller. Lucky for me, the food Goddess Hestia cooks has meat with obviously tons of protein. Thanks to goddess Hestia's cooking. I even feel like my heights reached 161 centimeters, that's 1 centimeter more. Though sometimes I feel my stomach hurts a bit, I don't think it's weird, maybe I just eat too much. About the stomach pain, I'm not lying, it hurts so bad I even use the potions I bought. You know, I bought 2 potions for 1,600. One I used in the dungeon, the other I used to get rid of the stomach pain. I feel kinda reluctant since I'm dirt poor, but even though I'm reluctant I don't have a choice. Who could have guessed the stomach pain would feel this painful? So every night I have to drink 1 potion to get rid of the pain. Even though I feel like my heart's bleeding, I try to get over it by saying, as long as my height's increasing, the money I'm spending and the pain I'm feeling is nothing. I say that while drinking the potion with a sad expression, so every day I'm spending 1,600 valis. While lamenting how broke I am. I'm resting at the dungeon entrance, I feel like I need to buy a new sword since the goblin took it. Actually I wanted to take that sword back, but I'm kinda scared. What if that goblin gets mad cause I try to take the sword back? Whatever, the senior goblin's weapon got destroyed so he needs a new weapon. My sword happens to be good quality, obviously that goblin already wanted my sword. I don't feel sad about losing that sword, whatever, it's a sword I got from the guild by borrowing. Thinking about the guild makes me so mad. That anger bubbles up every time I remember my first day at the Adventurers Guild. My naive face accepting a beginner's equipment set, thinking it was a blessing. For me, a guy from a remote village. In reality, it was debt, a 25,000 valis burden that immediately got slapped on my name. Last night I just traded the magic stones I got from the dungeon and started counting all the money I've made these past few days. Counting my remaining money after buying food, there's about 30,393 valis. I thought I was finally rich. But after subtracting that damn debt, the value crashed to just 5,393 valis. All my hard work for a week felt pointless. Even though I'm mad, I can't blame them, whatever, it's my fault for being poor. But still, I'm pissed. I accepted that ugly beginner armor like mithril armor and thanked the guild that felt like a bunch of robbers. I even almost fainted from high blood pressure, who wouldn't be mad when I haven't even gotten to enjoy my money yet? But it's already reduced in value. I feel like God Auranos is a true capitalist, I feel like his face is also unpleasant to look at. No, even hearing his name is unpleasant. Throwing away thoughts about the guild, I wonder what that senior goblin wanted, I keep thinking about it every day. But I'm still confused, what does that goblin actually want? I don't know, but I hope it's not something that'll endanger me. Hopefully he's not planning revenge by inviting his friends to beat up the human party. Suddenly I hear annoyed cursing around me. Damn it! Again, no monsters on floor 1. Yeah, it's been like this for days. How am I supposed to get magic stones like this? My girlfriend said she'll leave me cause I can't make money. An adventurer spoke while complaining, I already went to the guild to ask if something's wrong. The guild's response said nothing's wrong. Making them confused. They're confused for a moment, not finding the cause of why floor 1 keeps being empty. They start cursing again with enthusiasm. I stay silent. No guys, why are you enthusiastic about cursing? I think about the reason, maybe they're really mad these past few days. Now they're venting. Suddenly there's a shy newbie, kinda stuttering, he says, "Ma, maybe there's an adventurer who comes earlier." Hearing that, they go silent and start thinking. They're all enlightened. Ah! Why did the guild say nothing's wrong? There must be someone who came first. They start discussing and finally make a decision. They have to come earlier to the dungeon to see who's coming to kill monsters on floor 1. We're coming at 4 AM tomorrow. Agreed. We'll catch the monster thief red-handed. Yeah. Let's see who dares to take our livelihood. Hearing what they said, I frown a bit. Want to steal monsters on floor 1? No way. If you guys come at 4 a.m., I'll come at 3 a.m. If you guys come at 3 a.m., I'll come at 2 a.m. Even if I have to, I'll camp in the dungeon. Nothing can stop me from reaching S stats in 2 months. This is a war of attrition, and I won't lose. Thinking like that, I leave the dungeon. It's still 6 a.m. I immediately make a daily list of what I'll do, in my head. I'll buy food at the usual place, then go have breakfast and buy a new sword. At the same bread cart, the middle-aged seller greets me warmly, "Morning again, kid. Your face looks kinda problematic." "Training," I answer briefly while ordering regular wheat bread. I'm used to this guy who should be an artist, but sells bread as a hobby. Is he making art? The art of making bread? I wonder if he wants to try the bread seller profession to make art? Honestly, I don't understand art. I'm like a blind person being asked what the color blue looks like. Thinking like that, I take the bread and pay 50 valis. Hard training, huh? He laughs a little. But be careful, don't let the training be more dangerous than the dungeon itself. Yeah, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I answer casually, then leave to eat bread at the usual place. After breakfast at the same park, I start thinking about the sword problem. I go to the weapon shop that looks most affordable. Not the fancy one where main characters usually shop in anime, but one that fits a beginner adventurer's budget. "Good morning," greets the shopkeeper, a big guy with muscular arms. "What do you need?" "A sword. Cheap but won't break when used." He shows me several options. This is a regular iron sword, 2,000 valis. This slightly better one, 3,500 valis. I look around and suddenly realize something. I think about what happened before. I'm helpless if I don't have a sword. What happened earlier is solid proof of how fragile I am without a weapon. I'll take 2 swords, I decide. The 2,000 valis ones. 2, he stares at me confused. What for? Backup. If one sword isn't enough, there's still another one. He shakes his head in surprise, then slowly turns to get the swords while smiling. Adventurers these days are really unique. From the remaining 5,393 valis I had, after paying for bread and these 2 swords, now I only have 1,343 valis left. A very sad number. Thinking about God Auranos, I suddenly feel like he's even more unpleasant to look at. After leaving the shop, I start thinking about other problems. I need to practice martial arts. But I don't have a teacher or sparring partner. Even if there were, it'd definitely be expensive. And with my limited financial situation, suddenly I think of a really crazy idea. What if I make that goblin my martial arts training partner? I stop in the middle of the street. That idea is so crazy. So stupid. So dangerous. But, also kinda makes sense. That goblin's clearly a fighting genius. He didn't kill me even though he could. He even sat and listened, though didn't respond, when I talked. Most importantly, he's free. Yeah, free. Thinking about free, I feel like I've heard those words before. I think that Red Crab once said something like that. There's no martial arts teacher cheaper than free, I mutter. Plus, he's always there. No need for appointments or hourly payments. Available 24/7 like the best customer service. But how do I get him to agree to be a sparring partner? I ask myself. Maybe I could bring a gift? Or maybe, more serious negotiation? The more I think about it, the more this idea sounds reasonable. Even though it also sounds more and more like the fastest way to commit suicide. Alright, I decide while walking toward the dungeon again. Worst case scenario, I die. Best case scenario, I have a free genius martial arts teacher. With 2 swords on my back and a crazy idea in my head, I head back to the dungeon. The clock still shows 7:37 a.m. on the clock I saw at the sword shop earlier. There's still time for this very dangerous social experiment. Hope that goblin's still in a cooperative mood, I mutter while going down to floor 1. For some reason, I feel like this'll be a very interesting day. Or very painful. Maybe both. Chapter 27, Chapter 27, Chapter 27, Cross-species communication. Back to the dungeon with 2 swords on my back and a crazy idea in my head, I headed straight to floor 2 without wasting time on floor 1. After cleaning out all the monsters on floor 1 at the crack of dawn, now it's time for a bigger challenge. Fighting the senior goblin. But of course, my plans never go smoothly. Not even 5 minutes on floor 2, that familiar green figure appeared from behind the stone wall. The senior goblin stood upright with an attitude that seemed to say surprise. Guess who's back? I'm used to his sudden appearances by now. What confuses me is how he always knows when I'm coming. Other adventurers never see him. I've asked several adventurers who frequent floor 2, none of them have ever encountered a goblin with these characteristics. Does he have some special ability to mark his enemies? Or maybe he's got a personal radar that only detects my presence. Does he have the ability to mark his enemies? Or maybe he's got some advanced tracking skill. Throwing away those messy thoughts, I saw the goblin standing in front of me in a relaxed position. Not in an attacking stance, but not in a friendly position either. All right, I cleared my throat. We need to talk. The goblin tilted his head with a confused expression. His pointy ears moved slightly, like he was trying to catch an unfamiliar sound. Okay, seems like you don't understand human language, I muttered while scratching my head. How do you communicate with monsters anyway? Suddenly I remembered movies where humans communicate with animals using body language. Maybe this could work? I raised both hands with palms facing forward. This is the universal sign for peace, right? The goblin tilted his head, putting on a confused expression that looked like a dog being asked about Einstein's theory of relativity. I mean, we always meet but never really get acquainted, I continued while raising both hands to show I had no intention of attacking. I've got an interesting proposal. The goblin's red eyes stared at me with a blank look. It's clear he doesn't understand a single word I'm saying. First, I pointed to myself with my index finger. Me, I said while pointing to my chest with an exaggerated gesture. Then I pointed toward him. You, while pointing at the goblin. The goblin stared at me with an increasingly confused expression, but he nodded slowly. Seems like he's starting to understand the basic concept of me and you. Progress. Now for the more complicated part. I raised both hands and made gestures like I was fighting. Fight, I said while making punching and kicking motions in the air. The goblin nodded enthusiastically. Seems like the concept of fighting is a universal language. But then I made a more complex gesture. I joined my hands together, then separated them with a gentle motion, trying to convey together or cooperation. Fight, together. I muttered while repeating that gesture. The goblin stared at me with a very confused expression. He tried to understand what I meant by making weird gestures of his own. He pointed at me, then at himself, then made a gesture like, hugging. Or maybe wrestling. No, dude, I want to cooperate. Not hug. I'd rather stop entering the dungeon than hug a goblin. I scratched my head in confusion. What are you doing? Actually, the goblin was pretty good at body language, I'm just too stupid to understand. He tried again with simpler gestures. Pointing at me, pointing at himself, then making a gesture like shaking hands. Oh. Getting acquainted? I asked while mimicking his gesture. The goblin nodded enthusiastically, but then he made an even more complex gesture. He pointed at me, then at the swords on my back, then made a gesture like, teaching. I scratched my head in embarrassment. The longer the goblin explained, the more annoyed his expression became. Clearly he was running out of patience dealing with a human who's slow at understanding body language. Seeing the goblin start to get into a sword stance, I panicked a bit. Wait, I said while raising my hands. I don't, but it was too late. With an annoyed expression that had reached its limit, the goblin immediately attacked me. Reflexively, I drew one of my swords and started fighting. This time I was more prepared than before. With two swords as backup, I felt more confident. But of course, confidence and ability are two different things. Not even a minute in, my first sword was already flying somewhere thanks to a very precise attack from the goblin. I quickly drew my second sword and continued the fight. Aha! Still got one more. I shouted proudly. The goblin put on an even more annoyed expression. Seems like he thinks I'm cheating by bringing two swords. Or maybe he's annoyed because he has to work twice as hard to disarm me. 2 minutes later, my second sword also went flying. Breathing heavily, I backed up a few steps and got into a boxing stance that I learned from what I remembered from my previous life. A very amateur stance, but at least it's better than no stance at all. All right, final round. I shouted while raising both fists. The goblin stared at me with a very annoyed expression. Seems like he knows that now I'm truly defenseless. No more swords to protect me. With an annoyed expression on his face, he attacked me with movements more aggressive than before. Not even 2 minutes, I was already sprawled on the dungeon floor with bruises in various places. Mr. Goblin, stop hitting me. I shouted while covering my face with my hands. I'm gonna become stupid if I keep getting beaten up. I felt my head getting fuzzy. If I took another hit I'd definitely become mentally disabled. The goblin stopped attacking and stared at me with a satisfied expression. Seems like he felt he'd given enough lessons for today. But then he started doing sign language again. This time his movements were more patient and slow, like a teacher teaching a very slow student. I'm still confused about what he means. The goblin looked increasingly angry seeing my stupidity, then he hit me again. But this time his punch wasn't too hard, more like a hard pinch from a mother teaching her child. Then he taught me again with simpler gestures. Then hit me again when I still didn't understand. Ouch! Why are you like a strict teacher? I protested while rubbing my head that just got hit. I complained. However, the goblin didn't care as if he didn't hear it. This pattern kept repeating. The goblin would teach me something with body language, I'd be confused, he'd hit me, then teach me again. Like a parent teaching their child to study with a very physical method. I felt very tortured. This goblin is so sadistic. He hits me but expects me to understand what he means. I could only be angry in my heart but couldn't do anything because clearly he's stronger. After several cycles of teach hit teach, I started catching patterns in his movements. He pointed at me, then at himself, then made a gesture like shaking hands. Then he pointed toward my scattered swords, then made a gesture like teaching or showing something. Oh! I suddenly exclaimed. You want to be friends? And teach me to fight? The goblin nodded enthusiastically, his eyes sparkling like a child who's finally understood by an adult. But why do you keep hitting me? I asked while rubbing my still stinging cheek. As an answer, he made a gesture showing the learning process. He pointed at me, then made a gesture like someone who's learning, with somewhat awkward movements, then he pointed at himself and made a gesture showing teaching, with more confident movements. Then he made a gentle punching motion, as if saying this is part of the learning process. So, the hitting is your teaching method. I muttered while staring at him in disbelief. The goblin nodded innocently, as if the method of learning while getting hit was the most normal thing in the world. Sadistic teacher, I grumbled while getting up slowly. But if you really want to teach me. I looked toward my scattered swords. Then stared at the goblin who was still standing with an expression waiting for my answer. Through this complicated communication, it seems like the goblin just wants to be friends. Or at least, he wants to have a sparring partner who won't die after getting hit a few times. All right, I finally said while sighing. But can you make your method a bit less harsh? The goblin tilted his head, then made a gesture showing I'll try. At least I'm starting to understand what the senior goblin wants to say. He's not an ordinary monster who just wants to kill. He's a creature who feels lonely and wants to have a friend. Or maybe he's just bored and needs entertainment. Who knows? What's clear is, I just made an agreement with a goblin to become sparring partners. This might be the craziest thing I've ever done in both my lives. But hey, at least I don't have to pay for martial arts lessons. Chapter 28, Chapter 28, Chapter 28, Unexpected Partnership. 3 days. 3 absolutely exhausting days since I started this cooperation with that senior goblin. It's been 10 days since I came to Orario. I yawned for the umpteenth time while walking casually after clearing floor 1. Now I'm heading to floor 2. My left eye's twitching from sleepiness, and the dark circles under my eyes are already as wide as a 100 Valis coin. Why does life have to be this hard? I muttered while peeking toward the corridor. I used to think my biggest problem was not having money. Now the problem is not having time to sleep. I kept walking toward where Gob was. That goblin, who I now call Gob because it's too much of a hassle to keep saying senior goblin all the time. Without realizing it, time flew by so fast. What started as just a simple communication plan with the senior goblin has now developed into a weird partnership. Yeah, partnership. I don't know what else to call it. After successfully understanding that the goblin wanted to be friends and teach me how to fight, we both started developing a daily routine that's unique. Early in the morning, I'd come to floor 1 to clear monsters as usual. That goblin never bothered this activity. Seems like he gets that floor 1 is my territory. This kind of thing's been happening for 3 days now. Thinking like that, I unconsciously walked closer to floor 2. As soon as I reached floor 2, he'd immediately appear from God knows where with an expression that screamed, "Let's start today." "Morning, Gob," I greeted while raising my hand. The goblin nodded and immediately made movements I was starting to understand. He pointed toward the inside of floor 2, then made hunting-like gestures. "You wanna hunt monsters together again today?" I asked. He nodded enthusiastically. Speaking of hunting together. I was hesitant at first. What if other adventurers saw us? How would I explain that I was cooperating with a monster? But then I realized something. That goblin was super skilled at avoiding other adventurers. He always knew when to hide and when it was safe to come out. All right, I decided. But we gotta be careful. Can't let anyone see us. The goblin nodded enthusiastically, then made gestures showing follow me. And so began our weird hunting in floor 2. Before this, I thought hunting together wouldn't be efficient. Turns out hunting monsters with that goblin was super efficient. Too efficient, actually. He was like he had an internal radar to detect the presence of monsters and adventurers. I have that kind of talent too. But still, I felt like the goblin's abilities were better than mine. Right now we're moving smoothly without being detected by anyone. Suddenly. "Psst," I whispered when I saw a group of adventurers at the end of the corridor. "There's people." Seeing those adventurers, I was surprised. They came this early? The goblin immediately pulled me behind the cave wall with super quick movements. We both pressed against the wall while waiting for those adventurers to pass. When the situation was safe, the goblin peeked out and made a safe gesture with his hand. "You're like a ninja turtle," I muttered admiringly. Plus this goblin's green so it fits calling him a ninja turtle. Where'd you learn stealth and all that? The goblin looked at me with a proud expression, then made gestures showing experience. Experience, huh? I muttered while scratching my head. While continuing to walk looking for monsters. In hunting monsters, we developed a pretty effective strategy. The goblin served as scout and distraction, while I served as the main damage dealer. When facing a kobold, for example, the goblin would draw that monster's attention with provocative movements. The offended kobold would chase the goblin, giving me a chance to attack from behind. Nice! I shouted after successfully defeating the kobold with a clean hit. The goblin nodded with satisfaction, then made gestures showing good work. But then he did something that had become his habit since we first started working together. This reminded me of the first day we hunted together. Back then, after we successfully killed a kobold, he approached where the kobold turned to ash and started doing something weird with the magic stone I had just picked up. "Hey, what are you doing?" I asked confusedly. The goblin pointed toward the magic stone, then toward himself, then made gestures like, eating. "You wanna eat the magic stone?" I asked horrified. He shook his head quickly, then made more complex gestures. He pointed toward the magic stone, then toward his body, then made gestures showing becoming strong. "Oh. You absorb magic stones to become strong?" I asked with sparkling eyes. The goblin nodded enthusiastically. "So you're like, an evolving monster? No wonder you keep getting stronger." He nodded again, then made gestures showing let's split it. Split it? I tilted my head. "You mean we split the magic stone?" He nodded. "But if you absorb magic stones, that means you don't need money. Why should we split it?" The goblin made gestures showing fair trade or fair cooperation. I was quiet for a moment. This goblin has a really high sense of fairness. Even though he doesn't need money, he still wants to share the hunting results fairly. "All right," I said finally. "We'll split it?" The goblin smiled widely, the first expression that actually looked happy since we met. Since that day, I started understanding that goblin's language more and more. Though sometimes there were still miscommunications that ended in light violence. "So you mean, we attacked that monster from the right?" I asked while pointing to the right. The goblin shook his head hard and made gestures showing left. "Oh, left. Sorry, misunderstood." He nodded, but then lightly hit my head. "Ow. Why'd you hit me?" The goblin made gestures showing punishment for not listening carefully. "You really love hitting people," I protested while rubbing my head. During these 3 days, I've started understanding that goblin's behavioral patterns. He does like hitting me, but that's his way of teaching. I don't know what he's doing, but I'm used to it now. He made gestures showing it's part of the learning process while smiling innocently. "Sadistic teacher," I grumbled. Chapter 29, Chapter 29 Chapter 29, Goddess Hestia. After hunting on floor 2 for several hours, we decided to go deeper. Now we're on floor 4. "Wait, you mean we retreat?" I asked when I saw a group of dungeon lizards ahead. The goblin nodded hard and made danger gestures. "But we could win if we work together, right?" He shook his head hard and made gestures showing we'll die. "You sure? I feel like we could smack." The goblin hit me harder than usual, then forcibly pulled me back. Okay. I get it." We're retreating, while quickly putting on an obedient expression. Turns out his decision was right. After hiding for a few minutes, a group of veteran adventurers came and struggled hard to defeat those dungeon lizards. "You really are more experienced," I said while rubbing my still aching head. The goblin nodded with satisfaction, then made gestures showing listen to your experienced teacher. Yeah. But your punch was too hard earlier." He made gestures showing emergency situation requires emergency measures. You're really good at making excuses, I muttered quietly, not wanting Gob to hear and hit me again. Some time passed since we were on floor 4. The funniest part was when we faced a monster bigger than usual. Whoa, that's a big lizard, I muttered while looking at the giant lizard in front of us. The goblin nodded, then made complex strategy gestures. So your distraction, I attack from behind. He shook his head and made gestures showing the opposite. I'm distraction, you attack from behind. He nodded. But I'm slower than you. What if I can't run away? The goblin made gestures showing trust me. All right, I trust you. I moved forward with sword in hand, shouting as loud as I could to draw that stupid lizard's attention. Hey, ugly lizard. Look over here. That stupid lizard immediately turned and chased me at a terrifying speed. Gob. Hurry. I screamed while running with all my strength. But when I looked back, that goblin was nowhere to be seen. Where is he? I screamed in panic. That stupid lizard was getting closer, its long tongue almost touching my back. Damn Gob. You left me slash. Suddenly that stupid lizard stopped chasing and collapsed to the floor, turning to ash. The goblin appeared from above. Turns out he'd already climbed the wall and attacked from above. Oh, I muttered while holding my chest that was still pounding hard. Shit, I almost died. So that was your strategy, I said casually, as if I wasn't terrified. The goblin came down from above that stupid lizard and made gestures showing good teamwork. Good teamwork. I almost died from a heart attack. I protested. He made gestures showing but we won. Yeah, but smack. He hit me again. Ow, that hurt. Why'd you hit me again? The goblin made gestures showing don't complain when we already won. You really, seriously. I really couldn't say anything. After spending hours hunting monsters from floor 2 to floor 4, we managed to collect quite a lot of magic stones. As agreed, we split the hunting results into 2 equal parts. The goblin took his share and immediately started absorbing the magic stones one by one. The process looked like someone eating candy, the magic stones just disappeared when they touched his hands. Pretty cool ability you got there, I commented while putting my share in my bag. Time to go home. Looks like it's almost 6 a.m. I don't have a watch, but I could guess. Soon other adventurers will come. The goblin nodded with satisfaction, then made gestures showing see you again. See you too, I replied while waving. I quickly turned around, moving away from that goblin. Gob nodded and gave a see you signal. He already understood my daily schedule and never tried to follow me to the surface. When I arrived at the dungeon entrance around 6 a.m., I heard a huge commotion. A group of beginner adventurers were gathered with angry and frustrated expressions. This is the 3rd day, shouted a brown-haired adventurer with swollen eyes. For 3 days we've been coming at 4 a.m., but floor 1's still empty. We even tried coming at 3 a.m. yesterday, another added. Still no monsters. Someone must be coming even earlier. Who's coming at 2 a.m.? I broke out in cold sweat. 2 a.m.? I come at 1 a.m., buddy. We gotta report this to the guild, shouted their group leader. This isn't fair. How are we supposed to live if it keeps going like this? Agreed. Let's protest at the guild. Demand justice for beginner adventurers. They marched toward the guild with high fighting spirit. I followed from behind with an extraordinary feeling. I scolded myself for enjoying watching other people's suffering. It's still early. However, at the guild, the situation was very chaotic. Beginner adventurers packed the lobby with their demands. I saw Inasan running back and forth with stacks of documents, trying to handle the complaints that kept coming. We demand an explanation, shouted an adventurer. Why is floor 1 always empty? We've conducted an investigation, answered one of the guild staff patiently. No anomalies detected on floor 1. Monsters respawn normally. But why is it always empty when we come? Maybe there are other adventurers who come earlier. Who comes at 1 a.m.? That's crazy. I almost joked hearing that question. Hey, I'm not crazy. I'm just, very motivated. Excuse me, I slipped toward the exchange counter while avoiding the angry crowd. I wanna sell magic stones. The exchange employee received me with a tired smile. Wow, floor 2 magic stones. Good quality. Total 10,240 valis. I don't have floor 4 magic stones because Gob took them. Thank you, I said while receiving the money. But when I turned around, I saw Inasan staring at me with a suspicious expression. She didn't say anything, but her look seemed to say, "You're the one who always comes early in the morning, right?" I grinned awkwardly and quickly left the guild before she could ask anything. Outside the guild, I stopped for a moment to think about this situation. The beginner adventurers were really suffering because of what I did. They couldn't get income because I always came earlier. Maybe I should leave some monsters for them, I muttered while walking home. If not, there'll be a real riot. Good idea. Starting tomorrow, I'll let some goblins live on floor 1. Just enough to give other adventurers a chance to earn income. But still, I won't reduce my training intensity. I'll just be more selective in choosing targets. Feeling good about myself for leaving some monsters, I sighed. When I reached the old church that serves as Hestia Familia's headquarters, I was already very tired. 3 days with only 3 to 4 hours of sleep per night really drained my energy. Plus being in the dungeon where I'm always in an alert state. I feel like if I keep this up I'll suffer. How do I know this? Because of my ability. I discovered that my skill, besides being able to sense external danger, can also sense internal danger. I opened the door slowly, hoping I could just take an afternoon nap. I'm home, I said weakly. Welcome back, Kane-kun. Hestia-sama's cheerful voice greeted me from inside. You look really tired. What happened? I saw that small goddess come out of the kitchen with a slightly messy apron, making me feel guilty. Since I started leaving at midnight, Goddess Hestia's been worrying about me so much she can't sleep. Her face showed genuine concern. Just, intensive training, I answered while smiling tiredly. Sorry if I look like a walking corpse. Don't overdo it with training, she scolded while approaching. I don't want my precious child getting sick from pushing himself too hard. Hearing the words precious child, my heart felt warm. At least there's someone who cares about me in this world. I've prepared food, Goddess Hestia continued. You must be hungry after coming from the dungeon. For these 3 days, Goddess Hestia's been insisting on getting me to eat breakfast she made. Thank you, Goddess, I said while taking off my shoes. I'm really lucky to have a goddess like you. She blushed slightly hearing my praise. Do Dante exaggerate? This is obviously a god's duty to take care of their children. I smiled seeing her cute reaction. Even though my days in the dungeon are full of challenges and dangers, coming home and being welcomed by Hestia-sama always makes me feel at home. By the way, Goddess Hestia, I said while sitting at the dining table. What did you do today? I was trying to cook something special, she answered while scratching her cheek. But seems like I still need lots of practice. I laughed softly. Whatever you cook will definitely be delicious. Because it's made with love. Kane-kun, her face got even redder. Don't say embarrassing things. Seeing Goddess Hestia embarrassed, I laughed internally. Goddess Hestia is an innocent goddess. So for the past week I've been teasing her with lines she's never heard before. No wonder she's embarrassed. While laughing, I felt a peace I hadn't felt in a long time. Maybe life is hard, but with a friend like Gob and family like Goddess Hestia. Seems like I can get through anything. Usually after breakfast I'd go to the dungeon again. However, I'm tired. Better to rest today. I also feel like I never spent time with Goddess Hestia since I became an adventurer. Chapter 30, Chapter 30, Chapter 30, not a date, but our day Hestia Familia Church, basement. After a simple breakfast, I watched Goddess Hestia busily cleaning up the leftover food on the old wooden table that was the only piece of dining furniture in this simple church basement. I wanted to help, but Goddess Hestia stubbornly refused, saying I was tired after coming back from the dungeon. Sitting on the purple sofa, I looked around. This place had become home to me for the past week. Her small hand movements looked so careful, picking up every breadcrumb with patience. Even for something as simple as this, she did it with complete attention. Her long black hair tied in twin tails swayed gently every time she bent down to reach the corners of the table. For some reason it felt tempting. I wanted to touch it, seems like I've got a hair fetish or something. How could I not? That hair was so soft and fragrant. I never got tired of touching it when we slept. I felt like maybe human and god hair were different. I watched her in silence. Looking at Goddess Hestia's face that looked tired with a bit of paleness, clearly, Goddess Hestia hadn't been getting enough sleep these past few days. Even though she's a goddess, obviously they now live like humans. They can get tired and hungry. The main reason was because the gods voluntarily sealed their divine power, arcanum, when they came down to the human world, Gakkai. They did this to get rid of their eternal boredom in heaven, Tenkai, and directly experience the challenges, difficulties, and joys experienced by their children. With their arcanum sealed, their bodies functioned just like ordinary human bodies. Seeing Goddess Hestia suffering because of me. Suddenly, a wave of guilt hit me like a devastating blow. Or more precisely, like a goblin monster kick that I once received in the ass. I started thinking. When was the last time I really spent time with the goddess who had accepted me? This past week, my life had only revolved around the dungeon. Wake up at midnight, go to the dungeon, come home tired, sleep, then repeat the same routine. Every day, non-stop. Like a hamster in a wheel, except I didn't get sunflower seeds. Goddess Hestia, she always welcomed me with a warm smile every time I came home. She prepared food with whatever ingredients we had, worried if I got hurt, waited until late at night if I came home late, and always listened to my adventure stories with sparkling eyes full of enthusiasm. But what did I do for her? Nothing. I never even asked how her day was, or if she felt lonely when I wasn't around. I never thought that maybe she also needed attention, needed to be heard, needed to feel valued. Goddess, I called out with a voice that trembled slightly because of the guilt that was piling up. Hestia turned from her work with her usual sweet smile, her blue eyes looking at me with warmth that never faded. What's wrong, Kane-kun? I walked closer and knelt in front of her, in a style like a knight about to make a loyalty oath. A position that might be too formal for a casual atmosphere like this, but I felt I needed to do this. I needed to show how serious my feelings were right now. This time I was really serious, not joking at all. Really feeling guilty. I want to apologize, I said while bowing my head deeply. Hestia looked really confused. The cloth she was holding to clean the table stopped in mid-air. Apologize for what, Kane-kun? All this time, I've been too focused on the dungeon. I've been ignoring you, goddess. I've been ignoring your feelings. My voice started to tremble. Even though you've been so good to me, accepting me when no other familia would, giving me a place to live, food, and most importantly, giving me a home. Hestia put down the cloth in her hand and sat on the floor facing me, her blue eyes looking at me seriously. But I clenched my fists. I only thought about myself. My progress as an adventurer, my strength, my level. I never asked if you were happy. I never asked if you were lonely when I went to the dungeon for 8 hours. I never thought about your feelings. Honestly, I really was selfish. I was so focused on myself that I made the person around me suffer. Honestly, I'd thought before, was eliminating all relationships for the sake of power worth it? If so, what's the difference between me and the protagonists I watched in my previous life who sacrificed everything for power? They said relationships are fake, power is real. But I think relationships are real and power is fake. If power doesn't bring happiness, what's the use of power if you lose everything? In the future, I might become one of the high-level adventurers. But my relationship with Goddess Hestia definitely wouldn't be this close. Not just Goddess Hestia, it might even change my personality. I felt like since I entered the dungeon, my nature slowly changed. Maybe because I killed monsters, my heart started to feel cold. Or maybe because my soul wasn't from this world, I felt the more I killed, the more chaotic my heart became. I might suffer from PTSD. Thinking about recent events, I even hallucinated that people around me were monsters. I thought it was caused by excessive fatigue. But I felt it wasn't that simple. There's a big chance my soul wasn't compatible with this world. After all, I lived in a peaceful world. The reason I didn't throw up when I first killed was probably because I considered monsters enemies of humanity. If I killed humans, I'd most likely receive strong psychological impact. Looking at Goddess Hestia in front of me, just thinking about it made me feel. My voice finally got stuck. The guilt that had been building up for a week finally exploded like a broken dam. I'm selfish, Goddess. I'm a bad adventurer, and even worse, I'm an unworthy familia member. Kane-kun. Hestia looked at me with an expression that was hard to read. Her eyes were a bit teary, but she didn't look sad. There was something else there. That's why, I lifted my head and looked into her eyes with firm determination. Today, let's forget about the dungeon. I want to spend the whole day with you. Not as a goddess and adventurer, but as family. I stood up and extended my hand to her. We can start by going shopping at the market together. I want to see you choose the food ingredients you like. I want to hear stories about your life. I want to get to know you better. Hestia was silent for a very long time, staring at my outstretched hand. Her tears started flowing slowly, but the brightest smile I'd ever seen began to appear on her face. Kane-kun, you know, she wiped her tears with the back of her hand. All this time I've always thought, maybe I'm just a burden to Kane-kun. I'm a useless goddess, have no followers, can't give strong blessings like other goddesses. Goddess, no, let me speak first, she interrupted gently. I saw Kane-kun working so hard, growing so fast, and I felt maybe someday Kane-kun would realize there are better goddesses out there. So I worked hard so Kane-kun wouldn't think I was a useless goddess. My heart felt stabbed hearing those words. How could such a perfect goddess feel useless? But today, she took my hand with both her small, warm hands. Today you made me feel needed. Feel valued. Feel like a real goddess. Because you are a real goddess, I said sincerely. You are my goddess. The only goddess I want. Kane-kun. She stood up while still holding my hand. Of course I want to. I'd be so happy to spend today with you. Seeing her happy smile, the heavy burden in my chest felt lifted. Today, I would dedicate all my time to the goddess who had given me everything. Just like that, I made a promise with the goddess. Chapter 31, Chapter 31, Chapter 31, Market Day and cooking together. The central market of Orario in the afternoon was really crowded and full of life. Merchants shouted enthusiastically offering their wares, Children ran between stalls laughing, and the aroma of various delicious foods mixed in the air creating a captivating symphony. I walked beside Hestia, who looked very enthusiastic. Her eyes sparkled looking at various goods being sold, as if she was seeing a new world. And maybe that's exactly what it was. When was the last time she could shop leisurely without having to worry about a very limited budget? 3 days of working with goblins made me collect valise quickly. As easy as drinking water. Wow, these tomatoes look so fresh, she exclaimed while approaching a vegetable stall, her eyes sparkling like a child seeing candy. Goddess, I said while handing her a valise pouch containing almost all my savings. Today, you decide what we buy. Consider this our family's shopping fund. Hestia stared at the valise pouch in my hand with wide eyes. Eh? But this is the result of Kane-kun's hard work in the dungeon. I can't. The result of a familia member's hard work belongs to the whole familia, I interrupted with a warm smile. Besides, you definitely know better what our house needs. I don't even know the difference between good and bad tomatoes. Hearing the words our house, Hestia's face turned slightly red. She accepted the valise pouch carefully, as if holding something very precious and sacred. All right, she exclaimed with adorable enthusiasm. I'll shop wisely. I'll make sure we get the best food ingredients at the best prices. We walked from stall to stall, and I just realized how good Hestia was at shopping. Seems like Goddess Hestia was really serious about learning to cook. She could bargain politely but firmly, could choose food ingredients with trained eyes, and what impressed me most, she was very respected by the merchants. Goddess Hestia. Haven't seen you in a while, greeted a vegetable merchant warmly. What ingredients does the goddess want to buy today? How nice. This is Kane-kun, my familia member. Hestia introduced me with unbridled pride. Wow, finally we can see the face that goddess Hestia always talks about. Yeah, I've been curious for a long time. Turns out he's a handsome kid. I realized that even though Hestia Familia was still small and new, she was already known and loved by many people. Seems like I really hadn't been paying attention to Goddess Hestia this whole week. Made me a bit ashamed. Goddess Hestia was famous not because of power or wealth, but because of her warm and sincere personality. Kane-kun, look. My favorite Jag-American. Hestia suddenly pointed toward a snack vendor with eyes sparkling like stars. But then her expression turned hesitant. But. She glanced at the valise pouch in her hands with guilty feelings. This isn't a necessity, we need to save money. Seeing Goddess Hestia hesitate. Without thinking much, I approached the merchant and bought 2 portions of Jag-American that were still warm. I gave one to Hestia, kept one for myself. This is a small gift from a familia member to his goddess, I said with a smile. Besides, your happiness is a necessity for me. Hestia stared at the Jag-American in her hands with a very complex expression. Her eyes were teary, but her lips smiled very widely. Her hands trembled slightly holding that small food. Kane-kun, you know? It's been so long since I could buy Jag-American freely. Before you came, I couldn't even eat 3 meals a day regularly. She whispered with a voice that was almost inaudible. I was shocked, Goddess Hestia wasn't eating enough? Seems like I need to work harder. Honestly, my chest felt tight hearing that confession. How hard was my goddess's life before I came? How lonely was she? But not anymore, I said with a strange look in my eyes. Now you have me. And I'll make sure you never go hungry again. Thank you, Kane-kun. She whispered with a voice full of emotion. Thank you for coming and wanting to join Hestia Familia. We ate Jag-American while walking, and for the first time I saw Hestia truly happy without any burden. Looking at the Jag-American that Hestia ate, I felt a bit strange. If I remember correctly from the original story, Goddess Hestia sold Jag-American. Seems like some things had changed. Seems like because of my arrival, Goddess Hestia didn't sell Jag-American. Looking at Goddess Hestia. She laughed when I complained that the Jag-American was too sweet. She teased me when I choked from eating too fast. Kane-kun, you eat like someone who's never tasted good food, she teased while laughing with a melodious voice. Because that's exactly right, I answered honestly. Hestia was quiet for a moment, then with a very gentle movement, she stood on her tiptoes and patted my head. From now on, we'll eat together more often. I'll cook delicious food for Kane-kun every day. Promise. I saw Hestia's face change between guilt, embarrassment, and determination. Promise, I answered while feeling warmth spreading from her touch. This was the first time I leisurely strolled around since coming to Orario. After all, I'd been focused on the dungeon. After shopping to our heart's content, we went home with full shopping bags. In the simple basement, we cooked lunch together for the first time. Not just eating together, but really cooking together. Goddess, don't cut the carrots too big, I suggested while watching Hestia cutting vegetables with full concentration. Looking at Goddess Hestia's innocent face, I initially wanted to say, if you cut like that, won't it hurt your teeth? Eh? Why? Because it'll be hard to cook evenly. Cut them a bit smaller, then the taste will mix better. Oh, I see. Kane-kun is so smart. Hestia's eyes sparkled like a student who just discovered new knowledge. Not smart, but I used to cook for myself a lot, I explained while helping cut the meat. Living alone must have been hard. Hestia murmured with a sad tone. It's not hard anymore, I answered with a smile. Now I have a home. Have a family. We laughed when Hestia almost spilled the soup broth, because she was too enthusiastic stirring, or when I almost burned the rice because I was too busy preventing Hestia from causing further damage. Goddess, salt and sugar are different, I said while saving the dish from disaster. Ah! Good thing Kane-kun stopped me quickly. He. I wiped the sweat from my forehead, looking at Goddess Hestia's innocently laughing face. I started thinking doubtfully, was the reason I got stomachaches not from eating too much, but from food cooked by Goddess Hestia? No wonder it tasted weird. Seems like I need to teach Goddess Hestia how to cook. Just like that. Our small kitchen was filled with laughter and warmth that I'd never felt before. A weird family, I muttered while saving the rice from burning. Not a weird family, but a happy family, Hestia corrected with a heart-melting smile. For some reason I felt a bit nervous seeing Goddess Hestia's innocent smile. When we ate together, I realized that the food we cooked together tasted much better than any food I'd ever eaten. Was it because I cooked it? Not because the ingredients were expensive or the cooking technique was perfect, but because there was love in it. Looking at our masterpiece, we started eating it together. After the heartwarming lunch, I expressed an intention that I'd actually been thinking about since training with the goblin. Goddess, I actually have another plan for today. Another plan? Hestia looked at me with eyes full of curiosity. I want to replace my weapon, I explained while pointing to the double-edged sword leaning against the wall. While training in the dungeon, I realized this sword doesn't match my fighting style that's been developing. Hestia nodded seriously, showing that she was really paying attention to my development as an adventurer. Indeed, for Kane-kun's body that's not too big, a double-edged sword might be too heavy and slow. What do you mean not too big? Obviously it's big, okay. That's why I want to go to Hephaestus Familia's workshop to look for more suitable weapons. And I hesitated a bit, not sure how she'd react. I want you to come with me. Eh? Me? Hestia pointed to herself in confusion. But isn't this adventurer business? I don't understand about weapons, no, I interrupted firmly but gently. This is Familia business. The weapon I'm going to buy is an investment for our Familia's future. As the Familia head, you should be involved in this important decision. I didn't say the reason I was inviting Goddess Hestia was so we'd be welcomed warmly at Goddess Hephaestus's workshop. I didn't want to get involved with unnecessary drama at the entrance of Goddess Hephaestus's workshop. Hestia's eyes started tearing up again, but this time from happiness. Kane-kun, you really consider me as a real familia head? Of course. You're my goddess, and I'm your familia member. We're a team. Partners. Family. All right. Hestia stood up with burning enthusiasm, even standing on the table with hands on her hips. I'll come. As familia head, I need to make sure my best member gets the best weapon we can buy. Chapter 32, Chapter 32, Chapter 32, The Weapon Shop and Perfect Ending together with the enthusiastic goddess Hestia. We walked toward the crafting district where Hephaestus Familia's workshop was located. The atmosphere there was very different from the market, quieter and more focused, but felt hot because many blacksmiths worked with full dedication. Entering the workshop, I suddenly heard a voice and turned to look toward where it came from. Welcome to Hephaestus Familia's workshop, greeted a beautiful woman with long red hair and an eye patch on her left eye. Her aura was very strong and charismatic. I'm Hephaestus. How can I help you? Hephaestus. Hestia immediately ran and hugged the blacksmith goddess without hesitation. Long time no see. Hestia, don't hug me suddenly in front of customers, protested Hephaestus with a slightly red face, but not really angry. Hee, because I missed you. Then who's this kid? This is Kane-kun. My one and only familia member. Hestia introduced me with unbridled pride, as if I was the most precious treasure she owned. Nice to meet you, Goddess Hephaestus, I greeted while bowing politely with sincere respect. Thank you for providing time for us. Very polite, commented Hephaestus while observing with sharp eyes. Then glanced at Hestia who was still hugging her arm. Hephaestus. I'm polite too. If you're polite, why are you still hugging my arm? Because I missed you. That's different. I sweat dropped seeing their interaction. Seems like the gods' friendship isn't much different from human friendship. So, what are you here for? Asked Hephaestus while freeing herself from Hestia's forced hug. I saw Goddess Hephaestus looking at Goddess Hestia with a suspicious gaze. I thought, does she think we're borrowing money? Kane-kun wants to replace his weapon, answered Hestia with the serious tone of a familia head. The double-edged sword he's using now doesn't match his developing fighting style. Hearing what Goddess Hestia said, Goddess Hephaestus's expression changed to be more relaxed. May I know what your fighting style is like? Asked Hephaestus with eyes full of professional interest. While training in the dungeon, I realized I'm more suited for fast and flexible attacks rather than heavy attacks. The double-edged sword is too heavy and slow for movements like that, and in the dungeon, speed is often more important than pure power. Good analysis, commented Hephaestus with an agreeing tone. So you want lighter and faster weapons? Yes, but still effective for various situations. I'm thinking a combination of spear and short sword might work. Spear for medium range and keeping distance, short sword for intense close combat. I said that after thinking for quite a while. Hephaestus looked very interested in the idea. Interesting combination. It's rare for adventurers to choose dual weapons like that, especially new adventurers. I've seen that fighting style before and felt there was resonance with my fighting instincts, I explained half honestly and half lying. But I'm not sure if I'm capable of mastering it. Nothing's impossible if you train seriously and have dedication, said Hephaestus with an encouraging smile. But for high-quality weapons, the price won't be cheap. How much would it cost? Asked Hestia seriously, ready to reach into her pocket. For balanced medium-quality spear and short sword, around 200,000 valis. Hestia and I fell silent. Even with all the money we have, it wouldn't be enough. But, continued Hephaestus while glancing at Hestia with warmer eyes, since this is for Hestia Familia's member, and because I see great potential in this kid, I can give a special discount and it can be on credit. 150,000 valis for both weapons. Hephaestus. Hestia looked very moved by her friend's generosity. Don't misunderstand, said Hephaestus while turning her face away with typical tsundere behavior. This is a business investment. If a promising adventurer like this develops, he'll become a regular customer. And also, I feel sorry seeing you two who look poor. Goddess Hephaestus, we're not poor. We're just frugal, corrected Hestia with a red face. Hestia, you live in a church basement. That's the definition of poor. That's not poor. That's minimalist. Thank you, Goddess Hephaestus, I said sincerely, cutting off the two goddesses' argument. I'll work hard to become an adventurer worthy of using weapons made by you and pay off this debt. Good words, commented Hephaestus with a smile. But prove it with actions, not words. And don't die in the dungeon before paying off the debt. We're not in debt, protested Hestia. Not yet, corrected Hephaestus with a mischievous smile. While Hephaestus prepared the weapons, Goddess Hestia and I waited in the living room. Goddess Hestia looked very proud, though still slightly offended by the poor comment earlier. Kane-kun, you were so cool earlier, she whispered. The way you explained your weapon needs, and also how you respected Hephaestus. I'm proud to have a Familia member like you. This is thanks to your guidance too, I answered with a smile. When did I guide you? Every day, you teach me about politeness, respect, and responsibility as a Familia member. Even if not directly, but it's all thanks to your example. What example? You are an example for me and everyone else. I answered with a smile. Hestia looked very happy hearing my praise. Kane-kun, you're really good at sweet talking. Because I learned from a sweet goddess, I answered with a mischievous smile. Kane-kun. Hestia's face turned bright red. Hestia, your Familia member is quite good at flirting, commented Hephaestus, who suddenly appeared with two weapons in her hands. But be careful not to be too charmed. Guys who can sweet talk are usually playboys. Hephaestus. Don't join in, protested Hestia while lightly hitting her friend's arm. And Kane-kun isn't a playboy. How do you know? You just met. Because he's too innocent to be a playboy. Yesterday he asked me if monsters have feelings. Haha, you two are so funny, laughed Hephaestus while handing the weapons to us, clearly not believing Goddess Hestia's words. Here they are, medium quality spear and short sword. Both are made from the same material so the balance is maintained. I took both weapons and felt them. The spear about 1.8 meters long felt balanced in my hands. The short sword about 60 centimeters long, very light but felt solid. Thank you, Goddess Hephaestus. These are perfect. Don't forget the down payment, said Hephaestus while extending her hand with a business smile. Hestia proudly handed over money from the valise pouch I'd given her earlier. This is payment from Hestia Familia. Thank you for the transaction, said Hephaestus with a smile. And Hestia, your Familia member is promising. Take good care of him. Of course. He's my precious child, answered Hestia proudly. Your only precious child, corrected Hephaestus with a mischievous smile. Hephaestus. After Goddess Hestia argued with her friend with an embarrassed face. We said goodbye and went home with new weapons. Throughout the journey, Hestia kept talking about how cool the new weapons were and how proud she was of my decision. She even told every person willing to listen about her Familia member who just bought weapons. If I hadn't quickly stopped Goddess Hestia, I would have been embarrassed. Goddess, no need to tell everyone, I whispered embarrassedly. Why not? I'm proud to have such a cool Familia member. But still. You don't feel embarrassed, but clearly I'm the one who's embarrassed, okay. Kane-kun, You're too modest. Walking home with shiny new weapons in the evening. Throughout the journey, Hestia kept talking with adorable enthusiasm about how cool the new weapons were and how proud she was of the decision we made together. Kane-kun, you know? I feel like a real familia head today, she said with sparkling eyes. Making important decisions, managing familia finances, choosing equipment for members, this is the first time I've felt such real responsibility. Because you really are a real familia head, I answered with a smile as warm as summer. Just like that, time passed spent having fun together with Goddess Hestia. Night arrived with peaceful silence. We had dinner in a very warm and intimate atmosphere, discussing various things that happened throughout the day with pleasant detail. Today was really fun, said Hestia while tidying the plates with relaxed movements. It's been so long since I felt this warm and happy. I felt the same way, I answered while helping clean the table. Thank you for wanting to spend this precious day with me, Goddess. I should be the one thanking you deeply, said Hestia with a tone full of emotion. Kane-kun was willing to sacrifice precious training time to be with me. This isn't a sacrifice at all, I interrupted gently but firmly. This is priority. You are far more important than any training. Nothing is more precious to me than your happiness. Hestia was quiet for a moment, looking at me with eyes that sparkled with tears of happiness. Kane-kun, let's update your status. You must have developed a lot today. As usual, I lay down comfortably on Hestia's lap, feeling the warmth and security that I had never realized how precious it was. The gentle touch of Hestia's fingers on my back as she updated my falna felt like a warm hug from a loving mother. My eyes slowly closed, enjoying this intimate and sacred moment with all my heart. Done, whispered Hestia with a gentle voice after a few minutes. Your status developed very well, Kane-kun. Chapter 33, Chapter 33 Chapter 33, Warmth under candlelight. Wait a sec. Hestia reread the status displayed on my back, her eyes getting wider and wider. Kane-kun, this is... Goddess Hestia spoke while handing over the status update paper. Status panel name, Kane level, 1 familia, Hestia familia ability, strength, I5 rightward arrow I67, plus 62, endurance, I8 rightward arrow I89, plus 81, dexterity, I10 rightward arrow I94, plus 84, agility, I6 rightward arrow I71, plus 65, magic, I0 rightward arrow I0, plus 0, development abilities non-skill survivor's instinct type, passive skill effect, provides enhancement to abilities for detecting external and internal dangers, as well as reactions to threatening situations. Effect increases with life and death experiences. Can now sense changes within one's own body that are potentially dangerous. Description: a skill that appears simple for survival, but holds great potential when honed through extreme experiences. After facing various threats in the dungeon, this ability has developed to detect not only external dangers, but also internal conditions that are hazardous such as extreme fatigue, poisoning, or abnormal physical changes. I thought hard when I saw that paper. Poisoning. Why does the word poisoning show up? Where did I get poisoned? Kane-kun. This is amazing. Hestia shouted with a voice full of joy while raising her hands in the air. This improvement is even faster than I imagined. I sat down slowly, feeling a bit dizzy from changing positions too quickly. Hearing what Goddess Hestia said, I smiled bitterly in my heart. Fast improvement? As far as I know, after 1 week of Bell arriving in Orario, one of his attributes passed I-99 and reached H. It seems like Goddess Hestia said that to keep me from being sad. Goddess, why are you shouting like that? You scared me. Because I'm happy. So happy. Hestia immediately hugged me from behind with both her warm arms. Your dexterity is almost reaching rank H. And your endurance is also super high. You're really a genius. Goddess, you're exaggerating. I said while feeling the familiar warmth of her embrace. Even though I know Goddess Hestia is trying to keep me from being sad, I still can't let myself look sad. This is also thanks to Goddess's support and prayers every day. Eh? When did I pray? Hestia asked innocently while tilting her head. Every time Goddess worries about my safety, every time Goddess prepares food with love, every time Goddess waits anxiously, isn't that all forms of prayer? I answered while turning to face her. Hestia's face immediately turned red like a ripe tomato. Kane-kun. What are you saying? I'm supposed to worry as the familia head. Then why is Goddess's face red? I asked with a mischievous smile. Because. Hestia looked away while puffing out her cheeks. Because you're saying weird things. Weird how? You know exactly what I mean. I went quiet for a moment, then smiled gently. Sorry if I made Goddess embarrassed. But I'm serious with my words. Without Goddess's support, I couldn't have developed this fast. Hestia glanced at me with sparkling eyes. Kane-kun, you're really what? Really making me happy, she answered with a bright smile. But also making me worried. Worried about what? Your new skill. Hestia pointed toward my back that was already covered by clothes again. Survivor's instinct developed, that means you've experienced a lot of dangerous situations, right? As a familia head, I feel guilty for not being able to protect you well. Hearing the goddess talk about that skill, my heart sank even more. I feel like my skill development is closely related to the poisoning shown in the skill explanation. I looked into Hestia's blue eyes that were full of genuine worry. Goddess, it's exactly because I know Goddess always supports me that I dare to face those dangers. This skill isn't proof of Goddess's failure, but proof of the trust Goddess gave me. Kane-kun. Hestia's voice became soft and slightly trembling. Besides, I continued while raising my hand to gently touch Hestia's cheek. I don't know why my hand did this. But it's so soft. This skill will also help me always come home safely. To the place where Goddess waits for me. Hestia closed her eyes while enjoying the warm touch on her cheek. You promise? Promise what? Promise you'll always come home safely. Promise you won't make me worry too much. Promise you'll always be a Hestia Familia member I can be proud of. I promise, I answered firmly. With all the abilities Goddess gave me, I'll always come home to see Goddess's smile. Good. Hestia opened her eyes with burning enthusiasm. For some reason, I feel like this promise is too heavy. Is this just my feeling? In that case, as Familia head, I'll give you a special reward for this amazing development. Reward? Yeah. Close your eyes. Hestia commanded while standing and pointing at me. Goddess, what are you going to do? Just do it. Close your eyes and don't open them until I say so. I closed my eyes curiously. I heard Hestia's footsteps running back and forth and some other sounds I couldn't identify. You can open them now. Hestia said in a super excited tone. I opened my eyes and saw Hestia standing in front of me with both hands behind her back, a huge smile, and eyes sparkling like a kid who just did something fun. The reward is. Hestia pulled out a small, soft blue pillow from behind her back. A special Hestia-made pillow for premium lap pillow service. Premium lap pillow service? I asked in surprise. Damn, did the sun finally rise in the west? Yeah. From now on, every time I update your status, you can use premium lap pillow service with the super soft pillow. Hestia placed the pillow on her lap while patting it proudly. How's that? Cool, right? I couldn't hold back the surprised expression on my face. Then for some reason. Ha ha ha. Goddess, you're really. Why are you laughing? This is a serious reward. Hestia protested while puffing out her cheeks again. Sorry, I said while still smiling. But this is a reward that's very, very goddess-like. What do you mean goddess-like? Sweet and adorable. Hestia's face immediately turned red again. Sweet. Yeah, sweet. Goddess always thinks about little things that make me happy. You've been thinking about this premium lap pillow since earlier, right? Yeah, how did you know? Hestia asked while looking down shyly. Because I noticed, Goddess always shifts her leg position when I'm lying on your back. It must be because you felt uncomfortable but didn't want to say anything so I wouldn't feel guilty. Kane-kun. Hestia looked at me with teary eyes. You're too observant. Because I learned from the goddess who always pays attention to little things for me, I answered while sitting next to her. Now, can I try the premium lap pillow service? Of course. It's your reward. Hestia immediately arranged the pillow position enthusiastically. Come on, lie down comfortably. I lay down with my head on the pillow that was on Hestia's lap. It really felt much more comfortable and soft. It smells so good, the sadness in my heart because my development isn't as fast as Belle's disappeared. What if Belle's attributes develop faster? My relationship with Goddess Hestia is developing faster compared to his. How is it? Comfortable, right? Hestia asked while gently stroking my hair. Very comfortable. But what makes it special isn't the pillow. Then what? The goddess, I answered while looking up at Hestia's face from below. Nothing can replace Goddess's warmth and love. Hestia blushed while continuing to stroke my hair. You always manage to make my heart race. That's because Goddess blushes too easily. Who says I blush easily? Hestia protested while gently pinching my cheek. Ow, that hurts Goddess. It doesn't hurt. I pinched gently. Hestia immediately rubbed the spot she pinched softly. Sorry, didn't mean to. Goddess, you're really inconsistent, I said while laughing softly. You just said it didn't hurt, now you're apologizing. Because I don't want to hurt my precious familia member, Hestia answered in a voice that was almost like a whisper. Your one and only precious familia member, I corrected, copying Hephaestus's speaking style from earlier. Kane-kun. Don't copy Hephaestus. Hestia pinched my cheek again, but this time while laughing. But it's true though. It is true, but still. Hestia stopped talking and looked at me with a more serious expression. Kane-kun, you know? Sometimes I'm scared that one day you'll leave Hestia familia. Why think like that? Because I'm a small familia. No reputation, no wealth, no fancy facilities like the big familias. If you keep developing rapidly like this, maybe you'll feel Hestia familia isn't suitable anymore. What is Goddess Hestia talking about? Developing rapidly? And then leaving her? I got up from my lying position and looked at Hestia seriously. Goddess, listen to me carefully. I'm not looking for a familia because of reputation or wealth. I'm looking for a home. And a real home isn't determined by how big the building is or how fancy the facilities are. Then what? Home is a place where there's someone who always waits for you to come back with a smile. A place where there's someone who worries when you're late. A place where there's someone who's proud of your achievements and comforts you when you're sad. Hestia's eyes widened and mumbled, is that what home means? Why did Freya lie to me? I heard Goddess Hestia mention Goddess Freya's name. But I didn't think too much about it, maybe Goddess Hestia accidentally met Goddess Freya. Hestia familia is my home. Goddess is my family. Nothing can replace that, no matter how big or strong other familias are. But if you joined a big familia, you could develop faster, get better equipment, get more support. Goddess, I cut her off while gently holding Hestia's hand. Don't you trust yourself? The most valuable support isn't money or equipment, but sincere love and trust. and no one can give that better than Goddess. There's no god better than Goddess Hestia in Orario. Hestia looked down while holding back tears that started to flow. Cain-kun, why do you always know what I need most, even before I realize it? Not always knowing, but responding to what Goddess gives me. I don't give anything special. Goddess gives the most special thing, I said while lifting Hestia's chin so she'd look at me. I don't know why, maybe because I got caught up in the moment I became a bit bolder. Am I braver than I thought? Goddess gives a sincere heart. Goddess gives a warm home. Goddess gives a real family. Hestia couldn't hold back her tears anymore. Goddess, don't cry, I said while wiping her tears with my thumb. When Goddess cries, I'm sad too. These are happy tears, not sad tears, Hestia said while smiling through her tears. I'm happy because I have such a sincere familia member like you. In that case, I'm also happy because I have such a sincere familia head like Goddess. Hestia hugged me tightly. So soft, what am I thinking? Thank you. Thank you for what? For everything. For making Hestia familia a real familia. For giving meaning to my days. For making me feel like a precious goddess. Goddess is precious, I answered while hugging her back. I feel like my actions are getting bolder. This isn't good, if I get carried away by the mood something bad will happen. I scolded myself. Goddess is the most precious treasure I've ever had. Treasure. Yeah. A treasure that can't be bought with any amount of money. Cain-kun, you're really good at sweet talking, Hestia said while laughing softly in the middle of our hug. I learned from the expert. Which expert? Goddess Hestia, who always manages to warm my heart with her sincere words and attitude. I never try to sweet talk on purpose. That's exactly what makes it more effective. Cain-kun. Hestia gently pinched my back while still hugging. Yeah, I surrender, I said while laughing. But one thing's for sure, I'll never leave Hestia familia. This is my home, and Goddess is my family. Promise. Goddess Hestia made a cute expression. Promise, I said seriously. Pinky promise. Goddess Hestia raised her pinky finger toward me. Goddess, you're like a little kid, I said while smiling and extending my pinky. I'm an eternally young goddess. Hestia said while linking her pinky with mine. Now the promise is legally binding under goddess law. Goddess law. Yeah. If you break a pinky promise with a goddess, you'll be cursed. What kind of curse? A curse, you'll always remember Hestia's sad face forever. That's a terrifying curse, I said while pretending to shiver. But seriously, I'm not joking, I feel like if the previous promise felt like carrying a mountain, now it feels like carrying something extremely heavy. Hard to explain. I'll never break a pinky promise with Goddess. Good. Hestia released the hug and smiled brightly. Now, since today is a special day, how about we make it a special night too? A special night. Let's stay up all night chatting. I want to know more about Cain-kun. About what? Everything. Your dreams, your fears, things that make you happy. I want to know it all. But tomorrow I have to go to the dungeon. Once in a while is fine. Besides, bonding time with familia members is important too. Bonding time. Yeah. A strong familia isn't just because of high status, but because of strong bonds of the heart. I smiled seeing Hestia's adorable enthusiasm. All right, if Goddess wants to. Today I decided to spend time with Goddess Hestia, so I have to finish what I promised until the end. Even though I feel very tired and sleepy. Yay. Wait, let me prepare snacks and warm drinks first. Hestia immediately ran to the kitchen with burning enthusiasm. I watched Hestia's back as she ran with a warm smile. Tonight will be a long night, but I'm sure it'll be a beautiful and memorable night. Kane-kun. Do you want tea or hot chocolate? Hestia shouted from the kitchen. I'm confused, hot chocolate. Does goddess Hestia have something like that? Why didn't I know about it? With a confused expression, I answered casually, whatever goddess makes will definitely be delicious. Alright. Special Hestia hot chocolate. I leaned against the wall while looking at the ceiling of this simple basement room. Nothing luxurious, nothing special in terms of material, but here I feel warmth I've never felt anywhere else. Like I said, home isn't the building but the person. Kane-kun. It's ready. Hestia came back carrying a tray with 2 cups of hot chocolate and some small cookies. Wow, there are even cookies. When did goddess make them? I didn't make them. I bought them this afternoon when you weren't paying attention. I wanted to give you a surprise. Hestia said while placing the tray between us. I'm confused, this afternoon? We did go shopping but why didn't I see it? Was I too sleepy? That I didn't see the cookies goddess Hestia bought? I started doubting myself, am I really that unaware of my surroundings? This is the first cookie I bought, so sorry if it doesn't taste good. I took one cookie and put it in my mouth. The taste, well, not perfect, but there's a sincere sweetness in it. Delicious. I said while smiling. Liar. I know it tastes weird. Hestia protested while pouting. Hearing what goddess Hestia said, I felt strange. Why is goddess Hestia talking like she made it herself? But if goddess Hestia really made it, why didn't I see her? I feel strange, why are so many weird things happening? Starting from my skill that improved because of poison, am I really that stupid or too tired that my brain is a bit dull? Knowing that this cookie was probably made by goddess Hestia, I answered hurriedly. Not lying. Maybe the taste isn't perfect yet, but there's a taste that no professional baker can make. What taste? The taste of love, I answered while taking another cookie. This is the first cookie made especially for me with sincere love. Nothing can beat that. Hestia looked at me with sparkling eyes. You really make my heart melt. In that case, mission accomplished, I said with a mischievous smile. What mission? Mission to repay goddess's kindness who always makes my heart warm. Kane-kun. Hestia threw a small pillow at me while smiling shyly. And that night we spent time until late, sharing stories, laughing together, and strengthening our bond as a small happy family. A perfect night to end a perfect day. Chapter 34, Chapter 34, Chapter 34, POV Hestia, Meeting Freya, Part 1, the dim candlelight flickered softly, casting gentle shadows on the stone walls of this tiny room. I'm sitting on the edge of the bed, not moving, just staring at Kane's face as he sleeps peacefully. His hair's kinda messy, as usual, and there are traces of exhaustion around his eyes from another long day. His breathing's steady, rising and falling slowly, creating this quiet rhythm that fills the room, a rhythm that, somehow, calms my heart. Suddenly I remember Kane-kun's words, home is where someone's always waiting for you to come back with a smile. Kane's words echo in my mind, making my heart warm but also stirring up these complex emotions. I reach out my hand, almost touching Kane's cheek, before pulling it back. You really? I whisper softly. Always know the right thing to say. I feel like Kane-kun's getting better at talking, somehow it reminds me of when we first met. He looked awkward when speaking. But now he's starting to change. My blue eyes gaze intently at that peaceful face. The promise we made tonight feels so real, so genuine. But why is there still this heavy feeling in part of my heart? Home. That question's bothering my mind again. A few days ago, when Kane first mentioned that word, I felt confused. What does home actually mean? Is it just a place to live? I was confused at the time until, 2 days ago, Flashback: I'm standing in front of the simple stove, trying to follow the recipe I've written down over and over. The food I make never turns out like I expect. My tiny hands stir the soup with clumsy movements. Why is this so freaking hard? I grumble while tasting the soup. That's way too salty. It still tastes like dishwater. I don't know what's wrong. Even though I've been trying. It's been days since I tried to understand what Cain meant about home, but the more I think about it, the more confused I get. At first I wanted to ask Hephaestus, but my unpaid debt makes me feel bad about it. I should know stuff like this, I mumble while throwing away the burnt soup and soup spoon. I'm a goddess. Frustration starts eating away at my heart. As a goddess, I feel like I should be able to understand my familia members' feelings and desires easily. Especially since I'm the goddess of hearth, home, and family. But why is something that looks so simple this hard to understand? With an expression mixed between angry and annoyed, I grab my little bit of money and leave. That afternoon, I decided to go shopping for ingredients. Maybe by trying to cook again, I could understand something. My arms hug the shopping bag containing simple ingredients I could buy with my limited money. Right now I'm putting on a happy expression on my face. Shopping seems to get rid of the annoyed feeling. While passing the guild, I suddenly feel a familiar aura. The presence of another goddess who's powerful and enchanting. My eyes catch an elegant hooded figure who just came out of the guild building. Freya. I call out without thinking. That figure stops and turns around. Those beautiful purple eyes look at me with a thin smile. Hestia, Freya greets with a voice that's soft but has a bit of strangeness in it. Didn't expect to meet you here. I feel awkward. It's been so long since we met, and our last meeting was in Tenkai. I was just shopping, I say while lifting my shopping bag. What are you doing at the guild? Meeting with our Ranos. There are some things that need to be discussed, Freya answers while looking at me with this weird gaze, like she's evaluating something. Oh. An awkward silence happens between us. Freya then smiles, but that smile doesn't reach her eyes. Somehow it's a bit charming. What am I thinking? Isn't that obvious since Freya's the goddess of beauty? You look different, Hestia. More alive, maybe. Eh? Really? I'm a bit surprised by what Freya said. Seems like I've been putting on a happy expression and didn't realize it. Maybe because you finally have a familia, says Freya with a tone that's hard to read. How about we chat? It's been so long. I'm hesitant. Freya is indeed a beautiful and powerful goddess, but somehow I always feel uncomfortable around her. But maybe this is a chance to ask about what's been bothering my mind. Alright. We sit at a small cafe. I feel embarrassed because I don't have much money, but Freya gracefully says she'll pay. That just makes me feel even smaller. Even though I feel small, I have something bigger than Freya. I try to console myself. So, says Freya while stirring her tea elegantly. Tell me about your familia. I heard you have a member who's interesting. I feel there's something weird about how Freya knows I have a member. I think maybe it's not just Freya who knows I have a familia member. Anyway, stuff like that isn't exactly a secret. Plus I hugged Cain-kun in public before. But the way Freya said interesting feels strange. But I don't think too much about it. No way a big familia like Freya's would be interested in my tiny familia. Cain-kun is a good familia member. He always works hard and... Cain, huh? Freya interrupts with a barely visible smile. Nice name. Must be a talented adventurer. Yeah. He's developing quickly and always. I stop, almost saying that he's really good at talking. Feeling a bit embarrassed, I quickly look for a way to not keep talking about something that makes me embarrassed. Suddenly I remember the question that's been bothering my mind. Freya, I want to ask you something. Freya's hand that was stirring tea stops, but continues stirring again. Of course. What do you want to ask? I'm hesitant, my hands squeezing the hem of my dress. What do you think home means? I mean, not a building, but, real home. Chapter 35, Chapter 35, Chapter 35, POV Hestia, Meeting Freya, Part 2. Freya's quiet for a moment, her purple eyes looking at me with an expression that's hard to read. Then she smiles, but that smile feels cold. Home. Freya repeats. Why are you asking something like that? Kane-kun told me about home, not just a place to live. But I don't understand what he means. As a goddess, I feel like I should know, but... Ah, Freya nods slowly. I see. A moment of silence surrounds us. Freya puts down her teacup with a very graceful movement, like every movement of hers is calculated. Hestia, says Freya with a tone that sounds like a big sister giving advice. Somehow, I'm reminded of my friend Hephaestus. You're still too naive. Listen carefully. Adventurers, especially talented ones, always end up looking for power. The home they're looking for isn't warmth or a small family like you're thinking. I feel something's wrong with where this conversation's going, but I can't interrupt. I listen to what Freya's saying seriously. They're looking for a place where they can develop a strong familia, proper facilities, good reputation. Romantic stuff like love and family warmth. Freya laughs softly, but her voice sounds dismissive. That's just temporary illusion. But. No buts, Hestia. This is reality you have to accept. Adventurers who are truly talented will realize that a small familia like yours won't be able to give them what they need to reach the top. I think I hear Freya mumbling, humans are a race that's never satisfied. Freya's words feel like knives stabbing my heart. I want to argue, but don't know what to say. You think the home he's looking for is warmth and affection. Freya continues with an increasingly cold tone. Dead wrong. Real home for an adventurer is a place where they can become the strongest. And a small, poor familia like yours will never be able to give that. Kane-kun's not like that. I can finally speak up, though my voice is shaking. Not yet, says Freya calmly. Not now. But just wait until he realizes how limited what you can give him is. Wait until he sees other adventurers who develop faster in bigger and stronger familias. I believe in him. Believe. Freya smiles with the coldest smile I've ever seen. Hestia, are you a goddess or a little kid? Trust won't stop ambition. Love won't beat the desire to become strong. I feel my world crumbling. Freya's words sound so logical, so convincing. My familia is indeed small, poor, without proper facilities. How can I compete with big familias like Loki familia or Freya familia? My familia's probably at the very bottom in Orario City. You know what's gonna happen. Freya continues without giving me a chance to answer. One day he'll come to you with a sorry face. He'll say he appreciates everything you've done, but he has to move to a familia that can better help him develop. He'll say it's a difficult decision, but it's what's best for his future. No. I whisper, tears starting to pool in my eyes. And you know what's most painful? Freya stands up while leaving money on the table. You won't be able to get mad at him. Because deep down, you know he's right. You know a small familia like yours will never be enough for a truly talented adventurer. Freya walks toward the door, but stops and looks back. My advice? Just enjoy the remaining time with him. Don't hope too much, so it won't hurt too bad later. And with that, Freya leaves, leaving me sitting alone with tears flowing down my cheeks. Present time I shake my head, trying to get rid of that painful memory. My hand unconsciously clenches into a fist, remembering how broken I was back then. After that conversation with Freya, I couldn't sleep peacefully, especially when I found out that Kane-kun was so ambitious about becoming strong, he'd go to the dungeon earlier than other adventurers. Kane-kun even sacrificed his sleep time, which made me believe Freya's words even more. Every time Kane went to the dungeon, I was afraid that would be the last day that young man would come back to me. Every time Kane talked about getting stronger quickly, my heart would pound with fear. Is this the time? Has Kane started to realize the limitations of Hestia Familia? But tonight everything changed. Kane's words. Home is where someone's always waiting for you to come back with a smile. A place where someone worries when you're late. A place where someone's proud of your achievements and comforts you when you're sad. Kane's words echo in my mind, so different from the lies Freya gave me. Though maybe Freya wasn't lying, or she just didn't know the meaning either. I remember the sincere expression on Kane's face when he said that. No pretending, no sweet words to comfort. That was truth coming from a genuine heart. Hestia Familia is my home. The goddess is my family. Nothing can replace that, no matter how big or strong other familias are. Freya, you're wrong, I whisper while looking at Kane's peaceful face. You're so wrong. Tears start flowing down my cheeks, but this time they're not sad tears. These are tears of relief, tears of happiness, because I finally understand the truth. Kane's not looking for power or fancy facilities. He's looking for family. He's looking for a place where he can be himself without having to prove anything. He's looking for genuine love, not admiration because of strength. And I am that home. Forgive me, I whisper while wiping away tears. Forgive me for ever doubting your feelings. Forgive me for almost believing the lies that said love isn't enough. I remember how Kane always comes home with a smile, even when his body's covered in wounds. How he always tells stories about his experiences in the dungeon with sparkling eyes, not because he wants to show off, but because he wants to share with his family. How he always says I'm back with a warm tone every time he returns to our small home. He's been giving the answer for so long, I mumble while smiling. But I was too scared to believe it. I remember how Kane never complained about the hard mattress, simple food, or limited facilities. He was even grateful for every little thing I did for him. That's not the attitude of someone who's waiting for a chance to leave. That's the attitude of someone who's already found their home. Freya said talented adventurers will look for power, I whisper, but she doesn't understand. Kane is looking for power, but not for himself. He's looking for power to protect his home. To protect his family. I look at the small window. The night sky looks dark, but dawn has already risen in my heart. I will never doubt Kane's feelings again, I say with a voice full of determination. I even clench my fist with full spirit. I will never feel inadequate again. Because real home isn't built with money or fancy facilities. I turn toward Kane, who's still sleeping soundly. Home is built with love, trust, and togetherness. And we already have all of that. I go back to sleep next to the bed, this time with a much calmer heart. I'm no longer afraid of losing Kane. No longer feeling inadequate as a goddess. Because I finally understand that I have something that can't be bought with any amount of money or power. I feel like Freya definitely wanted to ruin my relationship with Kane. Thank you, Kane-kun, I whisper while fixing the blanket on Kane's body so he won't get cold. Thank you for teaching me the real meaning of home. Thank you for choosing me, choosing us, as your family. The candlelight slowly dims. My home is here in this cramped little room, on this hard bed, in this silence we share together. And for the first time since that meeting, I can close my eyes, without being afraid that Kane will be gone when I wake up later. New chapter is coming soon. Write a review.